All right, because this is such an impediment, I think we should hit like, do you want this zoomed in more? All right, we're going to get started in just 1 minute. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 2026 BDC Summit. And a very special hello to our live stream viewers who are joining us from around the world. Yesterday, we were privileged to hear inspiring biodesign perspectives from 2 amazing keynote speakers and many more incredible student teams. At the gallery show, we saw brilliant biomaterial prototypes, provocative bioart, and much-needed natural systems designs. It has been a tremendous experience coming together as a community united by shared interests, and I thank you all for the work you have done over the course of the Biodesign Challenge program. Ideally, we would like to extend the summit forever, but today is the day that our competition comes to a head. Our schedule for the next few hours will be extraordinarily fast-paced, with presentations from the top 8 teams as chosen by our panel of judges. We will also have a special artistic performance and a keynote address from one of today's leading science fiction writers. In a few moments, we will officially begin our day of programming, but before we proceed to the day's events, I want to share some words of thanks. The Biodesign Challenge would not be possible without the support of our governmental, philanthropic, corporate, and private partners. Every year, organizations from within the United States and around the world walk with us as we work toward the goals outlined in our mission statement. I want to thank our sponsors for continuing to believe in this mission and for supporting our cause year after year. Special thanks specifically belongs to the following organizations: Siegel Family Endowment, New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, the National Endowment of the Arts, New York State Council of the Arts, Cliff Family Foundation, Twist Bioscience, Terra, and Schmidt Sciences Biosciences Center. Additionally, we would be remiss if we didn't mention all the vendors who, upon hearing our mission, wanted to get involved in the program. Special thanks goes out to Open Water, Springbone Kitchen, and Tractor Beverage Company. As we have seen over the past few days, progress rarely happens in a vacuum. Biodesign Challenge is fortunate to have amazing allies who make all of this possible.
We'd also like to thank our mentors, the various artists, designers, scientists, and so many more, some of whom are here in the audience today. So thank you to the mentors who are here today in person, and thank you to any of the mentors who may be viewing online. They took time out of their schedules to visit your classrooms during the semester and help student teams realize their projects. This year we had over 30 mentors working in BDC classrooms around the world, many of whom accepted our invitations without hesitation. We really appreciate their willingness and graciousness to support the students this year. And last but not least, we want to give thanks to you all, our students and instructors. Can we get a quick round of applause for you all? This is a really major milestone for us. We're coming off of our 10-year anniversary last year, and we really feel like we're entering a kind of next phase of Biodesign Challenge. And so we really appreciate that you all decided to be a part of it this year as we continue to expand and see all of the amazing projects that you continue to develop. So thank you. However, I do want to mention that the students here in person are only a fraction of the brilliant minds that participate in our program. So for those of you who don't know, each school is limited to generally one finalist team to represent at the BDC Summit. There are several other non-finalist teams and projects that are developed as part of the program that have also historically gone on to spin off into startup companies, show in international exhibitions, or develop into professional design studios. So we'll be honoring some of this year's non-finalist teams along with finalist teams that were unable to attend the summit in person, with a special BDC project screening during the lunch break today. So feel free to stop back into the theater after lunch to catch some of their videos. So for all the students, you continue to push the boundaries of biodesign with your projects and presenting such incredible work each year, and we're really, really proud of you. So once again, let's have a quick round of applause for everyone joining us here today. Okay, so let's get to what everyone's been waiting for, the top 8 team announcement. All right, so building up the suspense. The first team in the top 8 is UT Austin with Mason Movement.
The second team in the top 8 is McGill University Aerosolutions.
The third team in the top 8 is UDIT Madrid with Mukaria.
The fourth team in the top 8 is Morris County School of Technology Beeline.
All right, the fifth team in the top 8 is College for Creative Studies with Flow State.
The sixth team in the top 8 is Northumbria University, Mr. Rain.
The seventh team in the top 8 is Savannah College of Art and Design with Potty.
And the final team in the top 8 is Yunnan Arts University, Spores and Spirits. Congratulations to everyone. We will now grant you some time to calm your nerves before the final presentations. Everyone else, please note that even if you are not included in the top 8, you are still eligible for our outstanding category and new thematic prizes. We encourage you to stay, support your peers, enjoy the day in anticipation of the awards ceremony. Let's now proceed to our first event, a performance by artist, writer, and technologist Wendy Yan. Wendy Yan constructs speculative epistemologies through research-driven world-building and metafictional simulation. She uses CGI technology, game engines, and conceptual sculpture to probe the artifice of knowledge, examine the boundaries of the scientific self, and imagine alternative historical timelines to the psychogeography of the East and West. Yan was an inaugural Steve Jobs Archive Fellow, a Grand Prix recipient at the 6th VH Award by Hyundai Motor Group, and an inaugural resident at A24 Labs. Yan holds an AB in the History of Science from Princeton University. Her work has been exhibited at international institutions, including Art Science Museum Singapore, HEC Basel, Uedowski Castle CCA, and Hyundai Motor Studio Beijing. The piece we will view this morning, Seeing Science in the Unhomely Clouds, is a new performance edition of the twin films commissioned by Future Humans at the Brueggen Institute and Proxima Cosmos Project. In Seeing Science in the Unhomely Clouds, Yan explores the visual and metaphysical imaginings of a research-based fictional planet harboring life in the sulfuric clouds. In it, she takes us on a journey between fiction and science, macro landscape and micro-imaging, and reveals the unbelievability of life's existence beyond terrestrial constraints. Wendy is a vital member of Biodesign Challenge's New Ink community, and we are honored to share the premiere of Seeing Signs in the Unhomely Clouds with you today. Please join me in welcoming Wendy to the stage.
Oh, do you want to start playing the video? Okay. I call myself a world maker, although this label wobbles under scrutiny. In practice, my procedure is fairly concrete. I craft 3D models, I deploy them into Unreal Engine, which is a game engine that easily renders staggering amounts of complex geometries in real time. Then I fly around, I move between and within them as a massless specter. I spell procedural logic into the models to give them a semblance of life. I animate technology infrastructures, I construct floating landscapes. Each world I make is a prototype of philosophy. One of my favorite tools in the engine is the environment light mixer. It's a control panel where you can create volumetric fog, sky atmosphere, atmospheric light, height fog, and you can tweak parameters of the fog scattering, Mie scattering, Rayleigh scattering, atmosphere absorption, and it gives me vastly different atmospheres, which effectively becomes levers of mood. The 3D graphics world now becomes a narrative world.
Hello. Welcome to Venus Lab, or Finotera Lab, as you please.
So this is Yaro Yakubivsky. Together with Dr. Sarah Seeger at MIT, they have been investigating the possibility of life's existence in the clouds of Venus. I spent half a year observing their work and realized that they're also world makers. I'll let them introduce their world to you.
Finotera is the name of our planet. Pheno is derived from Greek, which means to reveal, and terra means Earth-like. So Finotera means to reveal a planet that may be Earth-like. A planet that's about Earth's size and mass, but it's very different from Earth. It is a bit reminiscent of Venus. We imagine Finotera to be a planet that has a thick atmosphere and clouds, but the clouds aren't made of water. They are made of concentrated sulfuric acid. And these clouds sometimes pass over the mountaintops. A little tiny mountain pond, little pools of liquid sulfuric acid. This planet has some unusual gases on it, gases that make it suspicious for possibly harboring life.
Joining Sarah and Yaro, I found myself conscripted onto a mental scientific journey to Finotera. I was world making with them. On Earth, sulfuric acid spells death. It is a solvent of life's endings. But Sarah's team has been hypothesizing that sulfuric acid in another world could sustain life. So Yaro went to Kawah Ijen in Indonesia, one of the largest, highly acidic crater lakes in the world. If he encounters extremophiles in Ijen, they may give clues to how life might survive or thrive in sulfuric acid on another planet, Venus, for example.
It all started with biosignature gases. My project was to go through every possible molecule that is in gas form, ask ourselves which might be a good candidate for a sign of life. So I and my team were working on phosphine as a sign of life on an exoplanet, when lo and behold, across the ocean, Professor Jane Greaves was also working on phosphine as a sign of life. So someone connected our two teams. Together we worked on the search for signs of life on Venus by way of phosphine.
what we got here is autofluorescent envelometer that's intended to fly in a Rocket Lab mission in 2026 on neutron rocket, most likely. It shines the laser that simulates the windows that are going to be on a Rocket Lab probe, and then the light scatters from the particles from the aerosols of clouds on Venus, which we will simulate here, and then it reflects back, and there's detectors and which would tell us the particle size distribution, the composition, and possible fluorescence.
In the lab, we can simulate sulfuric acid cloud in a fume hood. So we're trying to build instruments to go to Venus, to collect the cloud particles, to evaporate the sulfuric acid in a low-pressure chamber, and then to deliver what's left to chemistry instruments that will analyze what's there, looking for complex organic molecules.
Back at MIT, Yarrow turns to the scanning electron microscope. He places a sample from Egen under the microscope, scanning its geometries and looking for new clues of life's edge. It's been a long dream.
We aim to send a series of missions to Venus. We call ourselves the Morning Star missions to Venus. Sometimes you can see Venus shining brightly in the morning sky, and it's like a new dawn is rising. It's been 4 decades since we've been back into the atmosphere of Venus directly.
Even before NASA was officially NASA, people were experimenting with chemistry. Nobody knew that Venus had sulfuric acid clouds, but just for the sake of pure science. They touched on some of what we've been doing recently. Why is it being only revivified now? Probably more than one reason. One reason could just be the work was out of phase with our discoveries about Venus. So Venus's heyday was in the 1970s and early 1980s, when the former Soviet Union and NASA visited Venus, repeatedly going down through the atmosphere.
How it all began, we can only speculate. Today we study our neighbors in space to better understand the present and to forecast the future. Radar, which can penetrate the clouds, reveals Venus to be a nearly perfect sphere, close to Earth in size and density.
We're doing a big art project, one with Yarrow and a science fiction story, and it's going to be on exhibit in February in California. Yeah, so I just wanted you to say a quick word where. It's just been really wonderful to work with your mom because she's so expansive in her thinking and doing really, she's very brave. Life Otherwise is speculative yet plausible, using what we know about basic science and then extending it into the unknown yet answerable.
Watching Yaro's self-recorded 2-hour footage of the microscopic monitor, the scale seemed to collapse for me. The microscopic worlds appeared like atmospheres and terrains. I plunged into the fold. Why don't I imagine something scientists cannot say? Metallic, crystalline, or soft, porous creatures crawl out of the microscope images. Letters curl, numbers deform, the ferroepistemology surfaces. Between adjacent pixels of the soil samples, I asked AI to see onto the shapes and textures of micro life forms freely, like a co-conspirator undoing my earthly understandings of life. The scientific imaging now became my images of departure into a fuller realm of imagination. What might life look like in the clouds of Phaenoterra? And what might we find in Venus?
We're trying to bring a vision of other worlds so we can plant that seed, because we're getting ready to truly find worlds that might be able to host life. We've always wanted to know, what is our place in the universe? We used to think that our Earth was literally the center of the universe. Then we thought our sun was the center of the universe. Now we know that we're almost nothing, really. We're just one orbiting a garden variety star that is one of hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy, and our galaxy is one of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe. Yet we don't know if we're alone in that vast expanse of space. So if we can find life on a solar system, moon, or planet, if we can find concrete evidence of a second genesis of life, we'll be very confident that our galaxy and our universe is teeming with life, because we see the ingredients for life everywhere. And if we know life could have started on 2 separate occasions in 2 very different environments, we can generalize that life of any kind could be everywhere.
I meet the scientists in the imaginary realm on a pink planet densely packed with data, models, simulations, and stories. And we swim in the uncertain, difficult solutions between planes of realities and subjectivities. at once imaging and imagining.
Thank you.
Oh, can we get the hand mic? Maybe just speak in here.
Thank you again, Wendy, for sharing your work with us. It was really, really beautiful to see, someone who's presenting work that is really thoughtful and kind of considering how we can move forward in this increasing age of technology and imagining new worlds and how life may exist in those new contexts. So thank you again for sharing. We're going to move now into the student presentations. So just as some quick notes and reminders, you will have, once again, 10 minutes to present your projects. Then after the 10 minutes of presentation, there will be 5 minutes of Q&A with the judges. If your presentation is shorter than 10 minutes, you'll just have additional Q&A time. Paul and I will be sitting in the front row, and we'll give cues for when you have 5 minutes left, 2 minutes left, and 1 minute left. For the judges, especially for those of you who are new this year, after they finish presenting, Paul and I will be down with the handheld mics, and just raise your hand if you have a question, and we will come and bring the mic to you so that you can ask the students your questions. So now let's move into the first presentation of the day, which will be UT Austin with Maizen Movement.
Check. Can we get the hand mics turned on? Check. So you have the ability to speak here or using hand mics?
Wait, how do I? This is front, this is back. Okay. Do you know how toxic athletic wear coatings are? Take a look at this sweaty runner in his sweaty clothes. Now, in the industry, the conventional solution for sweat resistance are textile sealants that contain toxic PFAS. But a 2025 study revealed that PFAS, or forever chemicals, were present in 87.9% of tested textiles. These chemicals are used to make our fabrics water and stain resistant, but they don't stay on the fabric. They absorb into our pores, causing serious health concerns. And what's even more concerning is that sweating alone can make your skin absorb over 3,000 times more PFAS from coating. That's why we've developed a bio-based alternative to synthetic water-resistant coatings designed specifically for cellulosic textiles, delivering performance without persistent toxic chemicals. Hi, I'm Selena Bakiva.
I'm Brendan Nguyen.
I'm Joanna Du.
I'm Naomi Vasquez, and honorable mention to our friend Ella Baird, who's also part of this team, who couldn't make it today.
And we are the Maizen Movement. We're a multidisciplinary team of chemists, designers, and public health researchers tackling sustainability and the textile industry. So, what if agricultural waste could be something wearable? That became the starting point for our early pilot study. We wanted to test whether we could transform an agricultural waste material into a functional textile sheet while remaining sustainable and biodegradable. But before we dive into the material itself, it's important to understand what agricultural waste we chose to work with. Bagasse. Bagasse is a fibrous byproduct that's left after sugarcane is processed for juice and sugar. And to make this idea practical and locally relevant, we were able to partner with a local Vietnamese restaurant in Austin and repurpose their abundant waste into our project. And so with that, our early pilot study showed promise. But it did raise another important question. Could then these textile sheets be made even more durable and functional? Previous studies revealed that compostable coatings could improve properties like durability and moisture resistance.
This then led us to ask, how are we able to adapt these proven coating systems to make bagasse-based textiles water resistant? We needed something that would align with our sustainable goals while also being practical at scale. We decided to use zein. Zein is a protein derived from corn. It's often used in pharmaceutical coatings, bioplastics, and food finishes. Now, corn is the second most harvested crop in the world, second to sugarcane, ironically. Annually, 1.2 billion metric tons of corn are produced each year, making it bioavailable and abundant. Now, we decided to move forward with zein as it's sustainable, biodegradable, naturally abundant, low cost, and easily accessible as a waste byproduct, making it a perfect candidate for our coating system. So to start out, we had to oxidize our cellulose sheets, and then we were able to attach the zein nanoparticles. We then embedded the beeswax, and lastly, a few of our samples received a PLA treatment. Now, as I stated before, our first ingredient used was zein. Zein has great film forming capabilities and has excellent adhesion to cellulose fibers. We paired it with the beeswax to enhance our water resistance. We also use polylactic acid, also known as PLA. PLA is derived from corn, so it's also a renewable resource. It's often used as a bioplastic, so it has that thin, flexible nature. And we also used it to improve our tensile strength.
And now for my area of expertise, the science. So we conducted a multitude of tests on our bagasse textiles, from infrared spectroscopy, a chemical characterization technique to identify amide peaks in zein, to water contact angle tests, which helped us gauge hydrophobicity, to tensile and abrasion testing. But as much as we tried, sugarcane paper just wasn't cutting it. I mean, we successfully attached our zein and beeswax to our textiles, which dramatically improved water resistance. But our tensile and abrasion tests showed us that it just wasn't strong enough for any practical garment application. I mean, what do you expect from something that basically is just paper? But on our quest to make bagasse more water resistant, we found a lot of potential in our waterproofing and coating technology. You see, the curious thing about our treatment is because we are chemically modifying the fibers themselves, whenever applied to any conventional cellulosic fiber like cotton, this treatment will not wash or wear off. So we started thinking about cotton's viability and sustainability in the activewear outerwear market. Just think, water and soil resistant textiles with the added benefit of not leaching PFAS or microplastics into the environment or your skin. All the chemistry we applied to bagasse could be directly transferred onto cotton. Easy as that. And the statistics don't lie. 67% of consumers would be willing to pay more for cotton activewear if it had the desired performance features. 8 in 10 consumers want more cotton activewear options. This tells us something really important. The market is simply waiting for cotton to perform better. So we're now applying our zein beeswax chemistry directly onto cotton. First, we use sodium periodate, and through a process called oxidative cleavage, this primes the cellulose fibers for further reactions with zein. The hydrophobic zein protein is then chemically attached to the active sites in the modified cellulose, and for added water resistance, we add a thin beeswax film. As an added benefit, we even regenerate our sodium periodate through ozone bubbling, so the process can restart all over again. Now, performance matters. We perform tensile, wash cycle, and water resistance tests. And our early results were highly encouraging. Our cotton textiles were about 7.5 times more water resistant than untreated cotton textiles. And while we are yet to examine our own wash cycle tests, Similarly treated textiles in a Colloids and Surfaces Journal article cited durability of their coating for up to 5 wash cycles. In addition, cited literature also cites improved breathability and wicking. And here's what that actually looks like. Now, that isn't to say there isn't room for improvement. Our water resistance metrics are highly encouraging for activewear, but as we continue to innovate, we seek to explore different knits, weave types, and chemical functionalization techniques to improve wicking ability in conjunction with our hydrophobic fibers.
So now the big question is there a market for this? The global stain-resistant apparel market was valued at $232 billion in 2025 and is expected to reach $395 by 2034. This shows us that the market is rapidly growing, but there is still dominated by synthetic material. Because of this, we believe that our coating can be integrated into an abundance of other cellulosic materials. And in the future, we seek to extend this application to an abundance of other cellulosic natural materials. But looking at the market, there is a structural split. Cotton is currently dominated for comfort wear, while polyester dominates performance wear. But the reality is that cotton cannot perform for high synthetic demand. But our priority would be to help brands already aligned with wellness, sustainability, and natural fibers. Looking at brands like Pact, Happy Earth, and Matte the Label, these are brands that already prioritize low organic, non-toxic materials. And our coating offers that same viability with these brands. So why should brands be pivoting their finishes? Well, looking at the sustainable activewear market, it was valued at $88 billion in 2024 and expected to double by 2030. This shows that the sustainable athletic wear market is high in demand, but there is still a major gap with truly natural, high-performance alternatives. And that's exactly where our concept fits in. But sustainability shouldn't just stop at production. You may be thinking, what does happen to our coating at the end of its life cycle? Well, since it's naturally derived from protein, wax, and cellulosic components, it may support biodegradation. And looking into the future, we seek to explore our research to figure out what our coating goes under natural environmental conditions.
So, by replacing synthetic finishes with a Zine beeswax coating system on cotton, we aim to restore performance through bio-based chemistry. This offers a scalable solution that aligns with comfort, function, sustainability, and healthier living. Because the real issue isn't what your athletic wear is made of, it's what it's been made to depend on. We are the Mazine movement, performance inspired by nature. Thank you.
Check.
All right, judge questions.
Hi, thanks for that. That was really interesting. This is definitely a space where there's a lot of interest in innovation. But my one question or concern was with focusing on cotton, which of course is a great material. I love wearing it, but it's a very water-intensive crop. So have you thought, if one of your goals is sustainability, about how you would source a more sustainable cotton to use in your garments, or was your goal to partner with companies already doing that?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So we are sort of focusing more on developing the coating formula. And so we would partner with manufacturers and provide that coating formula for them. And then we're not really focusing on the textile itself. And as we mentioned, this coating can be applied to other cellulosic fibers, but we're sort of giving that coating technology, and it can then be decided on what textile to use.
I want to add something as well. Since our coating is specialized for cellulosic fibers, it doesn't have to be just cotton. If you saw, there was piña. It also is applicable to hemp, and these fibers are a lot less water intensive than cotton, so it has a wide variety of uses.
A question about the coating. So, what properties did Zine provide? What properties did beeswax provide? And did you try them individually on the fabric?
So we did try them individually. Zine is naturally hydrophobic. It's derived from ethanol production, so it's soluble in ethanol and not water. So given that the hydrophobic qualities of the Zine when attached to the cellulose fibers makes the cellulose hydrophobic, Beeswax was added for added water resistance. This was sort of grandfathered in from our pilot study, which we didn't go too much in depth in, but our pilot study just tried to make paper more water resistant, and that simply wasn't viable. The zine alone with the paper wasn't viable enough.
Thanks for a great presentation. Can you describe where zine comes from in corn? Is it part of the husk? Is it part of the kernels? And is that an efficient, will it detract from the use of corn as nutrients?
I personally am not too sure what part of the corn it's derived from. I know it's derived from industrial ethanol production, which is very wide scale.
So it's a side product?
It is a byproduct.
Thank you for your presentation. Have a more of a technical question. Have you looked at what would be the added cost to a cotton textile? One of the things that happens in the fashion industry is that cost is as important as the design. So have you looked at what would be the added cost to a cotton textile?
So we are still more in the proof of concept stage, but we do want to, we have some partnerships right now, and we do want to do more market research and see, we have partnered with manufacturers and asked them, we know that consumers are willing to pay 10 to 15% more for sustainable products, and so we have that, but we don't have a certain price range right now, but it would be within that more. Mm-hmm.
Hi, thank you for that. So it seems like a big gap in this space is being all three of cost competitive as well as able to repel both water and oil. So I wonder if you've done any tests in repelling oil as well, and if not, if that's on your radar.
So our main, I guess we haven't explored much into oleophobic properties. I think the main player that we're trying to, our first step is just the main basic soil and water resistance that we get from PFAS. And if we could eliminate PFAS, that would be great.
I really liked your presentation. I feel like athletic wear is usually valued for its quick dry technology where it absorbs sweat a lot and it dries very quickly. So with a hydrophobic coating, would sweat be retained underneath the athletic wear itself when exercising, or how would the coating combat that?
That's something we would like to explore with different chemical functionalization techniques and what stage of fiber or textile production that this coating is applied to. Of course, the thing that's really attractive about synthetic fibers and activewear is that they both don't absorb water, and through capillary action, they disperse the water and allow the water to evaporate through just by nature of the high surface area it's exposed to. So we treated our textiles in the textile stage just because that was what was available to us. And so we're wondering, does a different weave type, does a different tightness, tightly spun yarn, does the treatment added in the fiber stage affect its properties, and also chemical functionalization techniques. So when we add our Z nanoparticles, the size of the nanoparticles is a factor that's thought to affect the hydrophobicity and how well it resists water. So kind of tweaking the ratios and how we perform the actual chemistry is something we want to explore. Oh, sorry, one more thing. In addition, it's thought to improve breathability and vapor permeation because the water doesn't absorb into the fibers themselves. Conventional cotton would absorb the water into its pores, and that's what keeps the water close to your body. Whereas when you make the fibers hydrophobic, the water doesn't have a chance to absorb into the fibers.
Great, thank you so much. That's all the time we have for questions. Next up, we'd like to invite McGill University Aero Solutions onto the stage.
I think I'll stand here. So the green button's, is it this one?
Yes.
Yeah. Hell no. Nah. Which, well, okay, I feel like I should, or do you want to stand here for the start of it?
I was just gonna look a little bit, like I'm not gonna go in front.
Well, I'm gonna stand here too. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Meenakshi, this is Carolyn, and that's Emmett, and together we're presenting Aero Solutions. So coming from Canada, we've noticed a few differences here in the US. For instance, back home, when we bag our groceries, we bag them in paper bags and eat our takeout with wooden forks and drink our coffee in cardboard straws. Many countries are increasingly moving towards reducing single-use plastics. But millions of pounds of plastics is still being thrown or dumped and through industrial waste operations cleanup. So we may not be able to do much about the coffee cups that you had this morning, but today we're tackling a much more overlooked problem with single-use plastics. Plastic sorbents used for oil spill cleanup. We're all used to throwing something away and forgetting about it. The current solution to clean up oil spills is to use plastic sorbents that absorb the oil and leave the water behind. They then end up with all the other plastics in waste management facilities where they are either burned, incinerated, or end up in landfills. Globally, 50% of plastic waste ends up in landfills, 22% is openly burned or dumped, and 19% is incinerated. Oil spills are also a problem, and the current solution is problematic. In trying to clean up one pollution, we are creating another. We have directly addressed this problem by creating a sorbent that is both biodegradable and hydrophobic, made of cellulose and dodecyl succinic anhydride. To make sure that a product is actually adaptable to the real world, we also conducted stakeholder outreach. So this consisted of members of parliament, directors of plastics, emergency response companies, and oil and gas companies as well. Each of them share their own distinct needs and operational conditions, such as sustainability, environmental concerns, and meeting regulations. But they all share one thing in common. Decisions are always driven by money. This is where we decided to test our sorbent against Uline, which is the industry standard used in North America. On the left, we have ours, and on the right, we have Uline. So we tested it based on the basis of speed and capacity, where speed is determined as the percent capacity reached in a fixed time, and capacity is determined as grams of oil absorbed per gram of sorbent. What we found out, we have the same speed, but twice the capacity, which means that we only need half of our sorbent to clean up the same amount of oil spills. We also wanted to know where we stood in terms of cost effectiveness. So what we did is we compared ourselves against current industry standards, Cabot and Uline, and their various products. So they range from $3 to $10, and what we used was a standardized metric of price per imperial gallon. We then compared ourselves with our projected price, which stands between $4 and $10. Now, to tell you a little bit more about our lab process, I'll pass it on to Carolyn.
Thank you. So we started working in the lab back in October once we figured out the basics of cellulose-based materials. We knew that we needed the product to be hydrophobic, which is an issue because cellulose is naturally hydrophilic. Both our supervisor and our literature review pointed us towards silanization, a technique where a silicon group attacks the hydroxyls on the cellulose surface. This technique is really popular because it can be performed in under a minute and it can lead to extensive surface coverage. However, we were concerned because in our literature review, we couldn't find that many tests on biodegradability, and we started to suspect that perhaps the coating was too permanent. So we tried testing other things like using polymers and freeze dryers, which we obtained through the help of Austin Richards, a PhD student at McGill. However, it seemed like no matter what we tried, the results just weren't there. Luckily for us, though, we made a major mistake. One day, we left a plastic container in the oven at over 100 degrees Celsius, not understanding that it could potentially melt. Thankfully, a researcher, Waleed, who shares our space, was super suspicious of us and checked on our work after we left. He quickly corrected our mistake and called us back in. We were really embarrassed and ready to be yelled at, but instead, he showed genuine interest in our project and suggested that we try using a sizing agent. Now, these are used in the pulp and paper industry to make paper water resistant, like with magazine paper. It's based on an esterification reaction, which again attacks the hydroxyl groups on the cellulose's surface. Specifically, we use dodecynyl succinic anhydride, whose hydrophobic component is made up of 12 carbon chains. What we noticed is that this reaction was less aggressive than the silanization technique, as it required 24 hours in the oven at above 130 degrees Celsius. Once we figured out the basics, we started playing around with the ratios. What we found was that too much sizing agent actually undermined the hydrophobicity, we think because it's clogging the pores. Too little sizing agent also reduced the absorption capacity, so there very much was a sweet spot. Next, we tried to assess the scalability, and we saw very quickly that we were using up a lot of alcohol. You have to understand, in the beginning, we were blending up the cellulose with the water and then performing a 5-day multi-solvent exchange with the alcohol. The alcohol is important because it has a lower surface tension, so as it evaporates in the oven, it leaves behind a porous material. It's also really good at interacting with both the hydrophilic cellulose and the hydrophobic sizing agent, so it stabilizes the esterification reaction and drives it forward. Our solution was to directly mix in the alcohol, and that saved us not only time and money, it also allowed us to reuse the alcohol. As you can see on the screen here, we can reuse the alcohol up to 7 times without significantly decreasing the absorption capacity. With this method, it only costs us $1.43 to clean up a gallon of oil. This has big implications for the scalability of our project. I will now hand it off to Emmett, who will discuss the human impacts.
Okay, so when we started this project, one of our main goals was to create innovative solutions to pertinent environmental issues. And what we found out during the course of our project was that when you eliminate the use of plastic, you directly benefit the environment by reducing the risk of pollution to the air, soil, and water. And this also has the downstream effect of improving the health of the ecosystem and humans down the line. So with all these exciting developments from the use of biosourced sorbents, how can we get our project to the next level and make it competitive on the market? So firstly, our sorbent already has distinct advantages. The production process is projected to be affordable, and the product is uniquely biodegradable compared to current oil spill sorbents. However, there are still many aspects of our sorbent that require further development, such as tests like microscopic characterization. And in addition, unknown biocompatibility of our sorbent in the environment creates a major regulatory barrier to get us, of course, on the market. But one major opportunity for us is that the new leader of Canada has committed to increasing the development and the extraction of resources, including fossil fuels, which will, of course, increase demand, hopefully, for products like ours, oil spill sorbents. And at the same time, they've designated plastics as toxins and are working towards cutting out the use of single-use plastics. And consumers, a lot of them in Canada, also share this desire to move away from plastics and towards more biosourced solutions. So this leads us to our main critical perspective, which is that currently, biodegradable sorbents are handled the same way as plastic sorbents after use. And unfortunately, the infrastructure to handle these biodegradable sorbents does not exist. So new infrastructure will have to be developed to mitigate this risk and innovate. So despite these challenges, we are really excited to continue our work next year. First, we want to understand the material better, so we will perform FTIR and SEM imaging tests. Second, we want to start field training as soon as possible, and luckily for us, a Montreal-based company called UME offered to use our product in a real oil spill to assess its usability. And thirdly, we're planning on performing extensive environmental testing, such as looking at the biodegradability in the soil and water and biocompatibility in terms of marine life. And lastly, we're open to testing alternative coatings to see how the formulation changes can impact characteristics like hydrophobicity. All this will be performed by our team at McGill next year, and we're so grateful to represent them here today. Thank you for listening. Was I speaking? Could they hear me?
All right, judge questions.
Thanks, guys. You're showing your material as kind of a sheet or even a small tuft almost, but we're talking about an application that is at a pretty large scale. Can you tell us more about how you expect your design to have to change the actual material to meet the needs of the scale of the application that you're speaking to?
Yeah, for sure. So we spoke to quite a few emergency response companies who are directly responsible for using these products, and they have different preferences. So some of them like to use just the sheets, and some of them like to use the booms only, but a few of them like to use a combination of all of them. But what you need to know is that there's 3 major forms that our product can be presented as. The grains are for coastal areas where you need to adapt to more rocky terrains. And the sheets are for like calm waters where you want to lay it right on top. And the booms are when you have bigger spills and you just want to contain that and prevent it from moving forward. So currently, we're most adapted to the grain form and the booms, where we would take the fluffy material and put it in a sock of sorts. If we wanted to start making the sheets, we'd have to try using different fibers that are perhaps longer, something more like cotton, just to improve the tensile properties and make sure that it doesn't break apart while it's there.
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question, but I want to first congratulate you on the way you communicated your chemistry survey without really getting into the technical details and explaining it really well. And the statistics, the rigor in the statistics, right? Like how do you make a point and justify it and so on. So my question to you is, think about filter paper, right? You can have engineered fibers that can speed up the process very much. Like cellulose engineering is a field in itself. So how are you going to not only explore scale, but also engineering on the molecular level so that you can get it faster and more carrying capacity?
Are you asking which specific tests that we plan in the future?
Or are you considering to explore a molecular engineering method as well to be able to increase the capacity and the speed of your material?
I think absolutely. We want to understand what's going on at the microscopic level for sure. This year we focus mostly on the proof of concept, and then unfortunately our supervisor is retiring, so we will find a new one. But we will definitely be focusing on people in our materials engineering department. Yeah,
well done, the 3 of you. That was really impressive. My question was around, that kind of afterlife once you've done the oil spill. You talked about needing to develop infrastructure. I was just wondering if you'd had a thought about what that infrastructure would look like, and do you have to adapt current systems, or would it require a total overhaul?
So there actually does exist a Montreal-based company called Terragon, where they take waste products and then they incinerate it for energy extraction, but they are still in their early stages where they're not quite used a lot. So I think what that is a good example of there are people who are developing this infrastructure, but we need to get governments on board and municipalities on board and actually integrating it into cities and seeing it more and more. So yeah.
And just to add, and at the same time, we know that there isn't a current infrastructure for biodegradable waste, but there is an infrastructure that's already in place for plastic waste. And as such, even if we were to, or get rid of this sorbent, cellulose-based sorbent, in a way that plastic waste is gotten rid of, like incineration, it would be way less carcinogenic because, obviously burning plastic is more carcinogenic in burning cellulose, which would be like burning firewood. So that's, yeah.
I had a question about how the coating that you're using, how is it found, how is it made, what are the processes that go into actually making the coating itself, so the chemicals that are in your coating?
Oh, the digestional succinic anhydride? That is a really good question, and unfortunately, I don't know quite how it's made, but I do know that it's used extensively in the pulp and paper industry. So it's a well-established supply chain for that coating. And I can also say that that is only a fraction of our final price. It makes up less than 1% of our final price of $1.43 per gallon. So I do know that it's the most affordable component.
All right, I think that's all the time we have for questions. So thank you so much to the McGill team. Next up, could we have the UDIT team, Mukaria?
Hello, morning. Thank you for being here. We are really excited to share with you our work. We are Lucia, Alejandra, Augusto, and Alondra, who wasn't able to come here. We come from UDIT, Spain, and this is Bucaria, a modular nesting system. So for our project, we chose to work with common house martin, a small migratory bird that travels thousands of kilometers every year between Africa and Spain. What makes this bird unique is their remarkable sense of place, because when they return every year, they come back to the exact same nest they built the year before, and they continue doing this year after year. A part of this is pretty interesting, that they construct their nest with mud, water, and rest of different plants. And according to our investigation, more than 95% of their nests are constructed in buildings. So they consider nature as our buildings, and only 5% are constructed in trees, for example. The problem is that many times when they come back, many of these nests have disappeared. As city grows and buildings are renovated, their nest sites are removed, despite the species being protected by law in Spain and having an essential role in the ecosystem. So the thing is that the nests don't magically disappear. People remove them from the buildings because of the dirt and mud, because of the way the bird constructs and create the nests. So with all of this, this led us to an important question that we ask ourselves. So how can city grow without pushing nature away?
Well, so this question really matters, because common house martins are not only birds. They are natural allies to our cities, and I'll tell you why. Because as an insectivorous species, they help us to control mosquito population. So we can help also to an ecological balance and also to prevent human diseases like dengue. Biologists from Cordoba, Spain, shared with us that it's so important to protect these birds, not only for conservation, but to help to reduce the amount of mosquito in this area. So we can foster to more resilient and healthier cities. And this is where Mucara begins.
Mucaria was born in Cordoba, Spain, and for its geometry we were inspired by mucarnas, which are traditional Andalusian and Islamic architectural compositions whose cavities naturally create spaces for inhabitation. So with all this in mind, we created Mucaria, a modular nesting system designed to create safe homes for common house martins. Instead of removing nature from our buildings, Mucaria transforms ornament into habitat, because we believe humans are part of nature and architecture should help us connect with it.
Mucaria is designed as a modular and scalable system that can be installed on existing buildings and adapted to different urban environments. Its design draws inspiration, as she said, from traditional Andalusian patios and the common ceramic pots commonly found on building facade. The ceramic modules are suspended from hook walls, as you can see in the photo, creating a lightweight system that can be easily installed, as I said, on existing buildings, while respecting the architectural character.
Well, materiality exploration was fundamental for our development proposal, because Mucaria is made of eggshell-based bioceramic, and we also add some ingredients like glycerin, water, alginate, propionate, and some natural pigments. And we wanted to recall the texture of natural adobe, that is a type of clay that birds naturally use to build their nests. So we can have a material like that can be breathable and biodegradable. And we truly want to be part of this alliance between material, species, and surroundings. And also, we wanted to design an open source project so everyone can be able to access to it and also to develop it with their own local solutions. And we want to share with you that Mucaria is not just a product, it's a system with, we can coexist and also make symbiosis with humans, between humans and species.
Every city has its own species, materials, and cultural identity. That's why we wanted to create a project that could adapt to any place in the world. So by following this formula, we imagined how the Mucaria could adapt to different cities. So for instance, using scallop shells, solitary bees, and Gawara roof tiles, it could adapt to Tokyo, Mexico City with nopal, free-tailed bat, and Mesoamerican pyramids, and even in New York, perhaps using oyster shells, chimney swifts as the main species, and fire escapes as the architectural element. Because Mucaria is not just a product, it is a framework for designing with nature. Our vision goes beyond creating nests, and we imagine cities that support entire ecosystems, cities that do not push nature away, but grow together with it. Thank you very much for your attention. You can follow us on Instagram and scan the QR code for the video.
Hi, great presentation. I have a question. I think as a biomaterial, the eggshell bioceramic recipe is really great, and I'm glad that you guys tried that out. I'm curious how the house martins might feel about a bird habitat that's made mostly from, or like a majority of it is from eggshell?
Well, we wanted to recall the similar adobe, the similar very original material. So we wanted also to create this. Well, they know how to do their nest, no? But we wanted to recall maybe something that they can be identify. But at this stage, we will like to prove it and to test it. But we think that this kind of biomaterial could be for this goal.
I have kind of a two-part question. The first is around the decision to have 3 as your kind of minimum scale. I understand that they can be kind of aggregated. From my understanding of house martins and also the other house martin houses that are on the market for more rural settings, the colony sizes are quite large. So how are you thinking about 3 being the minimum size? And then the second is around the kind of species agnostic view that this could be used for very diverse species ranging from bees all the way to other bird species or bats. My understanding is that these different species have extremely different requirements in terms of heights, orientations, materialities, and sizes. How are you thinking about the digital platform or kind of open source platform as a way to disseminate that kind of scale of specificity?
So yeah, they normally live like in group. They always nest more than families. So when we started designing, we decided that this was like our standard version. As this is modular, we have a bigger version for 6 families of house martins. And the thing is, with this triangle form, every module could be installed next to each other. So according to the bird necessity, maybe just 1 or out of 10 different nests, they could create like a community according to how many birds are in that moment requiring those nests. And the thing is that this is like our start, and our view for the future would be like creating for different species, and we know they have like different requirements, so maybe we should explore every species in particular, every place in particular, according to where they install their nest, and for example, which material would be much better than, for example, bioceramic, but yeah, it's like a future revision.
Okay, hi. This is a really beautiful project, thanks. I have 2 questions. First, did you get to test if the martins actually like to use these nests? Do you have prototypes that you were able to put out, and did any birds nest there? And second, if the goal is for the nest to be maintained over many years, does there need to be regulation or some kind of laws in different cities that would require buildings to continue to place these if they were making any improvements or construction? And have you explored that at all?
Sorry, the first question?
The first question was just, did you see if any birds actually would use your
yes.
nest?
Sorry. So we haven't tested like our product, but we know there are previous examples like artificial nests that these species already uses, because they are not that picky with the nest. They just have like really specific requirements about the location, because they want to feel like safe from the wind and rain, and that's why we designed something that could adapt to corners and roofs. But apart from that, we know that they would normally use the nests, but we still have to put it to test. And regarding the second question, we have thought about the open source in a way that the material is kind of degradable, so it would probably like get like old. But the idea is that each user has a mold that they can use to create a new one. Like we would have a tutorial for the biomaterial, they can create it, make a new nest, and this way they can like make the link between the user and the animal like stronger. So yes, the idea is that each season or every 2 years they create a new nest, and yeah, that's it.
Quick question. You mentioned early in your presentation that the birds come back to the same nest. Is there any understanding or knowledge around how they identified that nest that they built the previous year? And yeah, I guess how that would factor into your design as well.
So we weren't able to talk with the birds, but we know that's like the thing is, our vision is to, as people are removing the nest, our goal is to install this nest where people are removing them. So we know that when they return, we don't know if they specifically will go to our nest. I mean, in the exact position we are installing them, but our goal is to test, well, there was a nest here and they are coming back. So maybe if we install it in the same place, they will use it, but we should test it.
I have a question about the process of building the nests, right? Sometimes birds build the nests, martins probably as well, so, as part of courtship, so that when you provide them with a prefab nest, they may not have the opportunity to show off their building skills to attract mates and so on. So, have you looked into like what's the process of building the nest and how it's important for the bird itself?
Yes, they don't normally create the nests every year. They only remake them if they are damaged or partially like destroyed, or even if people have destroyed them, they try to remake them. So basically, they don't necessarily need to build them every year. They build them once, and then when they come back, they expect it to be already there. So.
Thank you again for your presentation. I really appreciated that you had an interview with a biologist with one of your slides earlier. I was curious if you reconnected with them after you developed your prototype to check in and get their feedback. I think you're hearing some feedback from the judges of whether you had your expert provide their commentary.
Yes, so we talked to them about the species and what they would think about the project, and they know the importance of having these species. So when we showed them the project back, well, in the image you can read the whole text, but we only like put the main idea. But they agree that it's a great idea, like a great result, because it's the objective or the main focus is that people like the product and they want to install it in their homes. So this way we would have more nests, and since it's like they're having more and more difficult to maintain the species, it would probably help the biology, yeah.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you to the Mukaria team. Next, can we have the Morris County School of Technology team come to the stage?
Thank you so much. Brennan, stand next to me. I'm gonna pass it. Good afternoon, everyone. We are students from the Morris County School of Technology, a public vocational high school located in Denville, New Jersey. Today, we are here to share with you Beeline, our robotic pollinator. Every spring, over 3,000 beekeepers load up their trucks with colonies preparing for the long journey to California. On arrival, over 10 billion bees will be unleashed on the almond trees of the Central Valley. Their task, moving pollen from the anther to the stigma of a flower. Some plants can be self-pollinated, meaning they can be fertilized with pollen from their own anther. But as many as 90% of plants rely on cross-pollination, or pollen from a different flower. This means they need a vector, wind, water, or an animal, most commonly bees. Almond trees can only be pollinated by bees, none of the other vectors, and they're not alone. 75% of fruit, vegetable, and nut plants can exclusively be pollinated by bees. This is raspberries, strawberries, pears, apples, pumpkins, cucumbers, just to name a few.
Although the demand is massive, shipping bees is inadequate because doing so exposes them to debilitating environmental fluctuations, fumes, vibrations, and other factors that negatively impact their health and pollination efficiency. And because of this, the insurance to cover these bees can raise costs upwards of $250,000 per one truck of bees. Therefore, scientists and farmers have explored alternatives in the past, including manual pollination, where you take a paintbrush and you manually paint pollen onto each plant, and handheld or mounted sprayer systems, where you spray pollen solutions onto plants, but the high pressure can damage plants, and up to 99% of the pollen can miss entirely.
Bubbles. They're an ideal delivery device. The pollen becomes fully incorporated into the membrane until it arrives on the stigma and bursts. The pollen is transferred to the flower, but it does not damage it because it's so gentle. Additionally, when they're dispensed from a device mounted to a zip line, it achieves speeds significantly higher than those of manual methods. There's strong scientific evidence to support this idea, specifically a 2020 study by Gang and Miyako. They found that 95% of pear trees they pollinated with bubbles bore fruit, compared to only 58% in the control group. This tells us that the biology is sound, but the study left a few gaps. One of their observations was that much of the pollen was wasted as bubbles entirely missed their targets. To address this, we have an innovative solution mimicking one of bees' most unique features.
The friction between a bee's body and the surrounding air particles grants them a positive charge. This helps bees locate crops which naturally have a negative charge due to their connection with the earth, and also allows pollen to jump from a flower onto a bee's body for efficient pollen carrying. Our bubbles will mimic this characteristic of bees using chitosan, a non-toxic biodegradable biopolymer derived from shellfish exoskeletons, but in this case, fungal cell walls. It is entirely safe for plants and gains a positive charge when dissolved in acidic solutions. And specifically, we used a solution with 22.5 milliliters of a 10% acetic acid solution, or a chitosan dry weight of only 0.225 grams. And although the acetic acid is not typically safe for plants, citric acid and other acids are and have been used in the past. The low volumes of chitosan allow opportunities in the future for safer and lower acid concentrations.
However, in the study, they intended for the bubbles to be dispensed by a drone. However, drones are extremely expensive. They can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000 each, and that's not counting the cost of hiring a certified drone pilot. Additionally, the rotors of a drone can blow these bubbles away. Their battery lives can last for less than an hour, and their carrying capacity is incredibly small. On the other hand, zip lines are incredibly cheap. Beeline only costs about $135 to make, which is less than 1 hour of hiring a certified drone pilot. And to use Beeline, you don't need to have any special training to use or repair it, as we simply use a remote control and the side panel opens up for very easy maintenance.
Functionality and aesthetics were both heavily considered in our design process. For a shell, we initially started with a clear plexiglass box. This was very open, not as visually appealing as we had hoped, and not as stable either. So we moved to our second iteration. That is the trapezoid shape you see on the top left of your screen. It has hexagons mimicking a honeycomb, but for a final design, we decided to shape it like a bee wing. Just like bees, it uses less material, but achieves the same stability. Our zipline attachment was developed in parallel. We started with a single pulley wheel powered by a DC motor, but the device was rocking side to side, so we decided to add 2 more, which made its way to the final device you see today.
Here's our final design, a zipline-mounted bubble machine with crosswire movement and omnidirectional movement of our bubble machine. Now, these characteristics are a result of numerous design elements, including a motorized central wheel and a bubble machine which is attached to 2 servos, which are embedded within the central arm. So here's a top-down view of our design, and as mentioned before, the very first panel you see above mimics the structure of a bee's wing. Now, you can see here that this is where our servos are located, with one responsible for horizontal movement of the bubble machine and the other responsible for vertical movement. On top, you can see 2 pulley wheels are located, and this is responsible not only for stability, but also overall motion of our design, which is powered by the central wheel. Now, to discuss the interior of our design, we have a custom solution tank located on the left, with all of our circuitry present on the right, which features an Arduino and H-bridge.
Implementing Beeline is astoundingly simple. Farmers simply need to set up 2 wires running along their crops and place the device on it. Fill the solution tank with a mixture of pre-made chitosan bubble solution and add in the pollen of the desired crop. Then they can simply press start on the remote. After it completes its cycle, it does not need to reset as it even has a reverse option.
Now, looking at the cultural context and implementation, Beeline will seamlessly integrate into existing infrastructure. We had the privilege of speaking with the former director of innovations at Hampton Farms, and we determined that bird deterrence and shade provision were just a few of the many ways that these implemented cables could be repurposed. Indoor farming is on the rise. It uses nutrients, water, and space much more efficiently, and this creates less waste. Unlike a drone, Beeline can pollinate hydroponically grown crops indoors. Our overall goal is not to replace bees or reduce the urgency to protect them. Beeline is designed for supplemental use, to take pressure off of the food supply while the bee population can recover. Now, bubble solution may seem like a cause for concern during runoff, but chitosan is plant safe and all ingredients are very low in concentration. When pollen alights on the stigma, it grows a tiny tube down the style and into the ovary to fertilize it. We ran an experiment, exposing pollen to our bubble solution before examining under a microscope. The image on the right shows a pollen tube, meaning the pollen was able to germinate successfully using our solution. Now, looking at cross-pollination, it could be harmful, but it is not a major concern. Farmers already time crops, and they have been able to place physical barriers to avoid it, and the same precautions would be taken with Beeline. Additionally, the bubbles can travel much shorter distances than a bee would, and this creates an even smaller risk for cross-pollination. Overall, Beeline can also aid the environment. It lessens how many trucks drive bees across the country, and this lowers the carbon emission. It also encourages high-density farming, and this overall lowers the land demand.
Beeline is created using PETG shell parts, and these parts are not biodegradable, but can be recycled at selected facilities. In addition, these issues are temporarily mitigated due to PETG's exceptional durability and resistance to chemicals, heat, water, impact, and pressure. And our entire machine is designed to avoid the rare safety risks that would lower the lifespan of Beeline. For example, keeping our electronics and our solution separate. Overall, Beeline is designed with sustainability, cost, efficiency, and accessibility in mind. And doing so, we can create a better future for everyone involved in the agricultural industry. The bees, the farmers, and all of us who rely on the food they produce. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to judge questions.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and very important work. You're from New Jersey, and New Jersey is the garden state, so I'm sure that they're going to be very happy with your solution. A question, have you thought about how are you going to deploy your product? So I see that cost is very important for your solution. Have you thought about maybe doing something open source, or how do you think, how do you envision the future of Beeline?
The future of Beeline is very bright because we need to make minimal changes in order to have the solution work. It is also a very cyclical method where once you purchase your initial pollen, the pollen from the plants you're pollinating can be used to repurpose our solution overall. And this pollen can be easily removed using positive charges just like bees. Therefore, it is an efficient solution that can be used in a long term all over the world, and it is accessible to everyone, which is very important for us.
And also, our product, we are planning to first start with local farms, and right now we are in the prototyping stage, but later on we can go on to local farms, and we've already communicated with a few, like Hampton Farms as mentioned, and from that we are probably trying to scale up in our process. So.
Yeah, Hampton Farms mentioned that customers will actually be willing to pay more oftentimes for sustainable solutions, and they gave us the gem of a quote, "If it works, we'll buy it." So.
Just curious about your selection process. Why did you decide to choose bubbles as a form factor to deliver the pollen versus maybe like droplets that you can, charge through certain production methods, I guess?
We wanted to focus heavily on bubbles because we were looking for a very gentle solution. We were looking for some more unique ways of pollination after seeing the negative effects that you get with other systems such as hand pollination and mounted sprayer systems. We saw one study on bubbles and we thought it was really, really cool. And we decided that these flaws are flaws that we can address with a little bit of science and a little bit of effort, or a lot of effort, I would say. So overall, we just figured that bubbles would be a fun and also eye-catching solution. By drawing attention to the solution and a problem with bubbles, it is more palatable, I feel, for the general audience.
I have a question related to the delivery of the bubbles to the plants or the flowers. So, do you direct the bubbles towards the plants, or do you expect the wind to blow it there, or so how does and what kind of heat rate do you expect to have? Like how many bubbles are gonna miss? How many bubbles are gonna hit an actual flower?
So we have taken measures for improved accuracy, the 180-degree rotation of the servo motors, and of course the charged chitosan. But those are definitely some next steps we would really like to investigate. We want to look into other acids to dissolve the chitosan, and hopefully we can be able to have more so it has a stronger charge and more accuracy. We also would be able to pre-program the device so that it matches the farm specifically.
Any additional judge questions?
Hi, thank you for a lovely presentation. I think it's a really cool product. I'm wondering where the pollen comes from. Is that something you purchase to put into your robot, or is it does it come from the trees somehow?
Yes, the pollen you can buy, and while this is going to be expensive initially, once you start pollinating crops, you can actually use the pollen from these crops you're pollinating to pollinate other crops. That's what we're saying before with the very cyclical strategy, and also, once again, mimicking the bee's characteristics of that charge, where because of that positive charge, the pollen will jump from the flower onto their bodies. We believe that once you got crops that are pollinated, you can use positive charges to remove pollen from these crops and then reinvest it into the solution for use in the long term.
So not all flowers have open pollen, but that is one of the defining characteristics of many bee-pollinated crops, that the pollen is just openly available on the surface.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you to Morris County School of Technology. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. So please be back here at 11 for the next slate of student presentations.
Have we kind of pulled people in from outside?
Yeah, I think we should
Ask
do
that.
people to kind of return to their seats.
Everyone? Hello? Hello? Hi, we ask you to return to your seats. We'll get started in just 2 minutes. Hello? Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Can you return to your seats, please? Please return to your seats and prepare for the next round of student presentations. Do we have the CCS team here? All right, we're going to get started with the next round of student presentations.
As with last time, there are 10 minutes to present, followed by 5 minutes of question and answer with the judges.
Alrighty, hello. We are Flow State, a temporary bio-based spray paint made from food waste, built for a city in flow. We are from College for Creative Studies. My name is Odell Carson. I am a color materials designer.
My name is Max Van Dyne. I am studying design for sustainability.
My name is Abigail Carvalho. I am a product designer, and we also have Amber Tao, who's also a color materials study master's, but she couldn't be here with us today.
But what is Flow State, Max?
So, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, who first defined the concept of flow, describes flow as an activity that's done for its own sake, even when it is difficult or dangerous.
But we have defined flow as more than just being contained by a single human mind. Detroit, our backdrop, became our what we call and define as a city in flow, a city where rhythm and movement is the intersection that becomes a living organism for a city, and Detroit specifically, a history of grit and determination that has turned into creation and innovation, where we look at the murals that personify this collectively.
There are over 700 murals in Detroit itself. It's become part of its history and creative history and part of the culture and the people. We were able to interview with 2 Detroit-based muralists, one of them being Aijana Cortez, and she commented on the toxicity of the spray paint itself. They have to wear gloves, they have to wear a face mask so it doesn't get on their skin. It's just a big health concern. It's a big health concern, especially when they're doing it for hours a day. And our second muralist spoke about the recyclability of the cans and how they have to throw away over 300 spray cans a mural, and it can be even more. So that creates a lot of waste.
And so what makes up a mural? So murals are made up of 3 different forms here. The first is the base coat, which adheres the paint to the substrate below, the pigment itself, and the top coat, which protects everything. Now, breaking it down, spray paint is just a lot of plastic, from the methyl-methyl acrylate binders, the dibutyl phthalate plasticizers, the nonylphenol isophthalates, surfactants, along with the acetone solvents. Now, all of these have their own individual health and environmental concerns, but this gave us a roadmap to understanding how we can make these non-toxic, with this being a quick sneak peek.
And to make all of this a reality, we've partnered with Ecosphere Organics. They're a Detroit-based company that works with waste from local stores and turn it into raw materials. Or Ecosphere Organics contacted us with Li Juan, who is part of the Li Juan Council, who founded Feed Your Neighborhood. What they do is also take waste from other stores and food places around Detroit and literally give it back to the neighborhood. But there's still waste from these places. So this is where we got our inspiration to take that and give it back to the neighborhood and make our spray paint. And Adele's gonna walk us through how we did this.
Starting with precedents in pigment extraction, we started to look at, for example, if you were to boil red onion skins, the dye that you get from that water is your dye, but what you just did was create another stream of waste with the onion skins. So instead, we take our raw materials that we source from Feed Your Neighborhood, and we dehydrate them, take the moisture fully out, and we grind them into what becomes our pigment dye later on in our system.
And in addition, for our hard-to-extract pigments like black beans, we utilize microwave-assisted extraction, which utilizes microwaves to break down the material and really extract the brightness and saturation, also known as chroma.
And to measure the chroma, we've used a spectrometer. This way we define our palette colors, coding them correctly.
Looking at the LAB readings, we were able to find the lightness of each of our raw materials as they interact with substrates, as well as the red to green shift and the yellow to blue shift. With this, we can define the chroma, and it can be used in our scalability of actually being able to tell what we are going to hit every time we create a paint with these raw materials. Looking at our paint system itself, starting with the binder, we chose a stale bread binder because of this. When it goes from good to stale, the bread actually goes through a retrogradation process and gelatinizes the starch that we need to actually, for our pigments and everything to bind together. And then we combine that with the red onion skin rebar because of the cellulose found in the red onion skins create that film and that high tensile strength, as well as stabilize the paint itself. And then using an aquafaba found in chickpeas, because of the plant saponins, it has an oil head and a water tail that actually allows for everything to emulsify because we have oils and waters and dry pigments all coming along. And with this, it creates that low viscosity that can actually go through a spray gun. And then topping it off with glycerin as a plasticizer because of the polymer change that it creates. It helps to prevent from cracking while drying. And lastly, clove oil, because of the eugenol, it acts as a co-solvent and acts as a preservative, as well as a beautiful smell when you spray it. The other opportunity that we found, instead of a problem, it became something that was actually beautiful. Some pigments like black beans or strawberries or purple cabbage contain anthocyanins. So when they are sprayed, they spray out neutral, and then when they interact with the high alkalinity substrate like cement, they can shift colors as the pH is going to basic, and they can continue to shift colors from green to orange.
So this implemented and influenced our base coat, which we made out of eggshells and stale bread. So we have one with citric acid and one without, which allows us to control when the shift is occurring. And it also allows us to make up to 4 different colors using just one pigment.
And to top it all off, we've created a top coat that's high gloss and protects the paint from the weather and from anything that comes near it. It's made up of gelatin and glycerin, and yeah, it protects.
Looking at this, once we had our system in place of our paint, we conducted our weather testing, and what we did was we produced 2 substrates of brick and cement, and we put them outside into a week of rain, and what we found is that it can actually withstand light friction and light abrasion as well as light rain, but when they are combined, it actually creates that temporary paint that we were trying to shoot for. But the only thing, that's only half of the problem was the paint itself. The other half is the can.
So we actually started off with an off-the-shelf refillable spray can called a U-can, and we had some issues with that. One being we had to constantly be repressurizing it using a bike pump. The actual particle size was too large, and so it kept getting clogged. And the fermentation after leaving it inside for a little bit meant that we had some rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
For lack of better words, we accidentally created a food bomb.
So These are all obviously really big problems, and so we wanted to figure out ways to solve them. So we started off with the clogging issue, where we created and prototyped a tabletop jet mill to more efficiently reduce the particle sizes.
And to fix the food bomb and the recyclable can system, we created and developed a portable and modular spray system that would be carried by the muralist, which is connected and can take off a air pump, which is connected to the spray gun, which has the paint, and they can change it out throughout, so it doesn't disrupt their flow.
To actually bring this concept to life, we utilize zero-gravity fed spray guns, and we collabed with our school, and they gave us the opportunity to create a little mini mural at what we like to call the aisle. Shout out our instructor, the Miss Melanie, she made that name. And then with this, we had our event, and we proved that it does perform the same way as paint, but instead of you having to put on those respirators and those gloves, it does not hurt you, and you actually are learning about what we do with our food waste, and we're giving it a better life cycle.
So this typically lasts, we found, around 2 to 3 weeks, but anywhere from a week to over a month, depending on sunlight and rain conditions. And really what we found is that while we started with trying to replace spray paint, what this ended up being is not necessarily a direct replacement for spray paint, but a replacement for what we think about spray paint and how we use it. Because as we're looking with this temporary spray paint, what this turns into is it helps us to understand the temporality of nature and create a new medium and a new experience for art so that we can become more direct and involved within it. And so when looking at the spray paint and looking at the results that we had, we wanted to see and explore some possibilities outside of the traditional muralist landscape that we were starting with. First off was working on and looking at construction as a potential opportunity, specifically with pipes and conduit tracing.
It's not only used on brick and cement, but we can also use it in the environment. Since it's not toxic, it can be used to mark down invasive species without tampering or hurting it.
And like the event we did at CCS at our school, we can see this actually being something that can be implemented through city to city, and you can create these events with your partners that have local food banks, and we can use Ecosphere to be the powerhouse to actually make it all come to life. And with this, you can educate people, you can start the process of young, where they're kids, and when you start those early habits of actually learning, and you can actually give them an opportunity to create a new system for this life cycle and create a new flow. We are Flow State. Thank you.
All right, judge questions.
Thanks for a great presentation. I just wanted to get a better sense of what prep would look like before you started using the actual spray gun. Would you be adding powder to a mix and then stirring it, or how do you imagine someone would go about using it and storing it if
An amazing question. So with Ecosphere Organics in this scenario, you would come, we would do a subscription base, and you would tell them what you're going to make or what you want the day prior, because right now our paint has a shelf life of 2 days once it is made. And to actually make it, yes, they are all dry ingredients, and then our solvent is water, but specifically at a 65 degrees Celsius due to actually heating up the aquafaba to make that emulsion. And because our ingredients are all food waste and the fermentation process that happens, we are working with Ecosphere to actually lengthen the shelf life once it is created.
Thank you for the presentation. Hi, I'm here. I had a question regarding the market research and the cost of the product, and also if you were able to give some samples to any local artists.
Yes, so basically what we were looking at is for the actual spray paint system and the hardware, we don't have a full working prototype. We're estimating a $50 to $100 price range for that, along with, for the paint, again, we're also looking at subscriptions, but per paint, we're looking at potentially $10 to $20. Then this puts us competitively in the range of more higher-end spray paints that muralists use, along with other air and paint gun systems that we typically can see. With regards to the market research and understanding, I think What was your second part of your question? Yes, so that's also a really good question. So unfortunately, we did not have enough time to work directly with Aijana and Oshun to give us the examples of what the paint was. But when we were working on our paint in the alleyway, we did have some other students who have made murals in the past, and we got some pretty good feedback from them.
Have you thought about how to possibly get this in the hands of the graffiti tagging community, which supposedly doesn't exist?
That was a question early on, and it was more so, instead of trying to make a replacement for spray paint, we wanted to give them a new art medium. So to get it in the hands of those people, we would go straight to the ground, like we did with Feed Your Neighborhood and get in our raw materials. We would find these artists that don't want to necessarily be found via the muralists that want to be found, because they know all the cool people that don't want to, But yes. Yeah.
Great presentation, guys. Construction industry was one of your markets. I noticed that this, maybe by nature of where you're getting the pigments from, is kind of a duller color, more organic color. Can you speak on how you can get to something that's more fluorescent that you see in the construction industry?
For sure.
Yeah.
So specifically, we have a few colors, right? So if we were to use black bean, or actually purple cabbage creates this super vibrant green. And so that could be seen easily. But if you don't want to have that shift, carrot and tangerine actually became our two highest chroma paints, with also beets comes out very red and doesn't shift between bricks and cement. So there's a few options in our color palette that would allow for more vibrancy to see those lines.
And to add on to that color that we saw with that bright yellow is almost the exact same color as the pigment we got from that tangerine.
Yeah. As well as the white on there, that was our base coat, and that's very bright white.
And that's also,
well.
the base coat could also be spray painted.
Yeah.
And so that could be used as an indicator as well.
Yes. It's our base
Yes.
coat.
Made from eggshell with, I can't give you all the ingredients, because, yes.
Is there a possibility to use it also as a delivery medium to deliver microbes to different indoor, outdoor environments to change the microbiome?
Yeah, that definitely is an opportunity for that. I think that's something that we have to explore further. Right now, we've been primarily focused on developing this for our spray paint, but there is a clear possibility for delivering other forms and other mediums along with our technology that we've developed.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you to the CCS team. Next, could we invite the Northumbria team to come to the stage?
Hello, everyone. Hi. Is this okay? Okay. Hi. My name is Mia, and this is Dana.
Good morning.
And we are both undergraduate graphic design students at Northumbria University. And this is Mr. Rain. Sorry, there we go. This is Mr. Rain, our most vital team member.
Mr. Rain sends his sincere apologies for not joining us on stage today. He's already had his fleeting visit, and he's back to his incredibly demanding schedule, filling his primary role of sustaining life.
Water is the planet's primary climate regulator. While it covers 71% of the Earth's surface, only 2.5% of the world's water is fresh, and less than 1% is accessible to us.
This tiny fraction is our lifeblood. circulated by nature's hydrological cycle. This is a closed loop, ancient and responsible for every known biological process on Earth.
In Britain, an interesting report revealed that 43% of us use the weather as a conversational icebreaker. As a maritime nation, that bond is almost always built on a collective grumble about our wet conditions.
We've turned a vital resource into a national moan. Most of us are privileged enough to never think about where water comes from until something goes very wrong.
2026 has been England's wettest start to the year on record. But by 2055, we will face a daily water shortfall of 5 billion litres. The Environment Agency has warned us that this needs urgent intervention. But so far, those warnings have fallen on deaf ears.
Our insight is that our fundamental connection to water weakens, so does our will to protect it.
For the science to matter, this culture must shift.
The Design Council agrees. In their UK Skills for Planet blueprint, they flagged that communication design will be key to shifting society towards green behaviors and empowering communities, a vital piece of designing for the planet's survival.
And this is where we come in. Our goal is to deliver a disruptive communication campaign that wakes the British public up. We think it's time to give Mr. Rain a voice that finally talks back, transforming him from a background nuisance into a high-value provider who has had enough.
Our aversion to rain also has parallels in nature. To be hydrophobic is to repel water. We feel this is a great conceptual partner for our creative disruption.
So what can nature teach us? Nature is full of water-repelling systems, and unlike our phobias, they actually serve a purpose. Hydrophobins are proteins that, by design, protect organisms from being washed away in the rain. They're found all across living things, making them a key part to life on Earth.
These proteins and cell membranes naturally push water away. They work because they have two sides, one that attracts water and one that repels it, letting them form a stable protective layer. Fungi, bacteria, and plants all produce these.
Lipids are nature's waterproof coatings. Found in fats, oils, and waxes, they show up in animal skin, insect shells, and on the surfaces of leaves. Our living construction tutors introduced us to BSLA, a lab-made protein with real waterproofing capacities. But this was too slow growing to produce in the quantities that we needed.
So we turned to zein as a stand-in. Zein is a water-resistant corn protein that can be dissolved in solvents.
Zein was water-repelling and turned lighter when wet, but it wasn't thick enough to print with.
Finally, we turned to lipids and struck gold. A mix of local beeswax and UK harvested pine resin with a touch of vegetable oil gave us a flexible, invisible waterproof barrier, a good material for our campaign. With our hydrophobic assist now sorted, we were also going to need some kind of color to print with.
We experimented with different natural pigments, but indigo was our favorite. Already a big deal, as a plant-derived indigo can't scale to meet global demand, while synthetic indigo production is bad news for our precious water ecologies. Turns out, though, you can now brew indigo just like beer. Innovators like Colorifix are using engineered microbes to produce chemically identical indigo without any of the toxic chemistry and zero land or water strain from farming.
We felt this was a simply irresistible pigment partner for a campaign for Mr. Rain. So our local bio wizards, Jessica and Katie, kindly brewed up our very own bacterial indigo to work with.
As a naturally occurring compound, indigo is regarded as a stable pigment. Insoluble in water, its molecules will happily sit and move off the surface of paper.
Indigo on paper is honestly a magical phenomenon. Sitting proud on top, it can easily smear when dry and runs and bleeds when wet, creating interesting, unique forms when dipped or printed with. Our mix of pine resin, beeswax, and oil provided a clear, printable, mixable barrier and a potential adhesive. This became our proxy hydrophobic material.
Whereas our indigo on its own, exposed to wet conditions, would yield a rapid surface failure.
We also explored non-toxic binders for our indigo, and a few stood out. Red seaweed trapped the pigment, while gum arabic and flour could provide slightly more stability on the surface of the paper.
And then came a happy accident. Our bacterial indigo, frozen, defrosted, and accidentally left in the fridge for a few days, transformed into a viscous gel all on its own. We could print with no thickener needed. Now we have our key material partners. Let's talk content. Meet Mr. Rain. He's a member of the Precipitation clan, a complex family that would give the Kardashians a run for their money.
Mr. Rain is a grafter, reliable, steady, normally happy to sit quietly back and be proud of his work.
Unless it's torrential time. His labor is vital, yet he is constantly overlooked.
To be honest, we're a bit worried about him. His work is becoming more and more erratic.
He doesn't want our pity, he wants recognition.
We need the UK public to check their privilege and stop being ungrateful.
We're done with the Save the Planet cliches. This is a reality check.
At the heart of our campaign are 3 screen-printed posters that put Mr. Rain's voice directly into the public sphere. No longer background weather, but a provider speaking for himself.
The illustrations use our bacterial indigo ink designed to shapeshift, letting Mr. Rain dissolve back into his fluid state, gravity pulling him home. As a repeat pattern, the posters ebb and bleed into each other.
A message that's hard to ignore, a moment of pause. You are being addressed by the force that keeps life going. And our materials don't just illustrate the concept, they perform and enhance it.
Mr. Rain doesn't have one fixed look. Like our materials, he's changeable and multi-state.
So he needed a signature, a way to claim his words.
And you're welcome. Well, that's just attitude.
We also develop messages that only speak when rain falls.
Placed on the ground because when it rains, people typically walk with their heads down.
So instead of fighting that behavior, we designed for it. Lastly, we created a series of water-reactive bus-stop stickers.
Placed exactly where people are most tempted to complain. A reminder, a nudge, and a needed conversation starter.
Our choice of materials informed our decisions and are tied to the very problem we are addressing. When rain meets our work, the communication shifts.
The materials don't just carry the message, they perform it, they amplify it. Mr. Rain started as a collaborator. He became a mirror, one that reflects an uncomfortable truth. We are disconnected from the systems that sustain us, by design, by convenience, and by choice.
However, we have also designed a rebuttal in the form of our communication campaign, but we are acutely aware that this alone is not enough. Real change demands infrastructure, policy, and urgency we haven't seen yet. We need to become hydrophilic by nature, protective by instinct, because the upcoming polycrisis could simply wash us away.
Also, the Precipitation family is bigger than Mr. Rain. Every member in nature deserves to be heard and respected. Innovative conservation must come next.
A heartfelt thank you to Northumbria Living Construction team for their support, but the last word belongs to Mr. Rain, who has always shown up without fanfare. So next time it rains, maybe just say thank you.
Hi, thanks for that. One of my favorite things about living in the UK was talking about the weather with everybody, so I liked that mention of that sort of cultural connection. I think the idea of having it be a conversation starter is a really good one, that changing people's behavior is really important. Is there psychology or other research behind what colors might be important for helping people feel or notice something in a particular way that might inform what colors you might use? Indigo was very nice. I wonder if there was other colors that might incite a different feeling or emotion that you might want from this sort of kind of attention-grabbing campaign.
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. I mean, initially, we started with indigo because of the demand of it in the current state. But we do know in the future that we are wanting to progress and use, we know that there's other bacterial pigments that you can use, and that's definitely something that we want to progress and get our hands on, really. But as Indigo stands, it was doing all the jobs that we wanted to at the moment. So yeah, that's why we started at that starting point.
I think as well, psychologically, we also did try to bring in some beetroot colour, which was like quite a punchy, like bright pink. But we didn't have enough time to, carry on with that route. But I think if we had more time, that would be something we would want to work on a bit more and bring in that like punchy second colour too.
Thanks for a great presentation. I especially like the form factor of a kind of public awareness campaign. So on that note, as you imagine actually executing this public awareness campaign, who is going to be behind executing this? Who's going to be making the posters? Where should they go to kind of create the maximum awareness impact that you're hoping to achieve?
Definitely. We're wanting this campaign to be accessible. This is not closed off. We don't want you to look at this and think, oh, I wish I could have that artistic, like, I wish I could do this. It's meant to be accessible. It's meant to be for everyone to get involved. We're here to create a behavioral change, and that comes from every single person. And as for the location of these places, well, we got to put them in places where you think that you're going to be complaining about it. So we're thinking about public transport. You know, you've been waiting for that bus for 20 minutes and now it's torrential. Well, actually, let's just be a little bit appreciative of what we're experiencing. Thank you.
Thanks for the wonderful presentation. I just have like a kind of a clarification question. So you're using two mediums. One is the microbial indigo and the other is the resin that you're using as the resist. So you had that image of the water washing through. You also had a pavement type of application. Is that just that same resin, or can you talk a little bit more about the different like kind of materials as they relate to the different placement options that you showed?
Yeah, so the wax res, the hydrophobic barrier, that's the same on both our pavement and our posters, just to have a bit of continuity there. But we felt as a pigment, they consist of beeswax, vegetable oil, and pine resin, all locally sourced, so it's ethical. And we thought that was the best protective barrier that withstood different elements, including rain, including the sun.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a question about what's next and scaling beyond in the UK. What are some ideas that have come to you about other global places? Like imagine this being introduced at Disney World, for example, like just thinking about children or next generations. Like what are your thoughts and visions for how this expands as a global movement?
Yeah, I think as you mentioned children, that's something that was really, in our minds as we were creating the campaign. We really wanted people to, embrace their inner child in the rain and splash in the puddles and, I don't know, just enjoy it like children do freely. So, I think helping children see that is really important, and that's the next generation of people coming in and speaking about the weather. So I think, targeting children would be a really nice idea. I think you also have ideas for scaling up printing-wise.
Yeah, I think as just in general, as you know, our background is graphics, and we think we're trying to take our role fairly seriously, and we're here to pave the way and influence different sorts of behaviors and communicate that well, you know. We're here to sort of connect that bridge from the science world to the design world and then communicate it outwards.
Yeah, I think we want to help graphic designers see this world of biodesign. I think we've only just heard about it like earlier this year. So I think it's very new to us, and I think lots of graphic designers should be implementing this not as something just to tick a box, but something that, informs your design like it has done with our project.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you to the Northumbria team. Can we please have the Savannah College of Art and Design potty team come up to the front?
You got that? Forward, back. Like. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, New York. My name is Brendan Sapp. We're here with Potty. We've been working tirelessly over the past 6 weeks, bringing you the most amazing project we've ever come up with. Starting off, we all know that smell when you walk into the porta potty. You want to do your business as fast as possible, but we don't often think about where that waste goes. 250,000 pounds of solid waste is generated over a single New York City marathon. 2 million gallons of sewage is generated over a single festival season, like Coachella. And lastly, 9.6 billion gallons is generated worldwide across 3.6 million porta potties. So this is a problem. Toxic chemical additives are preventing natural decomposition, turning a portable waste into a toxic open-loop liability that must be landfilled rather than repurposed. So Amelia,
Yes.
how might we transform this portable sanitation from a toxic open-loop cycle into a certified zero-waste ecosystem?
Well, Brendan, let's meet Potty. So this is our design. It's a microbial solution for portable sanitation, such as porta potties, that turns everything into a zero-waste system using compost. So here's the design of our pod. It has 3 separate capsules on the surface containing the blue dye that you're traditionally used to seeing, the fragrance, so it kills all the odors, and the bacteria. The bacteria is meant to digest all your waste that's inside the porta potty and also eat all the ammonia so the smell goes away. All this is suspended above a gyroid lattice that's meant to act like the apartment system for the bacteria while it's living within the porta potty. Our product is meant to be zero waste, easily disposable, digests everything on site while within the porta potty, and is chemical free. We're planning on implementing this product by rerouting traditional pumper trucks from the municipal sites that it's going to compost sites. Now, Josh, could you explain this further for me?
I'd love to.
Thank you.
So here's a quick little map of the integration for Potty. So below, this is what the current solution offers. It takes many steps like dewatering, biological digestion. However, what we do is we break down the waste at the source. So instead of it ending up in landfill, we can have ours be composted. And then here's a quick visualized integration of our product. So we would put the potties in the maintenance truck. Once the porta potty gets serviced, it will be refilled with clean water. All you do is enter our pod in. Within 5 minutes, it's ready to go. And then once you have that scheduled maintenance, you just use the vacuum truck, transport it to the composting facilities, and there it can be composted.
So now that we know how Potty is integrated, how does it actually work on the surface level? Starting off, we have the breach of the sodium alginate membrane, where our dyes, enzymes, and fragrances are immediately released for immediate comfort. Then our bacteria start to colonize this gyroid lattice, which maximizes the amount of surface area in a given volume. Through this, we're able to create a strong biofilm that creates the bacteria apartment complex that starts a catalyst in the bottom of this tank. Then our bacteria, the Thiobacillus, Bacillus, and Nitrosomonas strains, digest hydrogen sulfide gas, ammonia, and solid waste at the source, creating a compostable product that we then send to our composting facilities. Now, to break down the cost, we do have a higher upfront cost. However, this is offset through lower hazardous tipping fees that you find with municipal water treatment plants, which are actively rejecting the current waste. Now I'll hand it over to Amelia to go over experimentation plan.
Okay. We want to give a special thank you to our mentors, Carlos Siviera and Arden Fail. They both helped us come up with our experimentation plan, but also get the knowledge that how our bacteria would work and kind of get that tangible feel to our pod. So what were we testing for? Well, we were testing for our hydrogel, which is the food that the bacteria is going to eat while it's inside our pod in transportation. We were testing for solubility, how will it break down in the water? For stability, will it congeal, will it hold together? And strength, can this be shipped? Will it hold together while it's moving on the trucks? So we tested with several different materials such as agar, polulin powder, and CMC. We came to the conclusion that a CMC, a glycerin and water combination, is the best solution for the hydrogel. With later research with our mentors, we also discovered that freeze drying is another possible solution to keep our bacteria alive while it's inside of our pod. So we considered and we came to the conclusion that this was to be the best solution for our pod.
So we visited the people who know best, the people who service and work with porta potties on the day. Those people are Southeastern Sanitation, a local company here in Savannah. Well, actually, it's down there, but it's in Savannah. So we met with Riley, who explained the process of how they service porta potties and the downfalls that they have currently. We noticed that they had barrels clogging up the facilities with lots of toxic blue dye and other chemical agents. Our key findings from this was that composting was a viable solution using a centrifugal turbine which spins out the solid mass that must be landfilled, like wet wipes and other plastics. We also learned that wastewater plants were actively rejecting their waste. They could only go to a couple which were outside of Savannah and had to travel long distances because they were getting rejected from so many places. So we want to also make sure that our waste goes to the composting facilities and not just to a landfill. Through this, we'd be using a digital chain of custody network, verifying every single drop from the tank to the farm, ensuring what we say here is actually verified zero waste, that we can market this to these facilities, festivals, and organizations. This results in complete landfill diversion, ensuring zero waste sanitation for all these massive events.
And here's some looks at the life cycle safety and mitigation. So we want to think about the beginning and end of a product. So first, for manufacturing, there might be a risk of airborne powder exposure. However, we're going to mitigate that with ISO certified and masks, basically meaning quality control. And then for transit and storage, there might be a risk of moisture or crushing. However, with our potty design, with the recessed pods with the gyroid lattice, that will mitigate that with our moisture absorbing packaging. And then also for end of life, there may be a risk of pathogen and parasite contamination. However, we will do thermophilic composting, which will eliminate that risk. And then environmental impacts. Potty creates a circular economy. Instead of it ending up being in landfill, it will be composted. We also have those elimination of the toxic cleaning agents that are currently being used in porta potties. And then, like Brennan mentioned earlier, we have a lower treatment burden. And then limitations. We looked at some like upfront material cost, infrastructure reliance, extreme temperatures, and operator handling. However, we focused on one of the biggest ones, infrastructure reliance. With potty and with it being composted, we would want to make sure that it is close to composting facilities. So what we would do in the beginning is we would start out by putting our products near large festivals like Southern California, Chicago, and New York. And then a SWOT analysis. Strengths. Potty creates, again, that circular economy. Instead of landfill, it can be composted. And we break down that waste at the source. Again, there might be some specific environments like extreme hot or cold temperatures or maybe very humid air that we want to do some further testing to ensure that potty works in all those scenarios. And then one of our greatest opportunities, potty is very scalable. We don't need to reinvent the porta potty. We don't need to redesign it or anything. We don't need to change it. Nor do we need to get rid of any of them. All we need to do is put our potty into every single existing one right now. We don't need to change anything. And then there might be some contamination risks, like wet wipes, plastics, or other materials. However, we spoke with Riley at Southeastern Sanitation, and those were mitigated. And then going back to these events, like Lollapalooza, Coachella, and here, that New York City Marathon. Instead of all that waste being a hazardous material and ending up in landfill, we can compost it and give back to our facilities, farms, and our beautiful earth.
Moving forward, we want to work with the people who are actually going to use our pods, the sanitation workers. We want to get their perspective on our product and how it works in their daily life. Next, we want to get an audit to double check that everything we said is guaranteed and you're super assured you get what you want. And lastly, we want a zero waste certification. Just again, confirmation and just you feel really confident in our product. We want to we want to tell you guys that we are industrial design students at SCAD. We took a creative approach to finding the solution. All our science we did with our beautiful mentors and our exterior research that we did as well. And thank you so much.
So let's go potty
Let's
together.
Go potty! We had to use it.
Is it on? Is it
Hi.
on? Hi. Thank you so much for your entertaining and presentation that was full of verve. I think you covered almost absolutely so many bases, but did you think about or anticipate or make a plan for possible pushback from the companies that produce the chemicals that are used in the porta potties that everybody's buying, and that's a whole business? Like, are they powerful? Do they have like do they have lobbyists? Are they going to be like, no, you can't do that because this is our livelihood? Did you anticipate any kind of pushback like that?
Yeah, so we've seen companies such as J&J's TrueX, which is a very common portable sanitation cleaning solution, and they could be a possible lobbyist that we would see. However, we would bring a lower cost solution through these companies where instead of being rejected, they're actively wanting this waste to be turned into compost later on. So instead of having these cleaning solutions be the sole proprietors of who gets what, we would put that pressure onto the owners of these portable sanitation porta potties so that they choose the solution that's cheapest for them overall.
Thank you so much for your presentation, very enthusiastic. I had a question about the specific microorganisms in the community that you're choosing, and just curious how you chose that, and also as you're thinking through like any potential downstream consequences that could be negative as impacting into the compost. Just want to understand your logic in terms of the microbial piece.
That's an excellent question. So we have the three main bacteria, the Thiobacillus, which digests hydrogen sulfide gas, specifically also the ammonia gases, which give the odor that we're familiar with, the Nitrosomonas bacteria, which also digest that too. Lastly, the Bacillus strain is very common in septic tanks to digest solid waste like toilet paper and solid waste. So we chose those three main as our culture for the product. And as for the later life, the thermophilic composting will take care of any possible pathogens or parasites that may be present inside of human waste.
Hi. Thank you so much for that presentation. As you know, porta potties, people throw all kinds of stuff in there in addition to, the human waste. Are you going to be able to address like people throwing trash and other things in there that then would impact your kind of, downstream recycling process?
That's an excellent question. So that has been something that we've talked about before. Our partner, our helper, Riley, explained that is a common situation. Porta potty systems already kind of have a method in place where they go through a centrifuge and they remove all the other gunk that shouldn't be in there, such as like wipes and t-shirts. Apparently people throw that in porta potties as well.
And beer bottles.
Yeah. So that gets removed beforehand, just in case. So we're going to plan on using that as well.
Thanks. I like the Tide potification of porta potties.
Yeah.
My question is about production. I saw that the lattice is 3D printed. Like, what's the time it takes to 3D print these? How can you scale to millions of these? And then what's the material that you're using? Is that also biodegradable or is it plastic?
Excellent question. So yes, we've been using 3D printing for this lower scale prototype, which we've already started printing. They take about an hour to print at the current scale, and we're using a PHA bioplastic, which is made from bacteria fermentation. So there's no microplastic problems when it goes to composting, and it'll be fully compostable later on in its future. Yeah. We would like to look into other types of methods like injection molding or casting for higher production scales, and we would look into different types of designs that allow for these complex geometries so that we can maximize the surface area.
Great presentation. I think the fact that you might be able to eliminate smell could be a big selling point. Did you get a chance to test that and prove out that you actually can reduce smell?
Okay. We didn't test waste specifically. We tested through other types of solid waste like toilet paper dissolving.
We weren't allowed to test with solid waste just because of the infrastructure that we had. There was concerns that we would get sick in using human waste, so we were told to steer away from that at the moment.
However, we did verify all of our research through these bacteria was with papers and through our mentors to make sure that what we did was grounded in reality. So we used a lot of secondary research to make sure that these bacteria do work for digesting these smells and use those papers to bring our idea to life.
How does this compare to existing composting toilets, especially in terms of sort of speed of action?
We were actually asked that question earlier, yesterday. It was great. So, do you want me to do half the question? You did it? Yeah. So when we were asked that question earlier, and well, we were looking a little bit different from composting toilets to our knowledge. Since the porta potty is kind of its own beast, we were more worried about what was inside there. We did look at the MISO toilet, which was a previous project at Biodesign as well.
Yeah, so for these current compostable toilets, they take a lower amount of waste over a longer period of time. So they have a different kind of structure that we're trying to bring in. With the massive event sanitation, you have a rapid schedule using a slurry instead of an actual pure solid waste. With current composting toilets, you're using solids, and then you're adding your brown materials on top of it. So we're taking a different approach that works inside the tank only, and then takes that compost later on to these facilities.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you to the SCAD potty team. Next, can we have Yunnan Arts University?
Hello, everyone. My name is He Jinrui.
Hello, everyone. My name is Li Zhilan.
We are from Yunnan Arts University, China. Our project. Sorry. Okay. Our project is sports and spirits. It comes from the real question. In today's the faster paced life, it is possible of people to slow down, reconnect with their bodies, and truly enjoy nature. We will present on behalf of our team work from the following aspects. A highly efficient lifestyle often makes people feeling exhausted. We'd like to design a space where people can enter, sit, breathe, and truly relax. With this question in mind, we turned our eyes to Yunnan. Here, humans and nature coexist in harmony. The pace of life is slow, and the arsenic cultures are rich. The life of Yunnan has become synonymous with the life of happiness. Mushrooms are the food most familiar to local people. By choosing mycelium-based materials, we aim to explore the use of mushrooms. To find the most suitable site, we conducted field work in various parts of Yunnan. The place that made us stop was Yuanyang, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. What we are wearing is a traditional custom of Hani people. The traditional houses of the Hani people in Yuanyang are called mushroom houses because of their shape look like mushrooms. They embody the ecological wisdom of the Hani ancestor living harmony with nature. The roof made of the earth and the wall are made of adobe and stone. All the building materials come from the local mountains and forest. The mushroom house looks rustic as if it's grown out of the earth. Forest, water system, village, and terraced field together form a healthy ecosystem. We want to design a healing space as a small sanctuary people can reestablish a relationship with themselves and with nature. During field work, we connection to the slide grew stronger. We tried different design plans.
We got inspiration from the sloping roof structure of the mushroom house. We then transformed it into an A-frame, allowing it to echo the mushroom houses among the terrace fields. The design addresses human senses of sight, touch, smell, hearing, and feeling, aiming to create a warm, memorable, and more natural experience for people. We collected local agricultural waste, tested different mixtures in the lab, and inoculated them with oyster fungi, giving the waste new life and possibilities. This page shows our material experiments and the production process. Mycelium panels are embedded into wooden frame, forming the enclosure skin of the space. We designed a wall that can open and close. When it is closed, it provides a sense of security. When it is opened, it allows people to become one with nature. During the design process, we fully considered economics and the body skills of different users. On the left are bioacoustic experiments by YouTube creator Mike Colico. Inspired by this, we composed a soft, slow, breathing-like music. The sound is built on gentle rhythm, low-frequency floors, and a sublime vibe, simulating the way mycelium breathes, grows, and connected within the substrate. You can sense the QR code and enjoy the music. Our work was displayed at a joint design exhibition of 9 universities in Yunnan. It sparked widespread discussion. The vast majority of visitors encountered biomaterials for the first time. They were amazed that the most familiar ingredient could be used to build a house, and began to imagine the future relationship, architecture, and the biomaterials. Here is 2 minutes video showing the construction process of our work. Our design is aligned with the 3rd, 7th, 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th UN Sustainable Development Goals. Through this project, we learned a lot. we realized that what truly helps us may well be the life force of nature, the warmth of Mother Earth. Our team comes from Yunnan Arts University, China. We value local culture and committed to serving society. We hope that this healing space will serve as a bridge, connecting ancient agricultural wisdom with the spiritual needs of people, and infusing this land deep within the mountains with sustainable vitality. We are so honored to join the Biodesign family and share our design work with you. Welcome to Yunnan. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now take judge questions.
Two short ones, hopefully. First, can you talk about the substrates that were used? And second, talk about the framing and joinery of the actual structure. It looked like it was like mortise and tenon joints or something like that. I'd love to hear more about that.
Okay. Sorry, my English is not very good.
Oh,
So
sorry, no, no. That's
we
my
need
fault.
our teacher translator.
Sure.
We can ask. We speak Chinese. Yeah.
Sure. So the
Thank
first
you.
question is substrates. What was it grown on? Second is the joinery of the framing of the house itself. It looked like it was an interesting technique. I wanted to hear more about that.
第一个问题是问这个机制它的组成是什么，就是当地的这些农业。然后第二个问题问的是这个板和建筑结构它是长在一起的吗？这是两个问题。
好。我们主要采用的那个机制是采用了一些玉米秸秆，包括烟的秸秆，还有就是我们云南当地的一些农业废料所组成。然后我们经过了不同的配比，然后也经过了不同的实验，然后才达到我们最终想达到的一个效果，然后来组成我们这个来装到我们这个框架里面。然后我们这个现在的话，这个菌丝是和木板还没有生长到一起，但是之后的话，我们想把这两个是否能把它一起融到一起，然后让它生长成为一个自然，然后相互融入的一个建筑。
Okay, thank you for your question. So the first answer for the first question is the substrate totally come from the local agriculture waste, and because different seasons they have different. Like they grow different things. So we collected like almost half a year for like a corn, inside the corn and the leaves and coffee grounds, and especially more importantly is the tobacco. You know, when you harvest tobacco leaves and the left part is really hard to deal with. And so normally local people just burn it out. So we tried like hundreds of times different recipe to deal with those percentage. So the second answer for the second question is right now the wooden frame and the mycelium panel are separated. So we can like easily combine together within 3 hours. So that's one of the purpose, because we want to, easily people can move to other place and build again, like that.
Hi, I really appreciated your project and the narrative. I'm curious, since mycelium's not really great with outdoor weather, I was wondering, have you done any research on sealants or finding a substrate or a mushroom species that might be more weather resistant?
这个问题就是说，因为这个菌丝体材料它在户外的这个持续能力不太好，然后就问我们有没有做过测试，在选择菌种和这个有关它对于天气的这个一个抵抗能力吧。
好的，感谢您的提问。就是我们在测试的过程中有试过不同的菌种来完成这个项目这个实验。然后呢，我们也有测试过它的抗压、抗风，然后还有防水，然后我们都有进行过一系列的测试。 目前来说，可能防水效果还在持续的去实验中，然后目前还没有得到一个很好的回答，所以我们接下来也会持续的去精进这个项目，然后继续把它做的能够放到自然当中可以更好的使用。好的，谢谢。
Thank you for your question. So we all know, like mycelium, they grow really fast, but it's really hard to build in the nature. So we tried different kind of species, especially in Yunnan. There are over 900 wild edible mushroom. So we have a bunch of resource we can try. And right now, normally people would choose like oyster mushroom and ganadama. That's in general. But in Yunnan, we tried different kind of mushroom. We collect mushroom from the forest, and back to the lab, we collect the spores and grow it. Right now, there's another species named the sanhuang. It's really good, but it grows really slow. So we're still working on that. And talk about the test. We test like compressed test, and fireproof in the lab is pretty good. And also, the isolation from heat and sound is also good. But waterproof is a big question. So we're still working on that. We tried like beeswax and other starch from Chinese herb, something like that. But so far, it's not a very good option, so we're still working on that.
I have a question about how important it is for you to grow mycelium. For example, why don't you just get mushroom, shred them, and mix them with a binder and make your own panels? Then you can pick a binder that is waterproof as well. Like how important it is for you to grow it?
这个问题就是说，我们自己来培养蘑菇的重要性是什么？为什么我们不能？
谢谢老师的问题。我们为什么要就是全过程都是我们亲自去参与这个项目呢？因为我们也是不是从事这个专业的，可能会有一些生物学和一些农学相关的知识，我们可能不太了解。但是我们通过一次的实验接种，然后通过全过程的去参与这个事情的话，能让我们对整一个菌丝的生长周期一个更加的了解，然后也是更贴近我们的理念。我们到底是需要做一个什么样的空间，以及是需要我们跟自然需要建立一个怎么样的关系？从实验的过程中呢，我们看到了菌丝从基质的配比到接种，再到最后的生长，这一个过程当中都体现着它其实我们能看出它很多生命力是可以体现出来的。然后我们把这个材料运用到我们的建筑当中呢，也更能让这个自然和谐更深一些。
Thank you for your question. And for sure, we can buy some mushroom bags from factory. That's easy way. But our background, so their background is environmental design. And in our university, we are only focused on art discipline. So we don't have other disciplines. And for us, we don't have any knowledge of biology or ecology, something like that. So we're really interested in biodesign, so we have to learn from zero, from how to recognize different mushroom and how to collect and back to lab. And I have to say, so last year we worked with UC Davis. So the professor Christina really helped us to how to do the lab work, and thank her so much. So I think it's really important to know the whole process, and so the students have we have a knowledge about in general knowledge, and in that process they made a lot of mistakes. So every time they learn a lot from mistake, and until now, and especially they have a connection with nature a lot. They did a lot of field work, so which. Why this time they want to build a healing space. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you to Yunnan Art University.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a wonderful morning of presentations. If you could please take your phones out and see the two options for discounted lunch for the BDC Summit attendees. The first is Field Trip, founded by James Beard Award-winning chef J.J. Johnson. It is a fast casual rice bowl concept that celebrates global traditions of one of the world's most essential ingredients, rice. This was also the provider of the delicious lunch that we had yesterday. L'Ami Père is a casual French cafe created by restaurateur Pierre-Antoine Rabarin, former owner of the iconic Laudre. He launched his own establishment with the help and advice of his longtime friend, Michelin-starred chef, Eric Ripé, now open in Midtown. Both options are offering a 10% discount for BDC Summit attendees. For Field Trip, please use the coupon code that was sent in the Humanitix email. And for L'Ami, just show your badge. We have a 2.5-hour lunch break, and then we will meet here for awards, a keynote address, and more. Thank you so much.
And just as a quick note, so for those of you who want to go to the MoMA it's cut off?
Yeah.
Hello? The MoMA tickets are at the front if you want to go to the galleries.
Hi, everyone. They're not on? Yeah, oh, they are? Oh, okay. MoMA tickets are at the front if you want to go see the galleries during the lunch hour break. We'll be playing our best digital submissions and non-finalist submissions here if you filter in early. Thank you all so much, and see you soon. Yeah. Okay. Judges, if you can stay here for a moment, we have lunch provided for you, and then we are going to meet, convene, and then go through the prizes.
taking scenery. On the contrary to its symbol of hope and unity, it does have some environmental complications. After they are released into the sky, they fall back down into the mountains, and not all of them are in sight to be recycled. According to Taiwan Hikes, it is estimated that more than 30,000 sky lanterns were released by tourists in 2015. And a large group of volunteers collected more than 300 kilograms of trash in less than 2 hours.
Even though the lanterns are made of rice papers and bamboo sticks that are bio-friendly, the bamboo sticks are thrown away only after a few uses. The leftover rice papers are easier to burn and they release less toxic particles to the environment. However, the bamboo sticks are harder to burn and they require more time to degenerate into the environment. Since the lanterns are coated with fragrance and chemicals, burning them would release toxic residues and chemicals into the environment, and those particles would enter the environment through runoff into soil and rivers.
Therefore, we conducted an experiment to test whether there is a difference between plant growth. We randomly assigned 3 plants to each group: toxic bamboo, natural bamboos, and the control group. Every other day in 2 weeks, we took a photo of the plant and recorded its height to see if there was a difference in height. According to the data, the total change in height is significantly higher for the plants with the natural bamboos and the plants with nothing. The plants with the toxic bamboos have a total change in height of less than 1. According to the pictures taken, there are more dead portions of the leaves in the plants of the condition with toxic bamboos. First, as a team, we went to Pingxi to collect fallen sky lanterns and also went to visit sky lantern vendors about how those lanterns are usually discarded or reused. After collecting our materials and more primary information about sky lanterns, we went back to our school and started deconstructing the lantern by taking off the wires that hold the bamboo sticks together and removing the rice papers from the bamboo sticks. Then we cut both the papers into the desired length and cleaned the surface of the bamboo sticks.
Subsequently, we used a hot glue gun to gently heat the bamboo sticks so that they could be twisted into the shape of a DNA double helix. We then drilled small holes into the bamboo and inserted wires to secure the structure and maintain the helical form. We wrapped pieces of rice paper around selected sections to represent the nitrogenous bases located inside the DNA double helix. Finally, LED lights were placed between the strands of the helix to illuminate the structure and highlight the base pair region. DNA lamp, composed of bamboos from used sky lanterns, is a structure that represents life, continuity, and connection. Just like how DNA carries information across generations, bamboos from sky lanterns carries a story forward.
Our lamp was also inspired by the traditional sky lanterns, as both represent light and hope. By using discarded bamboo sticks to create a long-lasting lamp, this project transforms temporary cultural object to sustainable household lamp, while reducing environmental waste. What was once released into the sky is restructured, not discarded. The same material is reborn with a new function. Our project emphasized that sustainability is not about stopping traditions. Instead, it is allowing those traditions to thrive while caring for our environment. The lanterns falls, but its stories does not end. Like DNA, it reshapes, reconnects, and continues. Light becomes memory, waste becomes life.
When we think about ocean pollution, we think about plastic debris accumulating on the surface, a pollution we can easily measure and indicate. But the surface is only the beginning. As floating debris breaks down, they sink and fracture into microplastics. Then, deep underwater, microscopic marine life mistakes this plastic dust for food and ingest them. The pollution then travels up the food chain, from small fishes to top predators and eventually to humans. A big crisis, therefore, is occurring where we can neither see nor reach. But we found an opportunity to attenuate that. Marine fungi are among the least studied organisms on the planet. But recent research has revealed something unexpected. Certain species can degrade plastic. The question is, how can we use biodegradation as a way to minimize the impact of plastic contamination in the deep sea? We found the answer. Meet Amico. Amico is a small modular research instrument whose outer shell is made from CMCSP, a special type of bioplastic developed by researchers at the Riken Center that dissolves on its own in saline water without any leftover residues. It is also 3D printable, allowing researchers to adapt the fungi and the plastic properties according to the conditions of the target environment. Inside of Amico, there are alginate beads containing cultured colonies of plastic-digesting fungi waiting to be released. Polyethylene, the most common plastic in the ocean, can be broken down by the Perennodontium album, while polyurethane can be degraded by the Cladosporium halotolerans 6-UPA1. These fungi attach to plastic surfaces in the deep sea, releasing specialized enzymes that cleave long polymer chains into monomers and absorb them as food. The delivery is handled during ROV missions, remote-operated vehicles that already visit the area. Using its manipulator arm, it places the units directly onto the plastic sediment without disturbing the surroundings. Amico is for researchers, and each deployment gives them a site to study how these organisms behave in real deep-sea conditions, how fast they work, and how far their impact reaches. Amico's geometry is engineered with hollow pots for better flow, and joints that allow individual units to interlock and expand into a scalable mesh to cover any contaminated area. Within 8 hours of contact with seawater, the CMCSP shell will begin to dissolve and release the water-soluble alginate beads across the target area, releasing the fungi on the plastic. What remains is rigorous testing of the device and of the ecological response before any deployment. Amico, the deep has been waiting long enough.
Agriculture is one of humanity's oldest and most essential systems. Every season, farmers invest months of effort preparing land, selecting seeds, managing irrigation, and caring for crops that eventually feed millions of people. Across India, vast agricultural landscapes sustain communities, economies, and food security. Above the ground, a field may appear healthy and thriving. Green leaves, growing fruits, and fertile soil often suggest that everything is working as it should. Yet, beneath the surface exists an entirely different world, a complex underground ecosystem of roots, fungi, microorganisms, nutrients, moisture networks, and chemical interactions. This hidden world determines whether a crop succeeds or fails, but most of it remains invisible to the farmer. A farmer can plant an entire crop believing conditions are normal, while underground drought, stress, nutrient deficiencies, root diseases, nematode infestations, or pest attacks have already begun.
Many crop losses happen not because solutions do not exist, but because the warning signs remain hidden until it is too late to act effectively. The consequences extend far beyond the farm. Crop failure directly affects farmers through reduced income and increased financial uncertainty.
15 से 20 दिन पता लगेगी पौधा खराब है या दवाई खराब है या लग नहीं पाई है टाइम से अभी पता लग पाती है
और उसके बाद महीने के अंत तक कितना फसल उग जाती है भिंडी की वहाँ पे
40 से 50 किलो तक जीगा
ठीक है और 40 से 50 में फिर खराब कितनी हो जाती है कीड़े लग जाए
4-6 किलो तो हो ही जाती है खराब कम से कम
This led us to ask a simple question. What if plants could tell us when something was wrong before visible damage occurred?
This question became the foundation of Hyphae. Hyphae is a mycelium-based sensing pod designed to listen to the hidden electrical language of plants. Although plants do not possess a central nervous system, they continuously communicate through electrical, chemical, and hydraulic signals, traveling through their vascular tissues.
When a crop experiences stress, such as drought, nutrient deficiency, or pest attack, it generates electrical signals known as action potentials and variation potentials. During drought stress, changes in calcium, potassium, and chloride concentrations alter the electrical environment around the roots.
To intercept these signals, Hyphae uses Pleuretus tuber regium, commonly known as the king tuber mushroom. Unlike typical oyster mushrooms, king tuber forms a dense underground storage structure called the sclerotium. a compact mass of intertwined hyphae capable of surviving harsh environmental conditions and temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius. Throughout our development process, we explored multiple forms, materials, and biological configurations to create resilient agriculture sensing system. We cultivated king tuber mycelium and observed visible growth within a week. Through simple touch and salt simulation experiments, we recorded measurable electrical responses, demonstrating the fungus's sensitivity to environmental changes and validating its potential as a living sense medium.
Under stable conditions, fungal activity typically oscillates between 0.1 to 2.5 millivolts, producing rhythmic low-frequency signals. Environmental stress events create distinct deviation from these baseline patterns, allowing different conditions to be identified and monitored. Inside hyphae, a differential electrophysiology probes are inserted into a sclerotium, while a reference electrode is placed within the surrounding tooth system. These probes captured extracellular bioelectric signals generated by interaction between plants, fungi, and soil organisms.
An ESP32, a microcontroller, digitizes these signals and processes them using a lightweight machine learning model trained to recognize patterns associated with drought, stress nutrient deficiencies, and insect attacks.
Enable monitoring across large agricultural landscapes. The farmers receive simple and actionable updates through an intuitive mobile interface. Instead of interpreting complex graphs or scientific data, they see highlighted problem areas, likely causes, severity indicators, and recommended interventions. This enables faster decision making, reduces delay in treatment, minimizes unnecessary chemical use, and helps prevent losses before visible symptoms emerge.
Hyphae transforms hidden biological computations into meaningful insights by connecting plants, fungi, technology, and farmers through a living communication network. It shifts agriculture from reactive problem solving to proactive care. Because the future of farming begins by listening to what has always been happening beneath the surface. Hyphae, decoding the language beneath the soil.
are high school students from Taiwan, part of Petrichor Experimental Learning. Our project is LEPI, a counter device to the invasion of AI into our physical world and its potential to erode social connections. The name LEPI comes from the word Lepidoptera, the scientific order moths belong to. We were inspired by the infamous case of a bug in a computer system, an intriguing collision of etymology and entomology that ushered the 20th century from the information era into the internet era. It was a ghost in the machine to disrupt technology. In parallel, LEPI is a living disruption to AI. We have noticed the way AI has shaped our immediate environment and changed the way people interact with each other. Instead of tools assisting us, they now speak for us, comfort us, and think for us. As of 2026, we are thrust into the age of mainstream conversational and generative AI, transforming and threatening our relationship with reality, nature, and truth. When we first designed what the device might look like, we imagined it as a beeper, something that is portable and easy to use. In the center is the living space for our bacteria. The cross-hatching at the bottom is our microphone for the built-in translation device that converts audio signals from humans into bacterial language. To sustain the bacteria, we've installed a small slide box for users to put sugar in. Finally, an on and off switch at the top to control the panel for the feeding. When turned on, the sugar will also stimulate the bacteria to show different colors and patterns through a series of chemical reactions.
For making the case of the prototype, we reference an online recipe using eggshells, tapioca starch, and glycerin with slight modification to create a more natural texture. For the pop filter of the microphone, we used a plain weave technique on alginate yarn. The mixture of sodium alginate and glycerin solidifies when exposed to a bath of calcium chloride in excess. This is our final prototype. The artworks are painted with watercolor and represent the human interpretation of the microbial responses based on inputs gathered from the people surrounding us. This includes family, friends, and teachers. Shades of blue dominate much of the composition. Blue often evokes feelings of uncertainty, isolation, and instability. This reflects the struggles and challenges expressed by the users, serving as a reminder that others share similar experiences. In contrast, the warm yellows, pinks, and oranges brings a feeling of energy and optimism, inspiring the user to face adversities with courage and hope. We hope to provide an alternative for AI chatbots, re-establishing the connection between human and nature. Through the visual transformation of microbes, LEPI invites people to reconnect with the slow and perfect art of thinking for themselves. As a speculative project, in the future, we hope to establish a basic dictionary for a translation device, establishing a bridge of communication between humans and the microscopic world.
Air is an element that surrounds us and is part of every moment on our lives. Its quality directly influences the environment and people's health. Despite this, Guatemala still ranks as one of the most polluted capitals in Latin America, reporting the same level of air pollution as Mexico. According to the 2024 Air Quality Index measurement, air quality in Guatemala is harmful because its PM 2.5 concentration is 24.2 times higher than the WHO's annual ideal air quality value. This means that the population is constantly exposed to high levels of air pollution that significantly affects the health and well-being of citizens and the surrounding environment. This problem is not unique in Guatemala. It's a global issue that many institutions have attempted to address. This entire situation has a strong impact on certain communities and people who frequently travel through urban areas, and this is something that we cannot ignore. Before diving deeper into our project, it's important to understand the material that comprises and functions of each one, starting with the main component, the mycelium. Its use in this subject requires understanding of its nature and mechanical behavior. This is the vegetative structure of fungi and is composed of a network of multicellular filaments called hyphae that branch out of the substrate they colonize, these obtaining nutrients osmotically. Its main function to decompose the matter through the secretion of extracellular enzymes. This biological process allows the hyphae to penetrate the substance, creating a dense, three-dimensional network that provides cohesion and structural stability to the resulting material. For mycelium to develop a structure, a sustainable material is necessary to act as a source of energy and support. This process is critical to the development of the organism. The choice of substance material is crucial, as it determines not only the rate of mycelium develops, but also the final strength of the material. With this in mind, coffee byproducts were chosen as the primary substance, based on the chemical performance rich in
Lignocellulosage.
compounds. The compounds present in the residue act as a complex and essential carbon source of the fungus metabolism. This process provides the mycelium with an energy necessary to a rapid condensation. Furthermore, the fibrous structure of the substance facilitates moisture retention and balanced porosity, essential factors for maintaining the fungus viability during the development.
Biochar is a product derived from agricultural waste and is known for its ability to absorb CO2 from the atmosphere, a polluting gas that puts our health at risk. And this is how Micora was born. In view of the poor air quality that persists in Guatemala, as well as the pollution from agricultural waste, Micora is a system of modular lattices that allow the purification of polluted air in the streets. You are probably wondering, why are we using coffee pulp, mycelium, and biochar? These three materials complement each other perfectly. The mycelium, by feeding on the coffee pulp, creates a self-supporting structure that unifies all the materials, and it's essential for activating the properties of biochar. Our overall goal is to passively mitigate air pollution to improve people's quality of life and offer a true circular economy model that gives a second life to organic waste. We also selected 3 sustainable development goals that are key to achieving our overall objective. These are climate action, sustainable cities and communities, and also good health and well-being.
To consider urban planning, we need to verify if the material can actually develop and remain stable. However, at our university, these types of tests have never been carried out, so it was quite a novel for us. And despite presenting several challenges, we achieved very promising results. In the experiment, we developed 4 variables with more than 30 modules, controlling a variable of a constant 20% live mycelium. We evaluated variants with shredded cardboard and biochar to analyze how they affect the outcome. The physical results exceed expectations as the fungus colonized between 80 and 95% of the surface in just 5 days. Biochemically, the hyphae secretes enzymes that convert the waste into a highly dense natural polymeric binder. Due to time constraints, we were unable to complete this phase, but it was expected that subjecting the models to thermal deactivation at over 60 degrees Celsius will halt the fungus metabolism. However, we managed to establish a solid foundation that validates our entire project. We invite you to join us as strategic partners in the implementation of our project. For more information, please scan the QR code displayed on the screen, where you will find a complete report of Micora. We don't sell filters, we build cities of the future. Join the movement and let's build together cities capable of providing clean air for future generations.
Shifting knots is part of a long-term research that began in Spain. There we followed shepherds in their work and observed the non-verbal relationship between people, flocks and the landscape. The shepherds communicate with their sheep through a personal call, using all their senses to read both flock as well as the land around them. This creates a reciprocal relationship. We are Noah and Brit, artistic researchers and designers, and for the Biodesign Challenge we work together on shifting knots. As designers, we are curious how we can invite interactions and conversations among people like the shepherds, that are also in a way connected to the landscape. We are seeking ways in which we can play a role in bringing together experiences and collective knowledge, so that we can collaboratively come to different ways of acting within the landscape. A group of artists has previously done research into the design of conversations. In building conversation, they experimentally explored ways of communicating with one another that do not center just on language.
The shape of her work is inspired by the quipu. This is an instrument consisting of cords, which was used in the pre-Columbian period to record information using notes. This is why they were also called speaking notes. A quipu can be regarded as a form of a writing system that preserves and transmits knowledge about a particular culture or context. Quipus are also used as a tool to reconsider unresolved issues. They offer a way to approach situations from different perspectives and explore topics in various ways, with the aim of gaining new knowledge and insights. This has similarities to what we're aiming for in our design process. In Shifting Knots, an interaction took place in which we discussed and gave attention to the Kromme Rijn River. In 3 phases, we focused on the river and its connected streams. Together, we explored the hidden connections between people and the landscape.
In the first phase, we focus on our senses and turn inward. Next, everyone gets the chance to share their experiences, and we capture our relationship to this place in an action. In the third phase, we look again at what has emerged, but from a different perspective, the river's perspective. The network of knots on display in the exhibition remains as an honoring to this place. The work takes shape through the people who contribute to it. Every action leaves a new trace within a larger collective whole.
To allow our work to speak in relation to the site, we chose to twist rope ourselves from reeds and yellow irises, plants that grow on the banks of the Kromme Rijn and were picked by hand. After drying for several weeks, the reeds are soaked in water, restoring their flexibility. We began twisting this material. By twisting 2 strands around each other in opposite directions, a rope gradually takes shape. A process that invites slowing down. Over time, the material discolors, revealing traces of time and transience. We hope that this tool will invite many more conversations, in which we collectively give attention to rivers and the natural environment that we are all part of.
What if skincare was adaptive, not additive? Our skin is an ecosystem, alive, unique, flourishing. We cover ourselves in products to fix problems that create more problems that we need to fix with more products. Taking care of our skin has become a constant cycle of overconsumption. Our skin is no longer just ours. It is also home to layers of lotions, serums, and creams. We need a break. We need a reset. We are envisioning a one-piece sleep garment that maps, learns, and rebalances the body's microbiome through adaptive, movable bio-patches. The Symbio suit contradicts the overconsumption we are used to practicing in our skincare. It will be an anti-product, eliminating the need to purchase countless serums and lotions, all for one result. No layering products, abrasive chemicals, or harsh synthetics. Simply using your microbiome to solve your problems, paying attention to the invisible ecosystems we've been disrupting. This bodysuit functions as a second skin, including modular, movable patches to focus on different flare-ups, while the garment as a whole maps the body's microbiome across different zones, recognizing that each area hosts its own ecosystem and that your skin's microbiome is different and changing. The Symbiosuit allows for controlled, symbiotic exchanges through micro-encapsulated beneficial bacteria, designed to rebalance the skin's natural state. Using cotton infused and woven with probiotics and microbes, the suit allows microbial transfer and helps regulate the wearer's skin within a few hours of wear. The fabric will be light and breathable for it to be able to be worn in all types of weather. Textiles naturally collect and host bacteria, but with microbe-infused clothing, this bacteria is good rather than bad. Society is obsessed with cleanliness and sterility, but bacteria is needed for your skin microbiome to flourish. The bacteria from your mother's womb is still part of you. Your personal microbiome is you. It defines who you are. Keep it alive and healthy. Use itself to heal itself. The suit keeps your microbiome healthy overall, and the patches target the larger flare-ups. They will be soft on the skin, will blend into the suit, and is easy to remove and attach. Patches use Sol Gel microencapsulation to control the release of stabilizing compounds for the specific dermatology issues people face, such as eczema, rosacea, plaque psoriasis, and many others. The Symbiosuit is meant to be slept in to allow the microbial transfer and regulation to occur. We sleep for roughly 6 to 8 hours a night, making this a perfect window for the garment to learn and understand your body. The logistics of how this garment is washed, its durability, and the microbiome's longevity are still being researched, but this concept leaves a lot of avenues to be explored. The Symbiosuit is not a finished solution, but a starting point for rethinking the relationship between clothing, health, and the living ecosystems we carry with us every day. Our suit starts here, but it doesn't stop there. The Symbiosuit is just the beginning for reparative clothing. Microbiomes are underutilized in topical skin treatment and often seen as the cause of problems. But the Symbiosuit views your microbiome as something that can repair itself. It doesn't just have to be a suit. The application of this research can presumably be applied to any fabric. Your entire closet, bed sheets, pillowcases, blankets could all be just like your Symbiosuit. Your body has the invaluable ability to heal itself. We just need to allow it to do so.
The forest holds ancient secrets. Secrets that do not belong to a single place, but to many. From the same leaf, different rituals are born. Yet one gesture is repeated, sharing. Sometimes the water is hot and time slows down around the fire. Other times it is cold to accompany the intense heat of the earth and the day. But in both cases, the essence does not change. Yerba mate passes from hand to hand, and in that journey it becomes encounter. It does not matter the name it receives in each region, nor the form taken by the water that awakens in it. What matters is what happens between people. the pause, the gesture, the presence. And in that same spirit, matter also changes form. From that same yerba mate, something new is born, an object that is no longer drunk but still remembers its origin. The waste of yerba mate can have a new life that takes different forms, becoming a natural dye. The yerba mate undergoes a crushing process and then, in a slow cooking pot, it gradually dyes the fabric. For the development of the biomaterial, we prepare a mixture of glycerin, sodium alginate, water, and cotton fabric. It becomes a coating that changes the properties of the textile, giving it structure, texture, color, and other unexpected characteristics, such as a soft aroma. From these experiments, a new product is born. A bag created from yerba mate as a biomaterial, a transformation that does not break the bond with the earth, but continues it in another form. Because there are materials that do not end their story when they change form. They simply continue it. And perhaps that is the true secret of Yerbatal, that a single plant can be ritual, encounter, and also future. What the earth transforms is never forgotten.
In a balanced ecosystem, long-spine sea urchins play an important role in maintaining healthy kelp forests. However, warming ocean temperatures driven by climate change have caused an explosion in sea urchin populations, leading to widespread ecological damage. Since 1970, Tasmania has lost around 95% of its giant kelp forests. Overgrazing by sea urchins transforms thriving marine ecosystems into barren seascapes. This loss matters because kelp forests support biodiversity, protect coastlines, and act as significant blue carbon sinks, storing up to 4 times more carbon than terrestrial forests. The overfishing of rock lobster, a natural sea urchin predator, has further contributed to this imbalance. At the same time, over 90% of sea urchin catch is sent to landfill. Salty Row, a Tasmanian business alone, produces 90 tonnes of shell waste each year. Upsurge addresses both problems by transforming sea urchin shell waste into a restoration resource. Current kelp restoration methods, such as hatchery outplanting and green gravel, have proven ecological value, but require significant ongoing labour. Seeded ropes must be individually installed and maintained, limiting large-scale deployment. Upsurge takes a different approach through a modular, pre-cultured substrate that can be transported in racks and stacked into a single anchor system, reducing handling and making wider deployment more feasible. The material behind Upsurge is Urchcrete, a biocomposite made from waste sea urchin shells. The shells are combined with a casein and agar biopolymer binder, then compressed and cured into a marine restoration substrate. During testing, sawdust was initially included as an aggregate, but was removed due to brittleness and water absorption issues. Compressing the molds under weight improved density and produced a more stable final material. Designing for a living ecosystem also raised important ethical considerations. Urchcrete currently uses casein, an animal-derived protein, creating opportunities for future development using entirely marine-sourced binders. More importantly, this project is situated on Palawa Sea country. Any future implementation would require genuine partnership with Palawa communities, not simply as a source of knowledge but as decision makers and stewards of sea country. The upsurge frame itself is inspired by the hexagonal structure found within sea urchin shells. Kelp requires a surface to attach to, so spores collected from reproductive kelp tissue are applied to the textured Urchcrete surface. This allows kelp to be cultured onto the frame in a controlled environment before deployment. Fortescue Bay was selected as a pilot location due to its shallow, nutrient-rich waters. The suspended frame system maximizes sunlight exposure while reducing grazing pressure from sea urchins on the reef below. Frames are pre-cultured, transported in water-filled racks, and attached to a single anchor supporting multiple stacked units, significantly reducing in-water labour. While Fortescue Bay serves as the initial pilot site, suitable conditions exist across much of Tasmania's east coast. Upsurge could scale from suspended frames to cultivation tiles deployed directly onto reef systems. Because the material originates from an existing waste stream, Restoration efforts could expand through partnerships with IMAS researchers, commercial dive fishers, conservation organizations, and aquaculture operators. We are also honest about the project's limitations. Urchcrete has not yet been tested under real marine conditions, so long-term durability remains unknown. Potential ecological impacts associated with material degradation require further investigation, and kelp spore attachment was only observed visually rather than quantitatively measured. Any future pilot would require ongoing ecological monitoring before broader implementation. At the end of its life cycle, kelp can be harvested for spore collection, fertilizers, or sustainable feed products, while the frame gradually biodegrades. Upsurge is not just a restoration structure. It is a proposal for a circular system where an industry that currently sends most of its waste to landfill becomes a supplier of restoration infrastructure. By connecting IMAS researchers, commercial dive fishers, conservation organizations, and Palawa communities through a shared stewardship model of sea country, Upsurge seeks to transform a source of ecological damage into part of the solution, one frame at a time.
Today, hospitals generate an enormous amount of waste, and much of it comes from products designed to be used only once. One example is the isolation gown, a product used for only a few hours, but discarded immediately after use. Around 30% of hospital waste comes from the operating room, and in just one hospital, that can mean more than 54,000 gowns every year. Now, imagine that number multiplied across hospitals around the world. What seems small in one procedure becomes massive at a global scale. And the problem does not end when the gown is thrown away. Most disposable gowns are made from plastic that can stay in the environment for hundreds of years. And if the gown is burned, it still creates pollution and extra costs. People's care should not cost the planet's health. But environmental impact is not the only problem. Imagine standing for hours under surgical lights, under heat, pressure, and constant focus. Now imagine that the garment meant to protect you is also making that experience harder. The isolation gown is always there, and yet it is rarely noticed. That is exactly the problem. Current gowns create three major challenges: heat, restriction, and waste. So we asked ourselves a simple question: what if a gown could protect and return to Earth? At first, we thought this project was about waste. Then, we thought it was about care. But eventually, we realized it was about both. That is why we created both. Care in both directions. A disposable isolation gown designed to care for healthcare professionals and for the planet. Our solution combines three key elements: a bamboo-based textile, localized liquid protection, and end-of-life compostability. We selected bamboo because it is one of the fastest-growing renewable resources on Earth. It is renewable, biodegradable, breathable, and naturally antibacterial, making it a strong alternative for healthcare applications. But comfort is not enough. A gown also needs protection. That is why we use Organotex, a PFAS-free finish that helps repel liquids. At a microscopic level, one side attaches to the fabric and the other side repels water. We apply it only on the highest risk areas, the chest and sleeves. This keeps the gown protective, breathable, and comfortable. The story does not end after use. The gown's life continues. Through our circular approach, the material can naturally decompose and return to the earth. Compared to conventional disposable gowns, both performs better across the whole life cycle, during use and after use. It is light on your body, lighter on the planet getting here. Required research, testing, and refinement. We explored different materials, patterns, and protective finishes before reaching our final proposal. Throughout the process, we listened to users and experts to better understand their needs and validate our proposal. Because the surgeon is not just wearing the gown. They depend on it. That is why validation is essential. Our testing follows the same standards used to classify medical gowns, including impact penetration testing and hydrostatic pressure testing. Our goal is to achieve Level 2 and Level 3 performance, the most widely used protection levels in healthcare environments. In the end, this project is not asking how to make a gown look different. It is asking how one of the most overlooked products in healthcare can become more protective, more breathable, more comfortable, and more responsible. Care for the doctor, care for the planet, because better care for them means better care for everyone else. Thank you.
Isabella is 7 years old. Today she drew a 0 in her homework, not because she failed the test, but because when her teacher asked what she had for breakfast, that was her answer. In neighborhoods like Venecia, a middle-income community in downtown Bogota, where average individual income is around 2.6 million pesos, but household nearly needs 4.1 million pesos to cover basic living costs, kids eat, but their bodies work like a broken bucket. Calories go in, but essential micronutrients never make it where they need to go. This is hidden hunger. Over 30% of Colombian children show micronutrition deficiencies, even when their weight is completely normal. The calories go in, the nutrients leak out. The problem is not what they eat, it's whether the body can use it. Plant-based iron has baseline absorption rate to 5 to 12%. In the presence of phthalates and oxalates naturally abundant in plant foods, the rate drops further. The nutrients are there, the body simply cannot reach them. To unlock what the body needs, we ferment Malabar spinach with the lactic acid bacterial consortium isolated from kimchi brine, rich in lactobacillus, leuconostoc, and Wisselia. Fermentation does something specific here. It hydrates the mucilage, the soluble fiber matrix inside the leaf, and transforms the flavor profile from bitter and astringent to umami and acidic. This makes the mucilage accessible for industrial extraction. We dry this extract at 40 degrees Celsius, precisely low enough to preserve the soluble fibers with bioactivity compounds while eliminating fermentation microorganisms. The result? A fine powder carrying the functional core of Nivo. The dried mucilage powder is combined with a flavoring blend: ground habanero, paprika, citric acid, MSG, and salt. This coating is applied cold, after frying, so the soluble fibers are never exposed to high temperatures. The soluble fiber from the mucilage adheres to the intestinal wall and selectively feeds beneficial gut bacteria. A thriving microbiome creates optimal conditions for mineral transport. The iron and zinc from the premix, no longer blocked by antinutrients, cross the intestinal barrier freely. The mucilage does not just carry nutrients, it builds the environment that absorbs them. In Venecia, the children did not reject the fermented Malabar profile. They asked for it again. Caregivers, who initially raised the same question as any expert jury, shifted their position once they understood the mechanism. We're not replacing real food. We're making the snack moment, which already happens, finally count. We do not feed more. We make food finally count. Nivo.
In the first 4 months of 2026, over 36 million cows, 124 million pigs, and 8 billion chickens have been slaughtered in the United States alone. Only 63% of a cow becomes meat. The rest is something that we don't talk about. But an animal is worth more than its most marketable parts. Blood, organs, marrow, and fat aren't byproducts. Entire food traditions were built on them, and in many cultures around the world, these parts are still considered sacred. In traditional Lakota practice, every part of the buffalo was used. Parts of the animal that we now dispose of played crucial roles in tradition and survival. Factory farming, defined as a system of animal farming designed purely to maximize product output while minimizing costs, allows consumers to forget the story behind each animal. Living beings are reduced to lines on a balance sheet, and flesh becomes a commodity. Livestock figurines come in one of 3 different shapes and use real animal blood as a visceral reminder to consumers of the cost of the meat we eat. This blood is sourced from local farmers and butchers and injected into resin-printed models of the animals it comes from. Each box is lined with butcher paper and contains the figurine alongside collectible cards with the animal's information. These cards confirm the authenticity of your figurine and provide additional information relevant to the specific animal that you've opened. The outside of each blind box will show each of the 3 possible figurines you can collect, as well as Livestock's mission statement. With your purchase of a Livestock blind box, you're supporting work that connects people to the full story behind the animals we consume. All proceeds go towards the continued funding of the First Nations Education and Cultural Center at Indiana University to help elevate Indigenous perspectives that restore respect to animal life and bring light to the responsibility of making use of the whole animal.
Hello, we are Jovana, Leila, and Leia, students from the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana, and we have a very important question to ask you. Since when did this become a safer environment for children than this? In our quest to protect our children from potential threats, we have built new worlds filled with new dangers. Instead of being curious explorers of nature, forming meaningful connections with other living beings, most of their day-to-days are spent interacting with plastic objects. These plastic objects will eventually be discarded, left to decompose into microplastics, spreading far and wide across the planet, making its way into the living ecosystems, polluting the soil, and endangering the lives of the very creatures whose lives we depend upon. Pollinators and decomposers are crucial participants in the ecosystem. Our lives are inseparably intertwined, yet we continue to treat them as pests and intruders that should be eradicated from our spaces. We need to teach our children to be better than us, allow them to reconnect with these precious creatures through play, and see the world from their perspective. That is exactly why we designed Eco, an evolving playground ecosystem made from a special biocomposite, facilitating open-ended play, connection, and imagination. The modules, main building elements of the space, have a symbolic inspiration, showing the important participants in this cycle: the flower, the pollinators, and the decomposer. Designed to inspire action and movement, they allow different forms of interaction. The flower becomes an object meant for jumping on, balancing, and stacking. The decomposer gives opportunity for dynamic movement, rolling, running, balancing. The wings of one pollinator serve to create passages and hiding spaces, while the other inspires more of a building mindset, inviting children to play and build, not just with Eco, but with other loose elements found in nature. Eco allows children to constantly redesign their environment together, create new obstacle courses, invent new games, new challenges, new ways of playing, and create new stories, ones that help us reconnect with nature and all of its participants. For Eco, we developed a special biocomposite made from available waste of local companies, rosehip tea and jute mixed with a strong cellulose-based binder. We created more than 75 samples, tested the best ones for the mechanical, environmental properties, and manufacturability. Here is our final choice of material. With an earthy color and texture, it is light and impact resistant, perfect for sensoric exploration and play. It embraces its natural life cycle, slowly breaking down in time, and evolving the modules from a play element into a food source for decomposers, nourishing the soil with essential nutrients at the end of its journey. And as one life cycle ends, another one begins. During colder months, children participate in workshops, learning about ecosystems and helping develop new seasonal collections and narratives. As spring arrives, the waste materials are collected, biomaterials are mixed, molded, and assembled into large-scale open-ended play elements. During summer, the playground becomes an active ecosystem of movement, collaboration, and imagination. And as the seasons shift once again, the material slowly begins returning back to the soil. Weather, plants, and insects and decomposers become visible participants in this transformation. The playground slowly becomes part of the ecosystem surrounding it. And with each iteration, the material performance and safety is tested and improved. New designs are co-created, implemented, and returned to Earth, evolving both the human and non-human communities, helping us come just one step closer to a more equal and brighter future for everyone. Let's reconsider the future of the world together.
Trawling is a hazardous fishing technique operating in the shadows of regulation. Trawlers drag weighted nets across the ocean floor, destroying everything in their path, including coral reefs, marine habitats, and entire ecosystems in a matter of minutes. 50% of the world's coral reefs have been lost in the last 30 years due to trawling, and 25% of all marine species depend on coral reefs to survive. The bottom line is, trawling needs to be stopped, and we have a solution. As Coral Connections, we have designed artificial coral out of concrete to save the homes of marine bottom-dwelling organisms underwater. A carefully curated 3D printed 8-piece hard mold has given us the perfect design. Our model demonstrates the success of combining artificial coral reefs with environmentally friendly materials with anti-trawling features. This structure also ensures long-term stability and protection against all trawling nets. To make our artificial coral, we mix together the concrete, aggregate, and seawater to make the concrete texture more liquidy to then be put in the mold. The final mold was marked with different shapes on each side to make it easier to reattach the mold the correct way after filled with concrete.
The mold is being placed together in order to form two halves, and then will be placed together to form the full structure.
The mold was slowly taken apart one by one from each piece. And this is what our final structure looked like when cast as concrete.
Our structure, when dropped, will carefully fall onto one another to create a stacked structure, similar to how coral pieces build on one another. The structures will slowly be rolled off the boat and into the water. As the boat slowly moves through the area, many structures will stack on top of one another, creating a reef-like cluster. The water will allow the structures to slowly drop, preventing damage to existing coral on the ocean floor. Over time, the structures will be monitored with underwater photogrammetry and occasional imaging from divers. The amount of biodiversity and erosion of the coral structure will be observed to determine the longevity of each structure and to observe how many microorganisms and macroorganisms the structure attracts. The structures will be further enhanced with a natural biofilm that is a red-orange color. The biofilm will encourage microfouling and increase the rate at which biodiversity develops around the structure. The color will attract algae and in turn increase the amount of micro and macroorganisms present around the cluster of structures.
Through environmentally friendly materials and strategic planning, coral connections will defeat trawling and protect sea life in danger once and for all.
Cities today are vibrant tapestries shaped by global migration. This imported biodiversity introduces incredible heirloom ingredients, but it also creates an entirely new, highly dense, localized waste stream. Today's fruits are trapped in static, non-biodegradable plastics. The solution was hidden in nature's own design. Inspired by the pomegranate, where internal walls, the septa, cushion, and preserve life. We turn to the communities themselves, sourcing food, waste directly from local juice shops and specialized supermarkets where these fruits are a daily staple. By extracting natural tannins and blending them with a biocomposite substrate, we engineered a living surface. A zero-resource packaging skin. This isn't just passive protection. Infused with natural betalains and tannins, the skin acts as a radical, real-time freshness indicator, reacting instantly to acidic changes as fruit ages. Designed for modularity, our structural trays stack seamlessly. The antibacterial skin functions like animal fascia, physically buffering individual fruits, while a microporous cuticle regulates the microclimate. From scalable, low-cost everyday composites to functional data-driven premium packaging, SEPTA creates a local circular economy, closing the loop between nature, community, and technology. SEPTA, living surfaces.
Every day, our cities are flooded with millions of decibels of noise pollution. This invisible crisis is linked to cardiovascular disease, chronic stress, and cognitive impairment. Yet the materials we use to fight it, petrochemical foams, create a second environmental burden: high carbon emissions and non-biodegradable waste. What if sound becomes the seed of its own solution? Acoustic symbiosis offers a better way, turning noise into living acoustic panels using bio-inspired algorithms. The Acoustic Symbiosis Project begins by listening. We capture the real noise signature of a specific location. This sound is then analyzed using fast Fourier transform, FFT, to break it down into different frequency components. These frequencies serve as parametric instructions to dynamically sculpt a three-dimensional surface, where low frequencies generate deeper cavities and macrostructures, while high frequencies create finer porous textures and surface details. The resulting geometry is converted into a printable open-frame mold. The fabrication process uses a practical stamping method. First, the mycelium substrate mixed with agricultural waste is poured and filled into a flat container. The 3D printed mold is then firmly pressed down onto the substrate like a stamp, imprinting the acoustic geometry onto the surface. After compressing the material, the mold is carefully lifted away, leaving a clear textured pattern. The substrate is then left to incubate, allowing the mycelium to grow and solidify within the imprinted structure. Once fully grown, the finished panel is removed from the container, resulting in a lightweight, porous, and biodegradable acoustic panel shaped by the city's own noise. These custom panels are designed for interior spaces such as subway stations, offices, and libraries. At scale, entire rooms could be wrapped in a living acoustic skin, grown from noise, beautiful, and fully sustainable.
Rivers are the arteries of the planet, carrying life through ecosystems and communities alike. Today, these waterways carry something else. Nearly 80% of the plastic entering our oceans comes from rivers. In Savannah, our river shapes everyday life, supporting local ecosystems, industry, tourism, wildlife, and the communities along its shores. Working to protect Savannah's waterways, the Savannah River Keepers, a local nonprofit, have installed 8 litter booms that intercept floating remnants of pollution before it reaches the ocean. Microplastics continue slipping through, spreading into marine life, drinking water, and ecosystems far beyond the riverbanks. Aquavex began with a simple question. What if the systems already protecting Savannah's waterways could do more? By reimagining the traditional litter boom as an active filtration system, Aquavex aims to address pollution beyond what's visible on the surface. Industrial wastewater treatments can effectively remove contaminants, but often depend on chemical-heavy processes too costly and disruptive to apply directly to natural waterways. That's why we began exploring absorbent biomaterials. As the project evolved, we met with engineers, biochemists, environmental researchers, and field experts to ensure the community remained at the center of our project, and our partner, Savannah Riverkeepers, helped us better understand what a long-term environmental solution would truly require. Their perspective reinforced the need for a scalable approach capable of addressing not only visible litter, but also microplastics, heavy metals, diseases, and harmful pathogens. One solution continued resurfacing: chitosan. Research into chitosan has shown incredibly promising filtration capabilities. Derived from crustacean shells, chitosan carries a positive charge capable of attracting negatively charged contaminants from water. Through processes known as adsorption and flocculation, chitosan has demonstrated the ability to remove pollutants including E. coli, heavy metals, chemical dyes, and microplastics. Pairing this with biochar, a long-recognized filtering agent, we explored how materials could transform river cleanup from simple collection to active filtration. We began exploring chitosan-coated cotton structures designed to increase surface area while remaining biodegradable and flexible enough for aquatic environments. But beyond the research, we wanted to witness the process ourselves. Clear acetic acid is added to white chitosan powder. The material rapidly transforms from a dry powder into a viscous liquid. After dozens of formulation trials, an optimal mixture began producing rapid flocculation, pulling pollutants together and separating them from the water in seconds. By layering chitosan with biochar, we created a filtration system designed to capture different forms of pollution simultaneously. Our design approach centered on integration rather than intrusion. The river itself became the foundation for our inspiration. The flowing forms of Aquavex mimic filter-feeding organisms, kelp forests, and underwater plant life, creating an organic structure designed to move with the river, not against it. Environmental impact guided every material decision. We wanted the system to return to nature once it had fulfilled its purpose, ensuring the solution does not become part of the problem itself. For Savannah, the river is more than scenery. It is part of the city's identity. Aquavex was created to ensure the systems protecting it today are capable of protecting it tomorrow.
Every summer, they return. Common Swift traveled thousands of kilometers from Africa to Spain, coming back to the exact place where they were born. For them, a nest is more than a shelter. It is memory, it is home. But when they arrive, many nests have disappeared. Although Swift are a protected species in Spain, they continuously lose their nesting sites because people remove them from buildings. The reason is simple: dirt. Mud-stained facade, creating conflicts between wildlife and urban life. Yet Swifts are one of the city's greatest natural allies. They feed on mosquitoes, flies, aphids, and other insects, helping control urban pests and maintain ecological balance.
So the question became, how can we design a future where both humans and Swifts can coexist? This is Mucaria, a modular nesting system designed for urban environments, providing safe homes for Swifts while preventing the dirt and structural issues that often lead to nest destruction. Instead of removing nature from our cities, Mucaria integrates it into architecture itself.
Born from the context of Córdoba, its form is inspired by mucarnas,
the geometric compositions found throughout Andalusian and Islamic architecture. Their cavities naturally create spaces for inhabitation, transforming ornament into habitat. This structure is made from an eggshell-based bioceramic. Its texture recalls clay, the material swifts use to build their nest in nature. Breathable, insulating, and biodegradable, it is designed to work with ecological systems rather than against them.
More than a nest, Mukaria is a vision for future cities based on symbiosis, modular architectural systems, designed not only for humans, but for entire ecosystems. A city that does not push nature away, but grows together with it.
In a place known worldwide for its natural wonders, California's kelp forests are one of the most striking, lush, and sometimes alien environments you can find. Giant kelp tower 100 feet off the seafloor, and around them dart otters, fish, and countless other organisms that make up their ecology. They sequester carbon at incredible rates and are home to many species found nowhere else. But lately, they're eating themselves alive. As climate change continues to raise ocean temperatures, sunflower sea stars have rapidly died off and vanished. With their main predators gone, Pacific purple sea urchin populations have exploded and mowed through kelp forests like a swarm of locusts. What's left are urchin barrens, hundreds of miles of bare seafloor, carpeted in dormant zombie urchins just waiting for more kelp to destroy. In the last 10 years alone, 95% of California's kelp forests have vanished. This is what total ecosystem collapse looks like. For 5 years, I worked in environmental restoration in Northern California's ancient redwood forests. I learned that with good people, good plans, and decent funding, we can bring back ecosystems at massive scales. But while we were saving those trees, the underwater forests back home in the Bay Area were facing an even more rapid and existential threat. In Fort Bragg, California, the Noyo Center for Marine Science is already working the problem. So I traveled back up north through the slowly recovering redwoods to see what they were up to. Their current efforts include removing zombie urchins, farming them back to health, and selling them to sushi restaurants to fund more removal. But what's left is metric tons of sea urchin shells just rotting in the sun. They're enlisting artists, scientists, and designers to find some use for these shells, ideally something that enables kelp restoration. So I filled up 8 buckets, took them back to San Francisco, and got to work. Urchin shells are made of 95% calcium carbonate. So if you get them really hot, up to around 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, they turn into calcium oxide, also known as quicklime. Quicklime has actually been derived from seashells and used for millennia to make concrete. Shell-based concrete was often stronger and more environmentally friendly than the carbon-intensive Portland cement that we use today. More recently, concrete has also been used to construct artificial underwater structures to create habitat for coral reef organisms, a restoration technique that's been wildly successful worldwide. The idea of this kind of underwater terraforming became the basis for my work going forward. The Noyo Center has urchin removal tiled, but if kelp is simply replanted after removal, there's nothing to stop the urchins from breeding rapidly and swarming back in on them. It's a losing battle. This is where holdfast armor fits in. These planters made of urchin-based concrete are meant as incubators and housing for young kelp. They're hollow on the inside, with openings to allow kelp roots to spread out and let other organisms in, but they're also ridged with geometry too tight for urchins to enter. In the same way that urchin spines ward off predators, these concrete ridges can protect kelp as well. They can be easily molded in 2 parts, seeded with juvenile kelp, dropped off a boat, and land in any orientation on rocky seafloor. Making these is also pretty simple and cheap. Material costs are essentially zero when made on site. First, urchins are fired in a kiln. Then the resulting quicklime is slaked with water into a lime putty, which we then mix with sand from the beach and a bit of the calcined clay from the container we fired the shells in. This sets off a chemical binding reaction that actually continues throughout the concrete's lifespan, absorbing more carbon dioxide and healing itself from the inside out. This closes the loop on the restoration process, providing a permanent solution to an existing bold plan that benefits the local and wider economies, scientists, and the kelp forests alike. Through simple alchemy with the materials readily available in an urchin barren, we can transform the seafloor into an environment that protects kelp for centuries to come. It's easy to demonize a species out of check, especially when spending months devising ways to fight against them. But the purple urchins are still a native part of the ecosystem and deserve respect as such. The kelp forests are their home too. While their removal is necessary, we can honor the urchins' sacrifices and return their bodies to the ocean where they can help to mitigate the harm that they've unwittingly done. Both humans and urchins are complicit, but human-caused climate change is the true culprit. And with our abilities and resources, it's our responsibility to work with our co-conspirators to begin to make things right.
Today, modernization and urbanization have changed not only the form of cities, but also people's mental states. Under information overload, social pressure, and an intense pace of life, anxiety, fatigue, and mental tension have become shared experiences for many people. As students of environmental design, we began to ask, can we create a space where people can temporarily step away from pressure and reconnect with their bodies, nature, and inner peace? This is the starting point of Spores and Spirits. With this intention in mind, we turned our gaze to Yunnan. Yunnan province encompasses diverse ecosystems ranging from tropical rainforests to alpine meadows, and is home to more than half of China's animal and plant species. It is also one of the world's richest regions for wild edible fungi, with around 900 known species, earning it the title of the Kingdom of Wild Mushrooms. Across this land, where mountains, rivers, and ethnic cultures are deeply interwoven, different communities live in harmony. Their diverse ways of life allow visitors from around the world to experience a genuine sense of happiness. The phrase, a lifestyle called Yunnan, represents a soothing form of slow living. We hope to place a healing space within the mountains and wilderness, allowing people to find comfort through the vitality of nature. To find the place that could best embody this vision of healing, we conducted field research in Lijiang, Dali, Honghe, and other regions of Yunnan. When we arrived in Yuanyang and entered the villages where the Hani people have lived for generations, we found our answer. Among the mountains of Yuanyang, the ancestors of the Hani people carved layers of terraces into the landscape, forming a cyclical system composed of forests, water systems, villages, and terraces. This is not only a magnificent agricultural landscape, but also a living ecological wisdom of long-term coexistence between people and nature. Through 1,000 years of practice, this landscape answers one of humanity's enduring questions: how can we live in harmony with nature? Hani villages embody the ecological wisdom of their ancestors in every detail. Above the terraces, traditional dwellings are arranged in gentle arcs. Because their forms resemble mushrooms, they are known as mushroom houses. The thick thatched roofs of mushroom houses allow rainwater to run off naturally while blocking the intense sun, and their rammed, earth walls help keep the interior warm in winter and cool in summer. Most of their building materials are sourced from the surrounding mountains. Without deliberate ornamentation, these houses remain stable in a changing mountainous climate. After extensive field research and surveying, we extracted the structural logic of sloping roofs supporting one another and transformed it into an immersive frame healing space. Structurally, we use mortise and tenon joinery to interlock the timber frames, while mycelium panels serve as the building envelope. Because the Hani people live deep within the mountains, some of the agricultural waste produced through farming has traditionally been burned directly. In response, we collect local agricultural residues, test material ratios in the laboratory, and cultivate mycelium panels by inoculating the substrate with fungal strains. After growth and forming, the biological activity of the mycelium material is terminated before it is installed into the timber framework to form the walls. Therefore, this is not a living fungal building, but a safe, stable, and controllable bio-based material. To shape a healing scene, we designed an operable support tinged window system. On the side facing the terraces, the lower part of the wall can be opened or closed as needed. When closed, it creates an independent and quiet shelter. When opened, the mountains, terraces, and sea of clouds unfold before the viewer, evoking a sense of unity between humanity and nature. At the same time, our team created a soothing, gentle, breath, like melody, based on the biological signals generated during mycelium growth. What we hope to construct is an environment where touch, scent, sound, and adjustable views work together, allowing the body to gradually relax and once again feel the sense of safety of being held by the earth. In the near future, we hope to bring this healing space back to Yohanyang, Yunnan, and build it within the terrace landscape itself. We believe that what truly heals us is the warmth of the earth, the rhythm of nature, and the enduring vitality of life. We are a design team from Yunnan Arts University in China. We are rooted in this land. We care deeply about local culture, and we are committed to using design to serve society.
There is so much beauty within us, not just in our souls, but in our intricate physical makeup, woven from hundreds of tissues. We are miles of staggering landscapes, landscapes that are both simple and complex, straight and convoluted, all so well orchestrated that it is both magical and inspiring. Within ourselves, we are as beautiful as the mountains and the oceans, and we are as beautiful as the galaxies and the stars. We are a part of the universe. When we look at histological slides, we see patterns in our tissues that directly parallel those in the sky. Most people don't look through the microscope to discover this beauty. We wanted to give an opportunity for everyone to experience it. We built a student-led platform transforming histology into art, designed to be replicated anywhere by anyone. By obtaining slides from iStock and with simple use of Photoshop, histology slides can be transformed into poster art. The hair follicle can look like an owl, and a colon can look like a field of flowers. We exhibited these posters and invited people of different ages to inspire and teach. Further, we went on to creating an immersive experience. By animating each slide with the help of AI and combining animations in iMovie, we were able to project it onto a white box. Presented through art, science is approachable, inspiring, and enlightening.
Today, highways divide neighborhoods, trap pollution, and silently damage public health. While many sectors have reduced emissions over time, roadway transportation remains one of the most persistent sources of urban air pollution since emissions continue to rise. Even worse, around 45 million Americans are exposed to concentrated traffic exhaust every day, which is especially dangerous because ultrafine particles from vehicle exhaust can enter the bloodstream directly. To solve this, we perform extensive research on microalgae and current bioreactor systems.
The primary culture cultivated in bioreactors is microalgae. It is a simple and powerful microorganism that can scrub carbon dioxide and other pollutants directly from the air, converting them into biomass. That biomass can then be converted and harvested into several valuable products.
In fact, under optimal conditions, research shows that microalgae grows up to 10 times faster than other terrestrial plants. And it features advantages like higher production rates, the ability to grow in brackish water in barren areas, higher lipid storage, and easier harvesting.
With bloom boards, we not only propose a solution to the exhaust gas issue, we create visual art that can be displayed beside highways. We create billboards.
Our bioreactor system rests on top of current billboard infrastructure, improving the effects the advertisements have on the environment. By using high-speed solenoid-coated valves, we can precisely control intervals to form air gaps inside the fluids to create letters, symbols, and animations. But to keep the display readable and algae healthy, we also implement a logic controller to code the release of the air within the fluid. The controller continuously measures 3 variables: culture density through optical sensors, air pressure at each valve, and temperature through embedded thermocouples. Using this feedback, the system self-corrects in real time. If biomass accumulation exceeds operational thresholds, the culture can be drained and refreshed. Our solution has horizontal tubing stacked on top of one another, and depending on the size of the billboard, the inner diameter of the tubing will be from 2 to 4 centimeters. This will all be made of borosilicate glass due to its durability and heat tolerance.
The narrow diameter induces slug flow, where Taylor bubbles fill the tube in its entirety and act as pistons. This forces exhaust gases into prolonged contact with the algae, increasing mass transfer rates through vertices, which allow the bubbles to scour the inside of the tubes and reduce biofilm.
To support delicate algal cultures, we replace traditional impellers with low-shear centrifugal pumps that circulate fluid without damaging cells. A separate regenerative blower injects highway exhaust and ambient air through the solenoid valves. During lighter traffic periods, the system enters a lower energy idle state. The fluidic logic controller can also pre-stretch bubble patterns to compensate for motion blur, ensuring that a driver traveling at 70 miles per hour sees the same sharp lettering as a driver moving at 30. Billboards currently generate millions of dollars in revenue, so our system can keep selling ad space just as it has, but with a living system that filters the air around it. Along with this, algal systems create biomass, which can later be turned into biofuel and later fermented into bioethanol, which qualify for several grants of carbon energy. In fact, the DOE has invested over $18 million towards mixed algae conversion to lower carbon fuels, a system that they see will benefit the transportation sector. 2 funding opportunities under the DOE fit our system exactly: the Macro FAO 003274, which provides funding for mixed algae conversion to lower carbon fuels, and Entry 00035520, which has provided over $10 million towards algal system yield maximization. Beyond grants, bloom boards can also participate in carbon credit markets. Under the International Organization of Standardization Frameworks, each metric ton of carbon dioxide captured and converted into harvested biomass may qualify for verified carbon credits.
Finally, several environmental and operational limitations were considered during development. First, direct sunlight can reduce display visibility by washing out bubble contrast. To solve this, we implemented matte, high-contrast backing plates that improve readability and visibility under outdoor lighting conditions.
Next, excessive infrared and ultraviolet radiation can damage algal DNA. To mitigate this, semi-transparent solar films filter harmful wavelengths while simultaneously generating supplemental electricity. To prevent horizontal tube leaks from creating roadway runoff or slick surfaces near highways, the system incorporates cambered gutter channels that capture and redirect any escaped fluid safely away from traffic. Finally, during winter conditions, psychophilic strains such as Chlamydomonas nivalis can maintain photosynthetic activity near 0 degrees Celsius. During extreme summer heat, thermophilic species such as Galdiaria sulfurea can survive temperatures approaching 56 degrees Celsius and highly acidic environments. These extremophile strains allow the system to remain biologically active across a wide range of climates.
Overall, bloom boards transform dead infrastructure into living environmental technology because no one should have to pay for their commute with their health.
Over the past 3 decades, many areas of the Long Island Sound have experienced recurring hypoxia, killing plants, animals, and devastating marine ecosystems. Hypoxia occurs when dissolved oxygen levels fall below what marine ecosystems need to survive. In the Sound, this typically happens after nutrient-driven algae blooms. When these blooms die, decomposition rapidly consumes oxygen. In addition, stratified summer waters prevent mixing, so deep layers become progressively depleted. Through research, design, and experimentation, we aim to find a biological solution that could steadily reintroduce oxygen into hypoxic waters. Introducing the OxyFlow.
The OxyFloat uses a floating algal dome that elevates surface oxygen to roughly 200% of normal levels through intensified photosynthesis. The superoxygenated water moves through a vertical conduit where a solar-powered submersible pump delivers it into hypoxic bottom waters. The system creates a persistent, low-flow oxygen micro-refuge that strengthens benthic communities and improves sediment chemistry.
To maintain low impact, Oxyfloat utilizes existing NOAA buoy infrastructure for power and anchoring. We chose the algae strain Gracelaria because it's fast-growing, tough in coastal conditions, and a powerhouse for oxygen. The ultimate goal is that someday, Oxyfloat will run completely autonomously, delivering oxygen to hypoxic zones throughout the Long Island Sound. We hope to turn the Long Island Sound from hypoxic to hopeful.
What if, instead of building homes, we grew them? We are living matters. And we have redefined construction by working with nature to build housing that's scalable, accessible, and low emission. Living Matters uses proven building strategy alongside innovative biomaterials to integrate our building process with the local ecology. How do you grow a house from the earth? Living Matters provides a blueprint for the future of sustainable building. A home you grow can be shipped in from somewhere else. It has to be built by the people who live there, from what the land already provides. Living Matters is built on the principle that to build sustainably, you must understand your ecology, build from it, with the people who live there. This isn't California, it's universal. Our team spans Brazil, the USA, China, and Iraq. 4 places, one shared problem. And it's why we anchor our work in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Because the goals are global, but the solutions have to be local. So Living Matters isn't really a house, it's a blueprint, a model for how a small group like ours can work alongside a community, translating their landscape into housing that meets their needs, while drawing down carbon instead of adding to it.
Hello, we are Flow State, a temporary bio-based spray paint made from food waste built for a city in flow. But what is Flow State?
Flow is a term coined by psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi in his book Flow. Transient hyperfrontality further defines this, a state where the dorsolateral PFC deactivates and self-doubt vanishes from your brain. Flow triggers one of the most potent chemical cascades that can occur. During flow, your brain is flooded with dopamine and norepinephrine, which create a relentless force for focus alongside endorphins and anandamide that eliminate fatigue and spark creativity, along with a final rush of serotonin that deepens satisfaction.
To further define, flow isn't restricted only to human minds. A city like Detroit, our backdrop, is a living organism where culture, movement, and history align into a seamless, unstoppable flow. The murals throughout the city personify this, becoming the canvas for the people's history and soul. The city itself has incentivized artists to come and strengthen these communities and redefine these buildings, producing over 700 murals that span across the city and actually help to impact the community that they are a part of. But a toxic paradox comes with these murals. The volatile organic compounds, VOCs, found in traditional spray cans hurt the people trying to help the community while also damaging the environment via chemical runoff and non-recyclable cans. We asked a few artists in the city who are actually responsible for some of the murals that we see every day. We looked for their insight, and Ijana Cortez told us that she has to use a respirator and gloves every time she paints. And Oshun Williams actually noted that he goes through 300 plus cans of pure mural. This proves and shows that there is room to create a better system. By looking at the current one as a roadmap, we can know exactly how to replace each hazardous component. We examine the current formulation of spray paint, looking at how base coats and pigments are derived from polyurethane coatings and dioxin violets. To expand even further, we researched surfactants, solvents, binders, and plasticizers to see how the properties of food waste could replace them. Waste streams like stale bread, onion skins, and eggshells can replace traditional surfactants, solvents, or base coats. Flow State is a temporary spray paint that utilizes food waste to help reduce chemical usage and create an alternative to a possible toxic system. What we did to actually help us validate our process is we looked at impactors in the city, and Ecosphere Organics became our main mentor throughout this process.
It's necessary. Like, the industry right now is really struggling to find something that is sustainable, biodegradable, be useful at the same time. And so really the Flow State project is amazing in that way. I would also say because it integrates community here in Detroit, issues like waste management costs, what to do with anything that they weren't able to give out to the community, on top of create a safer product for artists to be able to use is really helpful.
We could cut off the bad parts and maybe use some of the good parts, but it has a much better use in being used for food waste that actually is transformed into art. Very surprised, even to know that there was something else that could be done with the food. So knowing that the food does not get wasted, that it in fact can create an art installation that gives us color, gives us vibrancy, and makes us feel felt and seen, it is very important in our community.
Through this partnership, we created a solution that utilizes Ecosphere Organics as a powerhouse, partnering with waste reduction resources like Feed Your Neighborhood to impact the community. We started our experimentation with the known principles of natural pigment extraction and historic precedents like egg tempera, wheat paste, and milk paint recipes, innovating to create a system derived entirely from food waste.
And through this process of trial and error, we were actually successful in making something that is a non-toxic bio-based system.
Through refinement, we utilized bread, which we used as our binder due to its gelatinized starch, aquafaba, which functions as a surfactant, red onion skins, which provides cellulose fiber, salt, that acts as a natural preservative, and dehydrated food waste. We mix all of our dry ingredients together and add them to water heated to 65 degrees Celsius to activate the starches.
We then introduced a vortex that blends the ingredients into a low viscosity paint that can easily pass through a spray gun. Finally, we top it off with a glycerin plasticizer and clove oil, which acts as a co-solvent and preservative to prevent the paint from cracking while drying. So, give it a try. Go paint, go create, go flow through Flow State.
Wildfires, intense sea logging, and unsustainable land practices leave soils gray, lifeless, and unable to regenerate. In central and southern Chile, where volcanic salts predominate, the damage is even greater. The land is highly porous, erodes rapidly, and loses its ability to retain water. Organic matter is destroyed, essential fungi and bacteria disappears, and the soil is left loose, fragile, and depleted of the minerals required for regeneration. Without vegetation cover, rainfall strikes the ground directly. Water fails to infiltrate, run off the surface, and carries away the soil, accelerating degradation. This reality particularly affects rural communities that depend on healthier soils for their livelihoods. Small-scale farmers lack accessible tools to restore their lands. Existing solutions are costly and often ineffective in these soil conditions. Current restoration methods are not enough. Water drains too quickly, the soil cannot retain moisture, and vegetation struggle. This challenge calls for a local, biodegradable solution capable of restoring stability, nutrients, and microbial life to the soil without the needs for machinery or chemical inputs. Our challenge to develop an accessible, local-sourced, and effective solution capable of bringing life back to soils that have lost everything. This is how Mycota was born, a biostabilizer structure that integrates multiple soil restoration strategies into a single system. Inspired by mycorrhizal fungi, its anchor itself to the terrain, reduces erosion, and gradually readily release nutrients. Biotar, stark volcanic stones, and RH ceramics, helping transform degraded land into living, fertile, and resilient soil from the ground up.
Activewear. It's supposed to represent health, movement, wellness. But many of the materials we wear every day rely on chemical coatings linked to long-term environmental and health concerns. PFAS, often called forever chemicals, are commonly used to create water resistance and durability in textiles. But those same chemicals persist in the environment and may even absorb through our skin. So, we asked ourselves, what if performance could come from nature instead? Mazine Movement is developing a bio-based coating system for cotton and other cellulosic textiles. Using zine and beeswax, we're exploring a cleaner alternative to synthetic performance coatings, designed to improve water resistance while maintaining softness, breathability, and comfort, because performance should not come at the cost of health or sustainability. The future of activewear isn't just about what we wear, it's about what we choose to depend on. Mazine Movement, performance inspired by nature.
Japanese urban neighborhoods carry generations of history, rooted in a long tradition of wooden architecture. From temples and shrines to tightly connected homes, these districts reflect both cultural heritage and community. Yet within this urban fabric lies a hidden vulnerability, known as mokumitsu. They are densely built wooden neighborhoods from the last century that no longer meet seismic standards. During earthquakes, they act as disaster multipliers, where a single event can ignite multiple fires that rapidly spread, triggering chain reactions across entire communities. We witnessed this devastation in the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the Great Hanshin Awati in 1995, and most recently, the Noto Peninsula earthquake in 2024. These prolonged firestorms led to over 100,000 deaths. Looking to the future, Japan predicts that the Nankai Trough megaquake, even larger, may strike within the next 30 years. Today, the threat remains. Wood feeds fire, tight spaces accelerate the spread, blocked routes trap families inside and rescuers outside. So we started looking into nature to find a solution that traditional engineering cannot provide.
So we asked ourselves, how can we design a retrofit for existing wooden buildings without behavior change, where its job is to buy time after a fire outbreak during the quick or natural disasters?
This is where Taiga comes in. Through this project, we want to explore a more sustainable and environmentally friendly coating rooted in biomaterials. Conventional coatings are usually chemically heavy and often toxic. When they burn, they release harmful toxins that create a second wave of health risk for both human and our environment. So we began to conduct a series of experiments to find a potential material. Eventually, we found our answer in mushroom.
Taika is a sustainable fire delay coating derived from fungal substances. On top of that, it will also address other environmental problems hiding in plain sight in Japan. Japan is the world's second largest mushroom producer, generating 469,000 tons per year. Every harvest leaves an enormous byproduct, spent mushroom substrate, or SMS. In Japan alone, over 210,000 tons are disposed annually. Most of it ends up in landfills or incinerated, which contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, foul odors, and water contamination. But what if this waste could become a resource?
Chitin derived from chitin, a natural polymer found in the cell wall of the fungal fruiting mushroom bodies and stems. It has the properties of fire retardants. For silica, we found that SMS in Japan is mostly made of paddy straw and rice bran, which are rich in silica. Natural silica itself is well known for providing a shield as a thin film, and it has a hydrophobic property. So with these properties, we are thinking together, would they provide a stronger protection?
To test this idea, we work at a bench scale in a chemistry lab. To extract hydrogen, we first prepared 30 grams of dehydrated mushroom powder for the 1 water extraction, boiling in the water at 80 to 85 degrees Celsius for 1.5 hours. To remove fat and proteins, we conduct the deacetylation process with alkaline treatment. After that, it was repeatedly washed and purified water until it was neutralized.
We use dry spent mushroom substrate incinerated at 600 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes in a furnace until it's turned into ash. Then it was treated with citric acid to remove metals and other substances. Then we mixed 3 different chitosan to silica ratios and applied each across multiple layers on the wood samples. Then tested each with a torch estimating to 1200 degrees Celsius for 30 seconds. The results indicates that a silica concentrations of 6.7 gram to 10 gram of chitosan perform best. The coating carbonized and crusted under heat, and the wood beneath remained largely unburned. We also noticed that flame spread was visibly controlled and fume generation was also reduced. So the direction is promising.
As our next step, we are in the process of discussing future collaboration with some big mushroom farm in Nagano, Niigata, and Hokkaido, and Nagashima farm in Yokohama.
Looking further ahead, for the mushroom farmers, what was once a disposal cost becomes a new source of income. For the elderly residents of Mokumitsu who cannot afford to rebuild and legally demolish their homes, protection finally arrives. Without relocation, without renovation, without a single change to the way they live. For the rest of the country, a slower fire is a survivable one. Shielding vulnerable homes means the next earthquake doesn't have to become another firestorm. This is not just a coating. It is a bridge that was built from the things we used to throw away, between Japan as it is and Japan as it could be. Taika, natural disasters, natural defenses.
What happens when your pet dies? Currently, there are a few accessible solutions. You can opt for private or communal cremation. You can take your beloved pet home and do a private burial. You can also choose to bury in a pet cemetery if you have access to that. When someone doesn't have access to private land or the monetary means to provide a cremation service for their pet, the only option becomes disposing of the deceased body in a landfill.
As pet owners, disposing of our pets in the garbage or landfill is never our first option. Disposing of your beloved animal in this way can be traumatic. But unfortunately, due to lack of access to land and affordability, a landfill may be the only option for many.
None of these options lend themselves to processing grief through adequate ritual or honoring of our beloved pets. And sadly, the prevalence of these methods poses major risks to the environment.
Cremation in the USA is growing in popularity, releasing an average of 360 metric tons of CO2 into our atmosphere each year.
The other method, a home pet burial, seems like a better option, right? Pets are often euthanized during end-of-life care. After euthanasia, the drug used, pentobarbital, can persist in tissues for up to 17 weeks, and in some cases leach into the surrounding soil environment for up to a year. This poses significant risk for scavenger animals in the surrounding environment. Interfering with soil laced with pentobarbital can result in serious injury or death if the animal is not decomposed ethically and responsibly.
After finding out more about what death care solutions are prevalent and widely available, we decided to find out more about alternatives to these funerary practices. What we found is the Loop Forever mushroom pet urn, ranging from $225 to $295, the Eutha bag, ranging from roughly $5 to $20, and of course, ecological burial or home burial for pets, in which expenses may vary significantly from one person to another. We feel that these options, while perhaps ecologically sound, do not meet the moment for many pets or their owners. The Loop Forever urn, while it can be planted directly into the ground, is seemingly more intended to live in domestic spaces, so while it is able to decompose, the ashes inside are still acidic and involve utilizing the process of cremation. And similarly, the Eutha bag, which is intended to be buried with your pet's ashes after cremation, intentionally does not biodegrade, making this ecologically conscious product not so eco-friendly.
When researching the possibility of eco-burial practices in Illinois, we wanted to focus on the restoration of one of the most critically endangered ecosystems in the world, Illinois prairie land. In our research on prairies in Chicago, we found that since 1810, prairie land has been significantly degraded and decreased from over 20 million acres to less than 2,300.
In the expansion of Chicago, much of these lands were transformed into large buildings, suburban homes, and private living spaces, resulting in an enormous prevalence of Kentucky bluegrass and other ecological zero plants.
We believe that our pets deserve to be honored after death and provided with a way to return and nourish the earth that they love to roam. Simply put, we believe our pets deserve more. Introducing the Everbloom Blanket, an ecologically positive pet burial shroud with native plant seeds. The Everbloom Blanket is made of flax linen and paper made from dried and pulped invasive plant species. This upper paper layer is designed to contain native seeds, ensuring ample room for roots and plenty of space for growth.
Our blanket comes together as a biodegradable shroud with flaps in the bottom and upper layers. The bottom flaps come together as essentially a covering or fabric capsule. This capsule ensures that pets can safely decompose in a contained environment, complete with oyster mushrooms to ensure that tissues containing pentobarbital are decomposed safely, responsibly, and effectively, further preventing the drug from leaching into soil or groundwater and preventing harm to neighboring species. The top of the shroud comes together a few inches below the surface of the soil. Each shroud seed mix is designed for companion planting, ensuring that each plant has a habitat to thrive and continue blooming year after year.
We decided to look a little deeper into plants, potential seed mixes, and flora options that would benefit from being in a nitrogen-rich soil environment. Here is an example of a list of 5 plants that we might include in a seed mix. There are a number of potential seed mixes that would take root quickly and bloom during the first year. First-year blooms felt important to us to ensure that surviving pet owners can process grief and pollinators have a rest stop to return to.
When we were researching materials, we found that including linen, gauze, seeds, mycelium, and all other materials, each burial would be roughly $97.11 for 24 cubic feet, which is approximately the size of a medium-sized dog.
We hope that Everbloom can provide a solution for both our pets and the environment that they love to roam in.
Massive event sanitation is a quiet crisis. A single festival like Coachella generates over 2 million gallons of liquid waste, but the volume is only half the problem.
To mask odors, operators currently saturate tanks with toxic chemical biocides. We saw rows of these chemical barrels clogging the facilities of local operators. These additives completely halt natural decomposition, transforming an organic resource into a hazardous liability that municipal wastewater plants are actively rejecting.
We engineered a system that works with biology, rather than fighting it. Meet Potty. It begins with a lightweight, compact delivery system that eliminates the need to haul heavy liquid chemicals. The individual biological pods are encapsulated in a water-soluble film and set into our PHA gyroid lattice.
To ensure this fits in real-world operations, we worked directly with the team at Southeastern Sanitation. They validated our handling of the approach, confirming Potty drops right into a worker's high-speed, 5-minute servicing window with 0 hardware changes.
Once deployed, the film dissolves and the internal PHA lattice acts as a ballast, anchoring the pod directly to the tank floor where solid waste settles. To our microbes, this structure is a solid carbon food source. They actively colonize the geometry, building a living biofilm that remains robust and highly active for the entire duration of a 6-day festival. Within this living habitat, Bacillus spores quickly wake up to liquefy solids and digest paper. Simultaneously, specialized nitrosinomus and thiobacillus strains target and neutralize ammonia and hydrogen sulfide gases, eliminating odor at the molecular level.
A digital chain of custody network tracks every single gallon from tank to farm, granting event organizers a verified zero waste certification.
Potty closes the loop, routing the material straight to industrial composting yards to turn a rejected liability into a certified ecological resource.
Mexico is a territory built in layers. Layers of people. Layers of material. And layers of history. Every city begins somewhere. And every city is built from something. As cities continue to grow, their demand for resources grows with them. Materials are extracted. Buildings are constructed. And eventually, waste is produced. Fragments. Remains of previous structures. Materials we have learned to call waste. But what if waste is the beginning?
Every material begins as a recipe, a combination of ingredients, some familiar, some organic, some unexpected. But together, they become something else. Our project explores how construction waste can re-enter the material cycle. A biomaterial created from construction waste and natural binders, while proposing a new future, transforming what was discarded into a resource once again. The material is only the beginning. It becomes part of a larger system, a system capable of adaptation, growth, and transformation. An architecture designed around cycles instead of consumption. Because perhaps the future is not about taking more, but about learning how to build from what already exists.
The main reason why we decided to work with construction waste was the raw fact that 37 to 40% of global CO2 emissions were provoked by the construction sector, so we thought that it would be a pretty powerful problem to attend.
One of the biggest challenges was finding a recipe that actually worked, because we tested several bioplastic formulations, but many either lacked strength or developed mold over time. So we continued testing, and eventually we found a mixture that bonded well with construction debris and remained stable. So from there we focused on refining it to improve its rigidity and overall performance. And while the results are promising, we hope to continue improving its strength for future architectural applications.
Unlike conventional construction materials, our biomaterial is designed for community-led construction rather than industrial production. It enables people to reuse locally available construction waste and transform it into new structures, making building more adaptable, accessible, and circular.
What would it be like to be a bee, flying through the forest, pollinating a flower, finding a tree for your next source of resin, all for propolis, a resinous material used to seal, protect, and heal the hive. It's not made by just one bee, but rather many, each contributing small amounts of material gathered from the environment. Composed of resin, pollen, beeswax, and chemical compounds like saliva. Instead of viewing propolis just as a material or a product, what if we reimagined it as a process? Can humans do this too? To learn more about these ideas, we spoke with an expert. What can bees teach us about human behavior?
The way that bees cooperate, work together, gather honey, store it in a common reserve, use it as a colony to survive the winter all together. All of this is communal behavior. The bees are virtuous creatures.
Is it possible for humans to create bioproducts like propolis, but using materials only we can gather?
Humans are individual organisms, and bees are not. The organism is really a colony, so it's a different kind of situation. It's a little hard to compare one with the other perfectly.
We first conducted a series of experiments with commercially available resin, pollen, and beeswax, 2 without our own saliva and 2 with. We then applied our samples to a series of holes, replicating how bees would repair the cracks in their hives. This was ultimately a success, but then we got a little weird and tried to do it exactly like the bees would. So using his hands, using human saliva and our own earwax. So we scratched that idea. Cue the music. Using gloves and tools this time, I carefully mixed freshly harvested tree resin, a small sample of human saliva, pollen from lilies, and again our earwax. Each step required adaptation from bee behaviors into human actions between collection, processing, and combining materials without the biological tools that bees naturally have. The result? We are capable of producing a humanly processed form of propolis, but the process reveals something more important. While replication may be possible, efficiency not so much. Here are 5 samples of propolis in various forms: naturally harvested and remelted, commercial ingredients, bare hands in the bee pollen, our final prototype, and finally bee propolis in its natural solid form. Now, to truly understand how propolis is created, I became the bee myself. Exhibiting their natural behaviors, I began to pollinate the flowers around me, using my waggle dance to alert the bees in my hive where to find good sources of pollen and nectar. Here, I use my fast-beating wings to fly to the forest looking for fresh composites of tree resin that I can mix together using the saliva and pollen I collected in my pollen traps previously. Once I finish collection, I will again do my waggle dance to alert the others to come to my way to forage, because the power of several thousand bees amounts to the production of propolis that we need for our hive. Now one last thing, our human hive study. We assigned participants with roles: foragers used to collect materials, defenders to protect the hive from external threat, and worker bees to process the gathered material as well to assist the foragers. Our study also introduced an attacker to simulate external threats to mirror the pressures that bees respond to, considering environmental conditions and insect invaders. Movements were tracked using Strava to allow us to map how individuals navigate space in search of their resources. A map for foragers, defenders, and hive workers. This data overlaid allows us to make assumptions about group efficiency and function. These maps visualize something typically invisible, the small, coordinated mechanisms that make collective systems work. The lesson that we learned is not that the human should or could replace bees, but that we should reconsider how we can work together. That's the buzz.
Hello, if you could all please get settled in, we're going to start in about 5 minutes.
Materials that once nourished urban ecosystems are treated as waste, collected, stockpiled, and often burned, releasing harmful emissions into the atmosphere. At the same time, public playgrounds continue to fill with plastic objects designed to outlive their use by decades. Temporary moments of play are supported by materials designed to persist for centuries. This contradiction became a starting point for LIFO. LIFO is a circular play system that transforms seasonal urban biomass into biodegradable tools for public playgrounds. Our research began during a playground redesign and botanical garden arboretum called Gibraltar, where we discovered that the sandpit, one of the playground's most creative spaces, was being removed. But why? Pits offer something few playground elements can: open-ended play. They encourage tactile exploration, creativity, collaboration, and motor development. Children are free to invent, shape, test, and imagine. We discovered that children have not lost interest in sand play. The sandpit was empty because sand alone is not enough. Sand play needs a catalyst, something to dig with, something to rake with, something to build with. In public parks, these tools are rarely provided, while for parents, they become yet another object to carry. We designed LIFO, a biodegradable toolkit for sand play, designed to remain safely within the playground environment. But the toolkit is only one part of the solution. Within urban leaf waste, we recognized an overlooked material resource. Each autumn, the nearby city of Ljubljana collects more than 550 tons of fallen leaves, far more than can be processed at once. Leaves are stockpiled until the season ends, then deposited or burned, releasing harmful pollutants including nanoparticles, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. This surplus of green waste is not unique to Ljubljana. Cities around the world face the same challenge every autumn. Within this urban waste, we recognized the perfect material for LIFO. We developed a biomaterial from leaves, bound with rosin and sunflower wax. From this material, we designed a toolkit for play in dry sand that supports a wide range of developmental stages, their play styles, and levels of logical thinking. Inspired by the educational and natural environment of the arboretum, the shapes reference leaves, trees, and seeds, encouraging sorting and matching play. The objects can be used for sensory play through scooping, pouring, tracing, and imprinting, as well as for construction and imaginative play that introduces children to the behavior of dry sand. LIFO can remain within the sandpit itself, allowing children to discover the objects through play, transforming the sandpit into a space of exploration and surprise. Instead of allowing organic material to become waste, LIFO extends its life cycle through public play before safely returning it back to the soil. In this form, the material becomes a fully biodegradable alternative to conventional plastic toys.
We begin life in water, and in fact,
So much of the time we spend on this planet can be attributed to the properties and function that water has in our well-being. However, as climate change continues to challenge our future as a species and the ocean facing a brunt of that impact, what if we look to the water as the solution by simply observing what already occurs? Offering another, more purposeful, communal, and environmental funerary practice than the ones that exist today, what if our final journey could become a part of the solution instead of the impact? The answer, a memorial pod. Inspired by the beautiful ecology of whale falls, which occur when a whale sinks to the bottom of the ocean floor after its death, and for 500 plus years supports ecological activity for over 400 species of marine life, our memorial pod reimagines remembrance as an act of promoting new life. Rather than occupying land or contributing to our environmental footprint, each vessel is designed to become a part of the living marine ecosystem. The size of a standard casket with an exterior made from magnesium phosphate and shell waste, the pod encases the deceased. Then, following a ceremony attended by loved ones, the pod is carefully placed into the ocean at our deep sea location to begin its slow, poetic descent. After reaching the benthic level, the individual will lay at rest on the ocean floor amongst sea life. Not only prioritizing the experience for those at the end of their lives, but also supporting the ones they leave behind, we aim to be a source of comfort that your loved ones will be taken care of. One way we do this is an annual memorial trip. Friends and relatives of anyone in a pod will be invited together to exchange stories and perspectives, welcome to dive into the ocean or experience our sight from above. Having conversations with those farther along in their grieving journey, this event is designed to create community and healing at a time of need. It also connects more individuals to the ocean, and in doing so, ensures more lasting engagement and preservation for these essential habitats. The memorial pod is not just a burial vessel, but a living legacy that you can leave behind for as long as the ocean needs.
Fire has always been part of human history. In Mexico, fire lives in celebration, tradition, and culture. But in seconds, it can also become an injury. Every year, millions of people suffer burns and wounds caused by accidents in homes, workplaces, industries, and public spaces. In critical moments, immediate care is often inaccessible, expensive, or environmentally unsustainable. Sanave was born from a local context, but designed for an universal need. Developed from agave-derived biomaterials, Sanave rethinks how emergency care devices can heal both people and ecosystems. Its structure, cartridge, and removable nozzle are designed using biodegradable biomaterials derived from Mexican agave waste. Designed to be placed near first aid stations and fire extinguishers, Sanave is created for intuitive and immediate use during emergencies. The system guides users through fast emergency response even without medical training. Clear instructions help stabilize burns and wounds during the most critical first moments after injury. The removable biodegradable nozzle helps maintain hygiene while reducing disposable plastic medical waste. The first stage cleans and disinfects the affected area. The second prepares and stabilizes damaged tissue. The final stage releases an agave-based regenerative hydrogel that forms a protective layer over the wound. Inspired by the protective behavior of skin itself, the material helps isolate the injury from external contamination while supporting recovery. Developed through research in collaboration with biotechnology specialists from Tecnológico de Monterrey, Sanave explores the regenerative potential of agave-derived compounds for accessible first aid care. Its application extends beyond a single context. Sanave is designed for everyday emergencies across diverse environments and communities, from agricultural waste to medical care and back to the earth. By transforming agave waste into medical biomaterials, Sanave also creates opportunities for local production, circular economies, and regenerative futures. A medical device, a biodegradable system, a new approach to emergency care. Accessible, intuitive, and regenerative, from the heart of the agave, a new form of care begins to bloom.
Do you find yourself having a ton of food scraps and nowhere to put them? Are you a fan of fermentation? Do you want a more nurturing experience between you and your home? Well, we've got the solution for you. Introducing the Tummy Time Fermentation Vat, an even bigger and better way of repurposing food waste. No more stinky trash cans full of old food, with the added benefit of a sustainable in-home heating solution. Take care of your participation in the waste stream, and make a difference while keeping your buns warm. The Tummy Time Fermentation.
Check, check. All right, ready? Welcome back, everyone. I'm so glad that you have joined us for the afternoon segment of our event. For over a decade now, Biodesign Challenge has supported high school, college, and university students in their efforts to expand the boundaries of biodesign. In that time, many former participants of our program have taken their BDC projects to new heights, forming multi-million-dollar biotech companies, collaborating with international governments and NGOs to solve key societal issues, and placing their bioartworks at top museums and exhibitions around the world. This continued commitment to biodesign thinking reflects the ethos we hope to instill in you all. As our mission clearly states, it is our goal to build public awareness around the field of biodesign and the good that it could bring to the world. With this spirit in mind, we are thrilled to introduce the Biodesign Challenge Alumni Impact Award to acknowledge and commemorate the positive contributions our alumni are making. The Biodesign Challenge Alumni Impact Award recognizes an outstanding graduate of the Biodesign Challenge program whose work continues to push the boundaries of what biodesign can be and how it can positively contribute. This award honors an individual who, since their time in the program, has demonstrated an enduring commitment to the values at the heart of our community, including a dedication to innovation, planetary well-being, and a more just and equitable future. This year, we are honored to bestow the inaugural Biodesign Challenge Alumni Impact Award to Noemi Floria. Noemi Floria is the inventor of Cyclo, a compact water purification system that transforms gray water into drinking water. Beginning as a Biodesign Challenge project at the New School, Parsons School of Design, Cyclo has since been demonstrated in 7 countries, including the US, France, the Netherlands, Azerbaijan, and piloted in Baltimore, New York City, Tajikistan, and Singapore. Floria is the winner of the 2025 United Nations Environment Programme's Young Champions of the Earth Prize, as well as prizes from the Swarovski Foundation, HP, the Halcyon Incubator, and the Trust for Governors Island. Her work has been supported by MIT Solved Youth Innovation Challenge, the 776 Fellowship, and the Wild Gift Foundation. We would like to invite her to the stage to receive this award and share some words of wisdom with the community. One more round of applause.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you everyone for being here, and congratulations to all of you for concluding this semester and for advancing your projects in biodesign. I was watching some of the presentations this morning, and I was really blown away by the work that you guys have done. But having been a graduate of the biodesign program about 5 years ago, I wanted to share some advice about, for those of you looking to take your projects to the next step, how exactly to position your project for real-world impact and to really be bought into by those outside of our ecosystem, right? Outside of those who are actively fans and members of the biodesign community. And the hard reality that I think a lot of us are facing today is that as biodesigners, when we're presenting our projects, we shouldn't start with biodesign, right? And that doesn't mean that biodesign is bad or that it's not, I guess, like, memorable or notable occupation, right? But the reality is when you're bringing your project into the real world, biodesign is a method and a skill set that you guys have developed over the past few months. So you've learned skills such as biomimicry, designing with nature, observing ecosystems and natural species, and I guess replicating your projects around those patterns. But that's an important skill set that you're bringing into the world and into these communities where active problems are being faced, from air pollution to water pollution to growing emissions, as we all know. So when you're presenting your projects, it's important that you don't start with biodesign, but instead start with the problem that you're facing, right? And so I was listening to some of the presentations this morning, and you guys have done a great job of identifying the problems that you're solving and identifying exactly how they're nuanced and how they're impacting different species around the world. But I think the challenge that a lot of us are facing when we're working in environmental sustainability is that our problems have to reflect not just environmental challenges, but also social and economic challenges for them to really have an impact and to be bought into by communities. So the problems that you guys start with when you're introducing your projects shouldn't just reflect the environmentalism, but also the social and the economic implications of biodesign, right, and of sustainability. There's a concept that some of you might have heard when you were in your classes this past semester called the triple bottom line of sustainability, which means that sustainability doesn't just reflect ecological prosperity, but also social and economic prosperity, right? And that means that our solutions, when we're designing with nature, not only support like the natural benefactors, or not to say natural benefactors, but the benefactors outside of the human species, but they also benefit humans and allow us to coexist with nature and to actually operate symbiotically with nature. So these problems that you're all addressing, they range from plastic waste, wastewater pollution, growing carbon emissions. In my case, when I was in the Biodesign Challenge, the big problem that I was interested in was global water scarcity. But the challenge that I was facing was that I was a 19-year-old living in Maryland, and I was interested in these problems of water scarcity that were manifesting and really being documented around the world in countries like Nigeria, South Sudan, different countries in South America and Asia. But the challenge is, as an American teenager, I didn't have a great understanding of what those problems look like in some of the countries and ecosystems that I was especially interested in learning more about. So what everyone was advising me to do as I was a student and as I was really just a kid learning about these concepts was start with the problem that's manifesting in your community, right? So these are the places that are maybe just a couple blocks from your home, because the reality is, like, that's the only place in the world that you will ever know to your fullest extent, right? Anywhere that you go, as you move into as an adult, as you travel to, you'll never really be able to understand the realities of those communities, as well as you'll understand where you came from. So by identifying the community that you live in and starting with the problem that's manifesting in your community, you'll be able to engage in co-design strategies and into actualizing your solution with a nuanced understanding that's beyond what you could ever apply to somewhere beyond where you came from. So in my case, again, I was in the Biodesign Challenge in 2021, so it was a COVID year, so I was a student at Parsons, but I was actually living in Maryland, which is where I grew up, and throughout the pandemic, I had been volunteering at food and water distribution drives in Baltimore and across Maryland, and I was meeting a lot of individuals and families who didn't have access to clean running water in their homes because of a variety of reasons, right? Whether that was their tap water was contaminated because of lead and copper and heavy metals in the water supplies, or for some of them, the issue was that they actually didn't have running water within their own homes. Maybe they had their water shut off because they had fallen into debt on their water utilities during the pandemic, and their water utilities actually imposed a moratorium on their water supplies. And so that's where all of a sudden you have American households facing the same challenges of lack of access to running water, lack of access to clean water, as we're manifesting in other parts of the world, right? Some of those countries that I mentioned in sub-Saharan Africa or South America or Asia, these are issues that are affecting all of us globally, but by identifying the problem as it was manifesting locally, I was able to actually engage in co-design strategies with the community that I knew best to be able to develop a solution. And so that's the advice that I'd give to everybody today as they're looking to take their projects to the next level, is use biodesign not as your starting point, but as your method, as you're engaging the communities that you're surrounded by in solution discovery and in co-design, as you work with them to identify solutions that are economically and socially accessible to them, but that also support the environmental impact of the work that we're all doing, right? The sustainability ethos that we all embody. So to kind of skip ahead to the solution that we ended up developing, by working with these families in Baltimore and with these individuals in Baltimore, as well as in other Rust Belt cities, Flint, Michigan, Newark, New Jersey, Gary, Indiana, we developed a solution called Cyclo, which is a compact, low-cost appliance that retrofits into sinks to recycle gray water to drinking water. And this was a concept that came across not just in the Biodesign Challenge program, but actually in probably the 18 months to follow starting the Biodesign Challenge. So through this process of co-design, doing interviews, really understanding the problem as it was manifesting and impacting those directly around me, we were identifying, okay, where are the areas where we're able to access clean water at a low cost, and actually in the cases where water is being shut off in people's homes, we were able to identify that there's actually a renewable source of water that's being generated for free in everybody's homes, which is our own wastewater. And the reality is that the technology already exists scientifically to be able to treat that gray water to potable drinking standards to create a regenerative, renewable source of water in people's homes where it might not be accessible. And that's where we landed on this concept of Cyclo, but I'd credit not just the Biodesign Challenge for helping me achieve that solution and curating kind of the technological aspects of it, but I'd credit the communities and the stakeholders themselves who were expressing to me the challenges they were facing as it manifested in their own health conditions and in their own ability to conduct their basic activities, right, from drinking water to cooking and cleaning and bathing, towards developing a solution that not only addressed these environmental problems that I was interested in of water scarcity, wastewater pollution, tap water contamination, but that also benefited the humans and the stakeholders in these communities themselves. So I wanted to also draw attention to other examples of biodesign projects that I think have done this really well. And one example is from the same year that I conducted or participated in the program was Lixie Lab. And they're a project out of Colombia, and they're still active today. They have also transformed their project into a venture. And they, like Cyclo, focused on water filtration, but really focused on the communities that they were working with concerning rural farming in Colombia. And they engaged the farmers and the children of these farmers to develop a biofilter that could address the heavy metals that were prominent in their local waterways, to be able to develop a material that could filter out heavy metals in their community's water supplies using a biomaterial that was locally accessible and harvestable by who they knew would be their end users and customers. So with that in mind and thinking about kind of the qualities as it takes to build out a biodesign project that has impact in communities and that can actually be bought into and built by the stakeholders and by the customers that you'll be working with, I'd invite you all to really look at this program and the Biodesign Challenge as your springboard. So you all have done these projects that are honestly way beyond what most high school and college students will ever do. You guys are really at the top 1%, if not more, of your student bodies right now with the projects that you've developed. And I think a lot of your research qualifies as PhD level research, if not beyond. And that really positions you in a place where you can actually tap into funding resources and global showcases where you can take your projects to the next level. Because all of you have done a degree of investigative research and solution development that puts you ahead of most of the people that are out there in this world, working in environmentalism, working in biodesign, and it positions you in the top % of applicants who will be applying to programs and grant opportunities to build out your projects. So using my own experiences as an analogy or as kind of an example, I think the next step for those of you who are looking to build out your projects is to identify and map out the ecosystem that provides opportunities for funding and for mentorship for people to build out their projects. So some of those examples include the Swarovski Foundation's Creatives for a Future Accelerator, MIT Solve, One Young World, among others. I'm happy to talk with any of you after this to share some examples and other resources. But this is really, I think, your first step after Biodesign Challenge, is you guys have built out these projects that have such depth of research and such potential that you could easily win any of these grants to actually build out your project, secure your first tens of thousands of dollars in funding to build out your prototypes and pilot them in the real world. And I will just point out that the Swarovski Foundation's Accelerator program is a bit of a favorite for BDC alum. So in my year, of the 6 of us that were up there, 2 of us, or a third of us, were BDC alums. And I know that there are industry champions within the program as well that are BDC alums as well. So I think for any of you here, I wouldn't be surprised if a third of us sitting in this room today ultimately got funded by the Swarovski Foundation. So with that seed funding, let's say you guys get into this program, or even if you don't, if you're able to build out your prototypes and the concepts that you all have demonstrated today, another opportunity for you all to take the next step is to showcase globally. So there are tons of design weeks and exhibits and showcases globally that just with the work that you all have presented here today and yesterday, you would be eligible and qualified to present at a lot of these showcases. So in my case, when I was in college, I studied abroad in Amsterdam for a semester. So I ended up presenting Cyclo and a very early prototype of Cyclo at Dutch Design Week. And that landed us our first media appearance, our first media feature in Design, which was really cool, and it felt awesome just to be a student who was reading Design and to see our project featured on their website. But it also connected us with our first customers. So just by showcasing and by exhibiting your projects outside of BDC, right, in a lot of these global showcases, you're already building out that network and that awareness of your solution and your work in a way where you can connect with your customers and your end users to get this into people's hands. Another showcase that we had shown Cyclo at was Prototypes for Humanity, which is another favorite of BDC alums. The year that I exhibited Lixie Lab, which I mentioned a few slides before, they were just like a few booths down from Cyclo. So every year I know that there are BDC alums who present at Prototypes for Humanity. They do fund your travel to Dubai, so would highly recommend applying for all of you because it's a global showcase that will connect you with customers and with end users to be able to take that next step with your project. And again, happy to talk with any of you after for other resources and examples of where to pursue some of these global showcase opportunities. But the thing with exhibiting your product is that just by exhibiting your product, you've already taken that step and you've reached that level where you have something physical, something that's probably interactive and that's working. And that's a huge milestone to reach. And the reality is, once you've reached that milestone, the only natural next step is for you guys to start piloting your solution and to get it into the hands of real people and real communities, to start getting that feedback in real time as to how your solution's working and how it can be further refined. So again, looking back on my experience and where that led me, we had our first pilots here in New York City on Governor's Island and in the Brooklyn Navy Yards. These were non-commercial pilots, but they gave us the opportunity to install our product in the real world and to see how people are interacting with it on a daily basis, what its vulnerabilities were, how it could be improved from like a product development standpoint. And this was a really great opportunity that I think once you've reached that level of prototyping your product, exhibiting it, getting some interaction around it, the next step is to really just look for opportunities to pilot it and to see how it's working in the real world. And then ultimately what that led us to do just in the last year was we finally, after going through this process of pitching our solution at Biodesign Challenge, building out prototypes, showcasing, doing pilots, is we were able in the last year to make real impact, and we were able to work with customers ranging from our very home, city of Baltimore. We were able to install a working water fountain that was in a public setting where people could access freshly harvested water from Ciclo, from a public bottle filling station, to we were even able to take this to places I never could have imagined we would go to, like Tajikistan with UNICEF, where we were able to bring this solution into communities that didn't have running water, didn't have plumbing, and this solution could actually not only provide a source of water filtration and water treatment for the first time in rural Tajikistan, but it also reduced the amount of times that people would have to manually go out and fetch new water. Because in these sorts of communities, people are still relying on buckets of water that they're collecting from their outdoor canals. But by introducing a compact circular water treatment system like Ciclo, now they're able to treat their water within their own facilities, and they don't need to go out and bring new water from the canals nearly as much as they used to. And so in this last year, we were able to make this real impact, but I'd say it all stemmed from like a very iterative cycle of product development and refinement that stemmed from learning the skills of biodesign and learning the aspects of product design just as a student like I was like you guys a few years ago. So I just wanted to also highlight there are a few other BDC projects that I'm aware of that are on the market, and I'm sure there are a ton others. Keel Labs is an example. I think we're from the first year of BDC, back in 2016, and they have just gone so far. They have raised millions of dollars. Their material, which is like a biomaterial cultivated from seaweed, is like collaborating and being produced by major brands like And Other Stories. CellSense is another example. They have raised millions of dollars. They have built out bio-embellishments made from natural polymers that are now being used for like beads and jewelry. And NanoFreeze is a natural refrigerant that can be used to keep beers and other items cool without using some of the synthetic chemicals that refrigerants today use. So that's just an example of like the community that you guys are stepping into and the examples of like the different impact that alumni have made since graduating from the program, and how a lot of them have been able to really actualize their ventures, raise serious funds, build out teams, work on their projects full time, but all using the skills that they've learned in the Biodesign Challenge program. So just to kind of recap, there are a few next steps that you guys could take as you're looking to build out your projects moving forward. And the first one that a lot of people jump to is starting a business. And it's true that starting a business is a great vehicle for actualizing your project, right? It's a great vehicle for attracting funds, for attracting team members. It's a really great structure and framework for building out your project from idea to something that people can use in their everyday lives. But there are also like other opportunities besides starting a business. So as I mentioned, the projects that you guys have presented today and yesterday, a lot of those are like already graduate level research projects, and you guys could easily pursue masters or PhDs just based on the research that you've done through this program alone. And the benefit of doing graduate level research is that you're able to utilize resources from your institutions and your universities to do those pilots and to do field tests and to engage more deeply with your stakeholder communities and actually build out your product and deploy it in a real world setting using institutions and frameworks that are already in place, right? And you don't have to necessarily build that up yourself the way you might have to when you're starting a business. And then the other opportunity, and this is definitely a non-exclusive list, but the other avenue that you all could take is project showcases, right? So it could be exhibiting your project in different showcases worldwide. It could be exhibiting at design weeks and starting that conversation. I think the project Mr. Rain that I saw this morning, that was a great example of a project that could have a ton of impact and a ton of influence on policy and on media that doesn't necessarily need to take like the shape of a business or even like a PhD dissertation. It could be a showcase, right? It could be a mass media deployment that has its moment and has its impact and plays its role in influencing policy, and that's just as important as starting a business or doing a PhD. But to just kind of recap and sum up, with all of this, the message that I want to leave with you all is to not start with biodesign, because that's the challenge that we operate with when we're biodesigners living in a world that has many competing priorities, is I think as people, like, we're all wired for self-preservation, and so when you're pitching your projects and when you're introducing your work to someone else, think about the problem that you're solving as it concerns them, right? As it concerns their own prosperity, their own ability to provide for their families, to be able to get the food that they need, to drink the water that they need, to stay healthy, to stay happy. Think about how your projects relate to those people's needs and use biodesign as your method to engage them in solution discovery that helps humans and nature live symbiotically with one another, right? And so the analogy that I want to end on today is one that has helped me throughout this process as I've thought about pitching this project to different partners, different funders, different end users, and that's the one of the Trojan horse, right? So I started this project in the same position as you guys. I was really passionate about biodesign. I still am very passionate about sustainability, but also aware that sadly we live in a world where that's a polarizing topic, and that's something that not everyone buys into or believes in. And so whenever I would pitch my project, you know, in my heart, I was always pitching better access to clean water, right? And especially cleaner waterways, water conservation, reduced levels of water scarcity, and what that could do for our environment. But I always kept that in my heart, but the values that I would lead with were helping people get access to cleaner water in their homes, right? Improving their own tap water quality, or helping them save on their water utilities, helping them save on the cost of water in their homes. All thinking about how this project could be positioned in a way that benefited them and that benefited their social and economic circumstances, while kind of Trojan horsing the environmental benefits in, where someone who might not even believe in water scarcity will buy into this solution because they want lower water bills, right? Or they want their tap water to be cleaner. And so that's what I'd invite all of you to reflect on as you move into these next steps and as you apply for these funding opportunities and these showcase opportunities, and as you engage a much wider ecosystem in building your solution and bringing it out into the world, is how can you kind of Trojan horse, like the environmental aspects of what you're doing, into circumstances that benefit the broader population and the broader range of users who might be looking at your product. So feel free to stay in touch. As I mentioned, I'm happy to chat with any of you after this to share different resources and examples of how you could continue to work on your projects outside of biodesign. You can also send me an email or connect with me on LinkedIn here, but thank you all so much for being here and for the work that you're doing. It's really incredible and inspiring, and I'm just honored to be considered as even like an example of an alumni who has stayed in this field and who's still working diligently to bring my project out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Noemi, for sharing your words of wisdom with this year's BDC participants. BDC alumni like Noemi continue to inspire us with their creativity, efforts, and dedication to building biodesign into the discipline as we know it today. Noemi's impact and story provide a blueprint for the ways that you all, as BDC 2026 participants, can be the next wave of biodesigners who will define the field for future generations to come. I'm now excited to introduce our keynote speaker for this year's Biodesign Challenge Summit, the Hugo and Locus Award-winning author Ray Naylor. Ray Naylor was born in Quebec and raised in California. He lived and worked abroad for 2 decades in Russia, Central Asia, Vietnam, the Caucasus, and the Balkans as a foreign service officer and in international development. His speculative fiction has won the Hugo and Locus Awards and has been translated into over a dozen languages. Esquire named his debut novel, The Mountain in the Sea, one of the best science fiction novels of all time. Ray's third book, the cybernetic political thriller Where the Axe is Buried, was published in April of 2025. His next novel, a speculative thriller set in the forests of World War II Lithuania, is Palaces of the Crow, due out in May from FSG. Ray most recently served as international advisor to the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and as a visiting scholar at the George Washington University's Institute for International Science and Technology Policy. He lives in Washington, D.C. with his wife, Anna, and their daughter, Lydia, and 2 rescued cats. Thank you, Ray, for joining us here in New York City to speak to the BDC 2026 students, instructors, and community members, both here in person and tuning in from around the world. So please take it away.
Hello, I am the guy standing in between you and the awards. So, let's get started. I want to talk a little bit, first of all, about Central Asia. I have to say it warms my heart to hear Tajikistan mentioned in a conference like this. I spent 3 years living and working there, and it's wonderful to see them getting the help that they definitely need with water. So, in the summer of 2003, I drove south from Turkmenbashi on the dry coast of the Caspian Sea into the Balkan region of Turkmenistan. And deep in the Karakum Desert, in the spring months, I've seen bright red poppies scattered amongst the soxal and butterflies and long-legged beetles and plants that hold whatever water they can. And so the desert really can be this place of impressive and fleeting beauty. You can see colors that are changing with the sky in a reflecting pool full of tortoises and lizards. You can see all of these kinds of things, right? Not this desert, though. This desert is this blasted wasteland that just extends in every direction. It's really a wasteland in the original sense of the word. And we drove for hours through it with the heat pouring into the car, heading south toward a destination that was about 150 kilometers from the coast of the Caspian Sea. On one side, there's this plume of black smoke from oil refineries, and oil rigs burning in the distance, and here and there you could see dunes that had drifted across the pavement, and then the road would suddenly be gone and then reappear with tire tracks in the sand. And then rising from the flat desert floor, saw these 4 vertical forms appear. And as we got closer, these forms resolved themselves into minarets, and behind them and around them, spreading in every direction across 200 hectares, are the remains of a city. All this blasted brick and broken pottery that was so thick on the ground, in places you're just walking on a solid carpet of shards, and blue-glazed pieces of tile, unglazed utilitarian ware, fragments of vessels that had once held water or grain. This is a view from the top of one of the minarets. And the stumps of these caravanserais where once traders were stopped. And then these 2 massive pylons, which you saw earlier, these 18-meter high pylons that are covered with this blue tile in Arabic script, vine-like designs that are all that remain of the mausoleum of Muhammad Khwarizm Shah. This is Dekistan. And it was until the 15th century one of the major stopping points on the Silk Road, on the route that links Khorasan to the north on the Oxus River and Gurkiana in what is now Iran. So it was a very rich city of mosques and madrasas. It was surrounded by cultivated fields and by pasture land, and it had been inhabited since the 3rd millennium BC. It survived the Mongols, it survived Tamerlane, and then in the 15th century it was swallowed by the desert. And one of the minarets still has this passable internal staircase. It's not a very comfortable climb. There aren't any stairs left. You just kind of climb up the raised suggestion of where the stairs may have been in this narrow passageway that's about 1,000 years old. The brick crumbles under your feet, and when you get out to the top, you really see that full scale of this place. It's just ring on ring of melted ramparts and scattered brick and those 2 pylons thrusting up from the earth. And standing there, I found myself with a question that has stayed with me ever since, which is how do you build a city generation after generation and not understand what you're doing to the system that you're living inside? And the answer to the ruin of Dekistan is very straightforward. The evidence of it is what was scattered under my feet walking around. It is fired brick. So these are some aerial views of Dekistan. Those are those tiny shadows, are the shadows cast by the minarets. This whole city has a wall, double wall and a moat that extends about 5 miles of wall. And then surrounding it, you can actually see all of the houses and all the fields and all the orchards that used to be there. Here's another fortress nearby. And more traces here of human habitation. So you can imagine that all of this would have been green, irrigated, fertile area, right? So what happened in Dekistan is there was a demand for monumental building. Traditionally, the city had been built of mud brick, and the oasis, when it was inhabited, most of these traces would have been of mud brick houses, brick that was fired just by the sun, right? But then there was this demand for these grand monuments. And so, Dekistan, which was very blessed to be at the foot of the Kopet Dag Mountains and to be in an oasis and near a forest, started to cut down the trees in that forest, right? And I don't want to get there yet. Cut down the trees in that forest and use those trees to fire the kilns to make fired brick, a much better material for your mosques, tombs, much more efficient for if you're the leader in Dekistan showing off your power to the other shahs. And so having survived the Mongols and having rebuilt after the city was about half destroyed by them, Dekistan went on to not survive its own design choices. And what effectively happened is, as the trees were cut down, the rain stopped, the streams ran dry, the oasis disappeared, and Dekistan appears to have hit a tilting point at some time in the 15th century. Within about a generation, the city went from one of the rich, flourishing cities of the Silk Road to being completely abandoned by its population that had by this point been there about 4,000 years. Right. So that's one story. The next one I want to tell is about cotton. So in Turkmenistan, when I arrived in 2003, where I was a Peace Corps volunteer, I noticed right away that many people had gold teeth. And not just one or two gold teeth. Many people in Turkmenistan had all of their teeth capped in gold. Right? Very striking. So upper and lower teeth all capped in gold. And what I eventually came to understand was that these teeth were not simply a local tradition. They were not just a status symbol. They actually were the end point of a chain of causality that stretches across continents and centuries and starts with the American Civil War. This is some pictures of Turkmen people and Central Asia. These pictures were taken actually at the end of the Russian Empire in about 1914, but are not that different from what you would see. So, if we go all the way back to the American Civil War, the North, in order to prevent the South from raising funds in the Civil War, blockades the Southern export of cotton. Just at this point, halfway across the globe, the Tsar of Russia has built all of these mills to process cotton. They now stand empty. And so what the Tsar does is he uses his Central Asian colonies as a place to begin cotton growing and massively expands cotton growth in Central Asia and creates a cotton monoculture in the 19th century. And so cotton had existed in the region before, but not at this scale. And by the late 19th century, cotton monoculture was already displacing local food production, and Central Asia became known as the Tsar's plantation. So these are cotton workers, that is cotton in those bales behind them. And this is a young Turkmen man with a camel loaded with cotton. Now, cotton is a thirsty crop, right? And what it demands is a lot of water. And so the Russian Empire started building canals to feed the cotton fields. And those canals extended into the desert. They drew water from the Amu Darya and the Sir Darya rivers to the two most important rivers in Central Asia. And more mills were built, more cotton was planted, more canals were needed. And then the Russian Empire collapsed, first in a democratic revolution in April of 1917, and then the authoritarian Bolshevik Revolution in October. And these canals, which existed, again, you're actually looking at canals that are from before the Soviet Union. So this is an unlined, open trench canal that cuts across the desert, right? So you can imagine how well this is working for water conservation. This is a few pictures of areas in between cotton plantations where cotton is being planted. So here you can see a cemetery, and this is part of the Karakum Desert around 1915. When the Bolsheviks took over, they found that cotton production was incredibly valuable, and so they expanded it about tenfold. And one of the projects that they built was the Karakum Canal. The Karakum Canal is a 1,500-mile long open trench, unlined, crossing one of the hottest deserts on Earth and pulling water from the Amu Darya River. This is part of the canal. Here you can see the canal flooding. Here you can see ferry crossing the canal, and what is in the foreground of this picture is salt. And the reason the salt is there is because there was too much water. The canal often carried so much water that it would lay on the surface of the desert and then dry up in the sun, right? And so salination became a problem with the soil in Central Asia because there was too much water in the desert, right? So as the diversions increased, the Aral Sea, which was fed by the Amu Darya and the Sir Darya River, this sea, the fourth largest body of water on planet Earth. Here you have Russian ships on it in the late 19th century, began to shrink. And the shrinking began in the 1960s. This is the sea in 1985. At this point, it's already begun to recede. You can see its shoreline, and then you can see the new shape of the sea. So this is about 1985, satellite image from space. North is at the bottom here. This is 1997, I believe. And this is 2014. And this is a relatively recent picture of what was the Aral Sea. So the Karakum Canal pulled 45% of the Amu Darya's annual flow out of it, and most of it was lost to evaporation, seepage, and flooding in the desert. And the Aral Sea depended on those rivers. It had been, of course, the world's fourth largest lake, and by the 1990s, it lost 90% of its volume. By 2014, the eastern basin, as you can see here, has become what's called the Aralkum. It's a new desert formed from the exposed former seabed, and fishing towns like Moynak now sat 80 kilometers from the sea. So this is a fishing vessel, literally just sitting in the desert, so far away from the edge of the Aral Sea that you can't see the sea anymore. But there's another thing that happened, which is that cotton is not only thirsty, it's also highly vulnerable to pests. And when it's grown in poor soil conditions, like those that existed in Central Asia, it also needs lots and lots of fertilizer. And so the Soviet Union was pumping pesticides, including dioxins, and fertilizers, which contain heavy metals, into the cotton production that was flowing down the rivers and into the Aral Sea, until the Aral Sea stopped existing. And then all of that dust from the Aral Sea blew up into the atmosphere, into the air in Central Asia. Those heavy metals bind with iron receptors in the blood. They create anemias. They create all sorts of other problems. Those problems lead to tooth decay. Tooth decay is exacerbated by pregnancy, and that is how you get gold teeth, which are a physical trace, in this case, an actual physical imprint of colonialism on the bodies of the people of Central Asia, and the physical print of a design decision, right? Pulling that much water out of an environment that could not handle the strain, right? Designing an agricultural system that didn't fit the local system. So, I think that this kind of brings us to something I want to speak to you about, which is place time. And place time is a concept that I came up with to get past some of the disconnection between nature and culture. So for me, place time is what you get when you take Einstein's sort of space-time, right? And you add into it culture and local history and the lived human environment and tradition and all of those things, right? And place-time is also the frame of all of our operations, right? It is, as it says here, of course, the entangled topology of matter and meaning in which all of our actions, including our actions as designers and writers and everything else that we do as human beings, occurs. And the second concept is probably one that you're familiar with, Timothy Morton, this concept of hyperobjects, right? These are the things that we cannot see, and the effects of our actions as well that extend out. So gold teeth in Turkmenistan, the reason they're difficult to understand is they're part of a hyperobject, right? And the hyperobject is about environmental degradation, and it has connections to things like colonialism, and has connections to wars that occurred on the other side of the world. It has connections to supply chains. It has connections to all sorts of these things. What I think we need to build for ourselves is what I call hyperobjectivity, right? So, what hyperobjectivity is the ability to start to see these connections, to start to see these hyperobjects, right? To keep in view this distributed scale of ecological forces that your designs and your work will be embedded in, to realize, right, the extension of things beyond your own horizons, right? Even when you can't directly perceive what the effects of that design will be. Why is this important? Well, one of the difficulties that we deal with, right, is that we live in a world of what I call ghost forests. And the best way I can explain this concept is actually through a natural object that exists in the world. So in the Mojave Desert, there is a creosote plant that's almost 12,000 years old. It's known as king clone, somebody's sort of great coinage, right? And the original stem of this, you can actually see king clone. If you look up at the top corner, you'll see a ring, right? Sort of a vague ring, and that is king clone. That's the 12,000-year-old creosote. So the original stem sprouted from a single seed sometime near the end of the last ice age, and it has long since died. And what remains is this ring of living plant tissue, about 50 feet in diameter. It's composed of genetically identical segments that have fragmented and spread outward over millennia. And each segment replaces the tissue that preceded it, right? And so as it gets older, it gets bigger. It becomes this ring of itself, basically. It sort of starts in the center and then reproduces outward. So when the seeds of this creosote first germinated, they took root in places where trees used to be. And this is where it gets really interesting, you see, because this is a map. And what it is a map of, you can see all the different rings. It's a map of a forest that ceased to exist when the Ice Age ended. So where the seeds of the creosote landed and thrived were in the root systems of the trees that went extinct when the Ice Age ended. And what you're looking at is actually the image, in a sense, of a forest from 12,000 years ago, right? Each of these spots of growth represents a very different kind of tree. And what this demonstrates for me is the persistence of systems, right? The system of that old forest, despite the fact that the trees died, remains, and it actually shapes the creosote forest that replaced it. Even 12,000 years later, what we're looking at has traces and relations to something from millennia ago. And the same is true of our modern systems, right? Supply chains reflect prior patterns of extraction and distribution. Intellectual property regimes encode prior assumptions about ownership and value, and those structures are living expressions of prior decisions that were shaped by extinct patterns whose root systems will give shape invisibly to what comes later. And this is the infrastructure through which all of designs will move, and it carries with it the logic of systems that produced it. And the problem with this is that designs enter into place-times that are already structured by prior systems, and those systems will shape what the intervention becomes in the world, often in ways that have nothing to do with what a designer intended, right? Part of what we need, I think, to build in is what I call a sense of, coming back to those patterns, actually, before I move on to the next thing. I just want you to notice something about the persistence of patterns, right? Which is that here you can see where growth occurs, right? And in some of the farms, the places that used to be orchards, there are still plants thriving in the root systems of the plants that died before. Those are soxhol bushes, a lot like the creosote that you find in California. And here you can see that in the moat of the city, there's an area of greater fertility where the water used to be. And in the corner and inside the walls, there's also an area where plants are still thriving about 500 years after everything there disappeared. So this is more illustrations of this infrastructure that will create a system that you can't fully discount, right? Something that was there before and that you can't see. And if you stand on the ground, another sort of metaphor here, right? Anywhere in the desert, you won't see any of this. You won't see where the walls were. You won't see where the moat was. You won't see any of that at all. You can only really see it from space. So, what I want to talk about is ecological consciousness. And what this is for me is really this recognition that we're living in and we're in this embodied interdependence with the ecologies of our biosphere. Ecological systems, culture, and meaning are constantly co-creating each other, and what I mean by that is that every time we create a new technology, that technology will come back and affect us. A really easy example is fire, right? Human beings, at some point in the past, mastered the use of fire. Fire would then alter the physical structure of human beings, shortening their digestive tracts, and doing all sorts of other things to them that cooking food would allow to happen, right? It's just one example. AI is going to be another one, right? It will reshape what it means to be human, and we're not even sure what it's going to do to us yet. So this is one meaning of ecological consciousness for me, but the second meaning, I think, is more important. And it's the recognition that that interdependence should affect how you act, right? That your designs are participants in systems that are larger than any designer's frame of reference, and you're responsible for taking that idea seriously. You're responsible for trying to look beyond the horizon into where that hyperobject is headed, right? So are we capable of taking this seriously? I think that we are. The philosopher Wendy Wheeler argues that human creativity is an evolution of nature's creativity, and that the biological process known as exaptation, which describes how existing structures acquire new functions, not through design from outside a system, but by being caught up in new relationships within a system, right? Developed for one purpose and then used for another one, something that we've seen today in many people's designs, right? Are an example of human creativity. We operate by that same logic. It's not sometimes about taking things from outside, but it's really about reusing what's right around us for a different purpose. And when you design with these living systems, you're really intervening in processes that are already underway, and your intervention becomes a part of those processes and shapes their future. And so I want to return at the close to that minaret in Dekistan. This is a city that survived the Mongols. It survived Tamerlane. It was destroyed by the people who built it because it consumed the system that sustained it. And the Misrion Oasis and the Aral Sea Basin are useful metaphors, I think, because both of these systems were fragile, right? They were operating already near the edge of what their environments could sustain. Benthic, seas, all of these sorts of, they're very fragile ecosystems, right? You had a narrow band of mountain forest that was feeding streams into an arid plain, extremely fragile. Small alterations, like cutting some of those trees down, can create a tipping point. They were not robust. They did not have significant margins for error. And human overreach pretty quickly caused massive environmental consequences because there's very little redundancy in those systems, right? Very little damage can be absorbed. You cut the forest down, the streams fail within a generation. But that's not what we're living in. We're living in a global ecological system that's much more complex. It's much more distributed. It's much more resilient than either of these systems were. It's absorbed an enormous amount of damage already. But that doesn't mean that the consequences are avoidable, right? It only means that those consequences are going to be even slower and even harder for us to trace, right? And I think that the abandonment of Dekistan and the disappearance of the Aral Sea are demonstrations of what happens when human desire and human designs proceed without this ecological consciousness, right? You're walking across Dekistan among these pottery shards and the remnants of walls. You're walking on a material record of a design decision that was fatal to the place that it glorified, right? It's deeply ironic that these two pylons in the foreground of fired brick are the tomb of one of the last rulers of Dekistan, right? Very Ozymandias, you know, in the midst of the desert, right? This is actually the entranceway to a tomb. And so my fundamental claim, my idea that I call biorealism, is this claim that human society and culture and consciousness really arise within and they're independent with the ecological systems that sustain our lives. And the consequences of our human actions are always real, right? Including indifference, including all of these things. They're always real. If we pay attention, though, to where our designs are located in place-time, if we pay attention to interdependence as a condition that we're responsible for taking into account, I believe that we can do things right. I believe that you can do things right and that you're leaning in that direction already. Remember that the builders of Dekistan really had no way of knowing the damage that they were doing to their environment. The canal builders of the Soviet Union also had very limited information about what the things they were doing would do to the environment and the extent of the destruction that would result. But we have the tools right now to see those things. And the only question really is, and I think we're trying to answer it in this room, is whether we're going to use the tools that we have or not? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray. As a lifelong admirer of science fiction, I have longed for speculative writing that speaks with the ecological and biological clarity or moral clarity that your work does. It's an honor to have you speak with the students and we look forward to reading your novels for years to come.
Thank you all once again for all of your hard work throughout the semester. The efforts you have all poured into your biodesign project shine through, and we're honored to have you all here present at this year's BDC Summit. I mean, much of our day-to-day work consists of organizing educational materials, meeting with participating teams, and sending emails, so many emails. So it's a really deeply special and rewarding time of the year every June to see our community of both familiar faces and new participants come together in celebration of the student projects. This is now the 4th BDC Summit I've been a part of, and I'm inspired every year by the creative and unique ways that students approach, evolve, and redefine biodesign. As part of Biodesign Challenge's organizational goals, we would like to mention that our support extends past the summit. We are more than happy to do what we can on our end to promote, connect, and share your work with the people and organizations that would appreciate it most. If you are a BDC participant, please continue to share your wins, developments, and progress on your biodesign journeys. Who knows, you may be a future winner of our Alumni Impact Award. We plan to continue developing our offerings to provide more opportunities for learning, networking, and growing as a biodesigner past just this program. So if you have any feedback or ideas about how to improve or expand what we do as an organization, please come find me or Paul. We'd be happy to set up some time to chat. So now, the moment you've all been waiting for, we are now going to move into our awards ceremony.
And just for the teams that will receive awards, you'll come over on the left, receive your award, take a photo, and then move out. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm Nikhil Kumar. I'm the co-founder of the 5x5 Collective, and I'm a member of the Biodesign Challenge Board. I'm here today to present the award for Outstanding Digital Submission. So 6 years ago, I participated in the Biodesign Challenge. If you do some math, 6 years ago, 2020, something happened that year. You might remember, maybe black that out of your memory. But our semester began with an ambitious lab-based research project, and overnight it became a speculative digital project. And while we would have loved to be here on stage at MoMA, that moment where BDC was forced to go digital opened the gates for students around the world to participate in this competition in a different way from 2020 onwards. Biodesign is global, and our digital submissions this year made that absolutely clear. We have participants that span nearly the whole world's time zones, from New Mexico to Hong Kong, India to Tasmania. These participants combined field research with rigorous science, creative design solutions to problems that were informed by their communities, much like the presentations that we've seen here in person for the last couple of days. And among these, the University of Tasmania stood out as an exemplar of place-based design. Their project produced a biodesign solution to support the regeneration of Tasmania's kelp forests, and it was deeply shaped by Tasmania itself, the local Palawa community, researchers, and conservation organizations. This is what BDC is all about. So, join me in congratulating the University of Tasmania on receiving this year's award for Outstanding Digital Submission.
So we are now going to play the Outstanding Digital Submission winning video.
In a balanced ecosystem, long-spine sea urchins play an important role in maintaining healthy kelp forests. However, warming ocean temperatures driven by climate change have caused an explosion in sea urchin populations, leading to widespread ecological damage. Since 1970, Tasmania has lost around 95% of its giant kelp forests. Overgrazing by sea urchins transforms thriving marine ecosystems into barren seascapes. This loss matters because kelp forests support biodiversity, protect coastlines, and act as significant blue carbon sinks, storing up to 4 times more carbon than terrestrial forests. The overfishing of rock lobster, a natural sea urchin predator, has further contributed to this imbalance. At the same time, over 90% of sea urchin catch is sent to landfill. Salty Row, a Tasmanian business alone, produces 90 tonnes of shell waste each year. Upsurge addresses both problems by transforming sea urchin shell waste into a restoration resource. Current kelp restoration methods, such as hatchery outplanting and green gravel, have proven ecological value, but require significant ongoing labour. Seeded ropes must be individually installed and maintained, limiting large-scale deployment. Upsurge takes a different approach through a modular, pre-cultured substrate that can be transported in racks and stacked into a single anchor system, reducing handling and making wider deployment more feasible. The material behind Upsurge is Urchcrete, a biocomposite made from waste sea urchin shells. The shells are combined with a casein and agar biopolymer binder, then compressed and cured into a marine restoration substrate. During testing, sawdust was initially included as an aggregate, but was removed due to brittleness and water absorption issues. Compressing the molds under weight improved density and produced a more stable final material. Designing for a living ecosystem also raised important ethical considerations. Urchcrete currently uses casein, an animal-derived protein, creating opportunities for future development using entirely marine-sourced binders. More importantly, this project is situated on Palawa Sea country. Any future implementation would require genuine partnership with Palawa communities, not simply as a source of knowledge, but as decision-makers and stewards of sea country. The upsurge frame itself is inspired by the hexagonal structure found within sea urchin shells. Kelp requires a surface to attach to, so spores collected from reproductive kelp tissue are applied to the textured Urchcrete surface. This allows kelp to be cultured onto the frame in a controlled environment before deployment. Fortescue Bay was selected as a pilot location due to its shallow, nutrient-rich waters. The suspended frame system maximizes sunlight exposure while reducing grazing pressure from sea urchins on the reef below. Frames are pre-cultured, transported in water-filled racks, and attached to a single anchor supporting multiple stacked units, significantly reducing in-water labour. While Fortescue Bay serves as the initial pilot site, suitable conditions exist across much of Tasmania's east coast. Upsurge could scale from suspended frames to cultivation tiles deployed directly onto reef systems. Because the material originates from an existing waste stream, restoration efforts could expand through partnerships with IMAS researchers, commercial dive fishers, conservation organisations, and aquaculture operators. We are also honest about the project's limitations. Urchcrete has not yet been tested under real marine conditions, so long-term durability remains unknown. Potential ecological impacts associated with material degradation require further investigation, and kelp spore attachment was only observed visually rather than quantitatively measured. Any future pilot would require ongoing ecological monitoring before broader implementation. At the end of its life cycle, kelp can be harvested for spore collection, fertilizers, or sustainable feed products, while the frame gradually biodegrades. Upsurge is not just a restoration structure. It is a proposal for a circular system where an industry that currently sends most of its waste to landfill becomes a supplier of restoration infrastructure. By connecting IMAS researchers, commercial dive fishers, conservation organisations, and Palawa communities through a shared stewardship model of sea country, Upsurge seeks to transform a source of ecological damage into part of the solution, one frame at a time.
We welcome to the stage Garrett Klein from Twist Bioscience.
All right, hello, everybody. It's nice to be here, and I'm going to make this pretty short, but first I just want to thank everybody for making me feel like the absolute dumbest person in the room, regardless of which rooms I walked through yesterday and today. You know, I watched many of your presentations, and I have to say that besides the expertise that each of you walk through the world with, it is clear that your sense of curiosity and wonder is really what's going to send all of your projects over the finish line. So now I'll give you my little spiel about the world I come from and then give out the award and then get off stage. So the genetic revolution has fundamentally transformed society through the ability to read, write, and edit as well as manipulate DNA. In developing these new genetic technologies, we have gained the ability to accelerate and direct complex biological processes, opening up previously unimaginable possibilities in science and in industry. Today, the sophisticated state of genetic engineering invites us to consider even more thrilling new possibilities, including applications in personalized medicine, environmental health, and agricultural science. The next generation of biodesigners will soon wield these genetic technologies to produce exciting innovations for the benefit of society and the planet as a whole. Today, Twist Biosciences is pleased to present the inaugural Biodesign Challenge Prize for DNA Futures. This prize celebrates biodesign projects that thoughtfully engage with the possibilities and implications of genetic information and DNA-based design. Whether by exploring speculative futures, proposing novel biological applications, or critically reflecting on the role of DNA in society and culture. We saw many great projects over the past 2 days, and we believe that Grace Church School Microshield is a very deserving recipient. I am proud to invite Grace Church School High School to the stage to receive their award.
Right here.
All right, so our next award, oh, sorry, clicker, not computer. Our next award is the Outstanding Instructor Award. So could we please invite Charlotte McCurdy, the previous Outstanding Instructor Award winner from last year, to present this year's award?
So it's wonderful to be here to celebrate so many incredible, hardworking, inspired students. But one thing that this competition does is create some space to celebrate incredible instructors as well, which is maybe rarer, but very much appreciated. So by default, anyone organizing a BDC class is going above and beyond. The amount of complexity, the advocacy that has to happen at institutions that maybe don't fully understand what this is about, the logistics of it are tremendous, and the tolerance for ambiguity and risk and not knowing where the projects are going to go takes a lot. But this award exists because it creates the opportunity for students to nominate. So our distinguished panel of judges did great work evaluating these student projects, but the nominations for this award come directly from the students itself. So I'm very thrilled to share that the winner of the Outstanding Instructor Award this year is Andrew Scarpelli from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Modestly sitting all the way in the back.
Thank you so much. Our next award is for the Outstanding Institutional Collaboration. To present the prize, we'd like to invite our founder and former executive director, Daniel Greshkin, to the stage.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Paul. I just want to thank the both of you for doing such an amazing job taking the mantle of the organization. This year ran smoothly, seamlessly and smoothly, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful. Okay, Outstanding Institutional Collaboration. This is a relatively new prize for Biodesign Challenge, and the mandate is clear. Biodesign doesn't happen just in these walls, as hallowed as they might be, but happens out there in the world in collaboration with others, and hence the prize. The winner of this year's institutional collaboration worked hand in hand with a marine conservation organization to think deeply about the design, implementation of a seawall in order to sustain the growth of the marine flora and fauna, as well as an installation for the people who are living above. So I'd like to call up the team from Coastal Resonance, San Francisco State University.
All right, so for our next award, we are going to be inviting Julian Goldman to the stage to present the Outstanding Exhibition Award.
Hello all, I'm Julian Goldman. I'm a co-founder of Fun Stuff Design, an industrial design firm. I'm here to present the Outstanding Exhibition Award. So, the Outstanding Exhibition Award is awarded to the team with the most engaging exhibit at the BDC Gallery Show. Teams were assessed based on the clarity with which they present their projects, the interactivity of the display, and how well the students address questions during the gallery show. Gallery show exhibits should convey the team's processes, learnings, and final results of their project. In the field of industrial design, we often say, show, not tell. And the best way to convey design intent is to show it with visual clarity. and by sharing the path that got you there. A good exhibit should draw in the viewer, inviting us into the worlds you are creating, and clearly guiding us through a narrative. So there's a lot of design that goes into exhibition. And as judges, we looked for good emphasis on prototypes. How is the project demonstrated beyond the static poster format? Is it engaging? Did it draw us in? Did it affect us in some way? The winner of the exhibition special award exemplified all of the above. And the winner is Micah Cellphonics.
All right, so our next award is the Outstanding Narrative Prize. And please welcome me in inviting Justin Morris Morano and Melody Stein up to stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin.
I'm Melody.
And we are co-directors of External Affairs, a creative studio working with those who are turning science into technology.
Culture, place, story. We were well reminded of the power of these forces by Ray Naylor in his keynote today. A strong narrative can communicate complex science in a way that foregrounds impact and invites people into the context and the world of your project. Narrative forms that context that then defines the value of your work. The Outstanding Narrative Prize is awarded to the team that best employs compelling visual and creative storytelling techniques to communicate the science, context, and impact of their project.
The award for Outstanding Narrative goes to Mr. Rain.
For our next award, Outstanding Field Research, we would like to invite Dr. Elizabeth Henoff to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I've been involved with Biodesign Challenge in many different capacities, as a mentor, as a judge, as an instructor, but I'm really happy to be here in front of you today in my capacity as executive editor of Biotechnology Design, which is a peer-reviewed journal housed at Cambridge University Press. I hardly, fill the shoes of Martin Dade Robertson, our founder, who is usually here to present this prize. But I am happy to answer all of your questions that you might have about publication projects for our journal. So there's many different intersections of biotechnology and design, and one of the intersections that we're particularly interested in fostering as a journal is applications of fundamental knowledge produced in the biological sciences to concrete design applications in the real world. And Oftentimes, what that requires is to get out of the lab and into the real world and do some field work, some field research. And so with that in mind, I'm really happy to recognize a group that stood out for their thoughtful and culturally aware fieldwork, acknowledging that what can be perceived often as a modern design prowess is actually rooted in traditional ecological knowledge. So for their close work with local vernacular biotechnologists, expert in local mycology, hint, hint, the Outstanding Fieldwork Prize goes to Spores and Spirits from Yunnan Arts University.
For the awarding of our next prize, we would like to invite Elena Sotorakis to the stage, and Alvaro to the stage, sorry, for outstanding art.
I'm bringing up my whole team.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, everybody. My name's Elena Sidorakis. I'm the co-founder and director of BioBet Art Space. And we have Alvaro and Doug and Sarah. And we all work together collectively to mentor the winners of the Art Prize. So I thought it was only fitting that we all came up here together. But I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge something that makes the work celebrated through the Biodesign Challenge so special. Art is often misunderstood as mere decoration or something that exists separately from research and innovation. But the projects here remind us that art is also a powerful communication technology. It serves as a form of cultural translation, helping complex scientific ideas, emerging technologies, and new forms of knowledge move beyond the laboratory and into public understanding. What excites me most about this type of work is that it functions as a form of cultural research and development. Just as scientists and engineers prototype new technologies, artists prototype new ways of thinking, new values, new relationships, and new ways of understanding our place in the world. While we're gathered here today to celebrate an award, I would argue that the award itself is not the most important outcome. The real achievement is the process. The months of collaboration, experimentation, problem solving, and collective imagination that brought these ambitious projects to life. Every team here has engaged in the difficult and rewarding work of bridging disciplines, navigating uncertainty, and transforming an idea into something tangible. And speaking of tangible outcomes, I'd like to acknowledge the first team that we've ever sponsored, which was FEN from Holy Naj University. I'm pleased to announce that we are going to be representing them in Tokyo, Japan at the Masudo Science and Art Festival this October. And also, tomorrow, we are going to be celebrating the work of last year's winning team for the Art Prize, Living Records from Micah. We're going to be having an opening at our studios at the Brooklyn Army Terminal from 2 to 5 p.m. in Sunset Park. And before you come to us, I know Gen Space is having an open house earlier, so they are our sisters in the Sunset Park, Brooklyn area, so I would encourage you all to come visit. So we celebrate not only excellence in artistic practice, but the courage to imagine, to experiment, and to build new ways of understanding the world together. And I'm going to call Alvaro to announce the winner.
So the winner is UDIT Madrid for Mucaria.
All right, so for our next award, will you please welcome me in inviting Casey Lardner from GenSpace up to present the Outstanding Science Award.
Hello, everyone. Casey Lardner, Executive Director of GenSpace. We are a community biology lab proudly located in Sunset Park. And yes, we are having an open studio tomorrow morning. And after you visit us, if you're still in town, you can head down to our partner in Sunset Park at Biobat Art Space. GenSpace's mission is to foster a safe and inclusive space where anyone can learn, grow, and create with the life sciences. So my team and I are very, very proud to sponsor the Outstanding Science Award, which you all have a tall bill to fill when you compete in the Biodesign Challenge, right? This rubric asks you to demonstrate excellence in a variety of categories, from art to narrative, but the design of experiments and how you are incorporating scientific rigor, reproducibility, the breadth of methods that are available to you in biology, how that it is incorporated into your work is what this award is meant to recognize. You know, I'm about to announce one team here, but I do just want to say congratulations to everyone who competed. It's really such a pleasure to learn from all of the students who participate in this competition every year. It's just a privilege to get to watch you think through your ideas and turn them into reality and question those assumptions. So having said that, I will say that this year's winner of the Outstanding Science Prize goes to the University of Texas at Austin, Maizine.
We're slowly accumulating a bunch of judges' phones up here. Next to the stage, I would like to invite Paul John from our collaborator New Ink to present the Emergent Voice Prize.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. I'm Paul. I'm from New Ink, a cultural incubator operating within the New Museum on the Bowery. We just reopened in March. Feel free to come by. New Ink is a program for what I like to say misfits, outcasts, radicals, and the necessary genius that is needed to change the world today. Admittedly, I am neither a scientist or an artist, but I have dabbled in both. It is nice to be amongst such intelligent judges and really inspiring youth. You have given me hope in these murky times. The New Ink Emergent Voice Prize is awarded to the team that best explores and most clearly communicates an emergent view of biotechnology or communicates a social critique through the creative use of biotech. The team's project will address the effects of a technology or system on users and non-users' potential societal reactions to these effects and the ways to mitigate negative ones. The winning team prioritizes the creative and scientific process as much as the eventual outcome of their project, making space for friction, surprise, and innovation. I'm really happy to award this prize to CCA Architecture and UCF SF Living Matters.
Next to the stage, we would like to invite Carolina Obregon from Parsons School of Design to present the Outstanding High School Prize.
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to present this award and just want to tell you a little story. I've been part of the Biodesign Challenge for a long time. And back in 2019, my students from Universidad de los Andes, Soda Freeze, were competing against a group of 3 California high schoolers called from GIY Buddies. And from then on, every year, the high schoolers just blow you away. It's amazing the work that they do. And this year was amazing. So I'm very excited. We had a lot of talk about who would receive this prize. And this year, we saw this group, this project, as one that is looking to solve one of the existential issues of our lifetime. And they were looking at it through the eyes of their own context. And that group is, guess who it is? Morris County Public School of Technology, Beeline Pollination Robot.
All right, getting down to the wire here. So the next prize I want to introduce is the BDC Prize for Biodigital Excellence. It's a new prize we are introducing this year, and so please welcome me in inviting our board director, Orkan Telhan, to be presenting this prize.
Yeah, it's really great to be here. Thank you, Paul and Michael, for, again, another amazing year. And also congrats and thank you for our volunteers, amazing instructors, you all there who spent a lot of time and energy to move the field forward. So, as Michael mentioned, this is a new award that is going to celebrate the convergence of technologies and biology. We heard today from a number of people that we need to be very careful in designing technologies because eventually they come and design us. And this is a community that is born at the convergence of sciences, engineering, and design. It has all the know-how and the skills to really think a very mutual and beneficial relationship between the living systems and technology. We don't think them as separate things. We try to build bridges with technology so that we can design ourselves equitable and prosperous futures. So this year's award is also going to go to a team that is a young team, really smart minds, that they have been critically and creatively thinking about what does it mean to bring living systems into a bioreactor that can also form as a display. In our screen world, we are surrounded with a lot of digital information, but think about the opportunity to bring that world next to the living organisms so we can co-live, bring them together in the same format. So our award this year goes to Bloom Boards. And welcome them on the stage.
Okay, so we are now down to our last two prizes, the grand prize and the runner-up prize. So for the runner-up prize, I would like to invite Paul Rubery, our executive director, to award this prize.
Thank you so much, Michael. Every year, it's difficult to pick which projects have excelled in our evaluative criteria and represent the future of biodesign. This year, we had an extraordinarily tight competition, and the team that wins the runner-up presented a viable solution for one of the world's most difficult problems. I'm pleased to announce that McGill University Aerosolutions wins our runner-up prize. All right, this is it. To award our final prize, the grand prize, the glass microbe, I will have our program director, Michael Belonge, introduce it. Every student in this room knows Michael well. He is often your first point of contact. He sits with you and crits, helps refine your ideas. He is the heart and soul of BDC, and I cannot think of a better person to bestow the prize.
Thank you so much. I also, we need to celebrate Paul also for leading the charge here for this year's BDC Summit. I think so many of the things that, we've worked on throughout the year and trying to develop the program further and make it as, smooth of a process, and also, moving forward into this new era as much as we can. Paul has really been leading those ideas and saying we can do these things. And so let's just take a moment to thank Paul as well. All right. So the winner of this year's glass microbe, just kidding. The winner of this year's glass microbe is a project that exemplified the essential pillars of biodesign by fully embracing our field's deeply interdisciplinary approach. The honesty and learnings that were communicated through the team's process were at the heart of what the judging panel, who is comprised of experts across art, design, science, technology, community building, and entrepreneurship, found so impactful about what the team was able to accomplish over the course of their project development. This team was selected as the winner because of its possibilities for expanding and building upon the future of biodesign while keeping community at its core. And we are so honored today to award the Glass Microbe for BDC Summit 2026 to College for Creative Studies, Flow State.
Guys.
All right. The adrenaline's pumping. We've had a wonderful BDC summit. There are just a few more thank yous that are due. I'd like to say one last thank you to our sponsors, Siegel Family Endowment, New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, the National Endowment for the Arts, New York State Council on the Arts, Cliff Family Foundation, Twist Bioscience, Tara and Schmidt Sciences Biosciences Center. None of this would be possible without them. If you see their representatives, thank them and know that you feel supported. I would like to thank all of our collaborators, New Inc., Cambridge University Press, LifeSci NYC, Biobat and GenSpace, and the emerging BioArts and Culture Consortium in New York City. Our volunteers from the MoMA team, Sean, Carson, and the whole crew that ensured smooth AV and operations throughout the day. I want to thank the BDC board, as always, for providing counsel and guidance as we proceed into this next decade of our programming. And of course, our staff, Cody, Bhakti, Greg, Paula, and Michael. Thank you all so much. We'll see you next year. We have great programs this fall, one for teachers, and then the Biodesign Sprint Biodigital's Futures program, which will be done in part collaboration with Parsons School of Design. Go on our website, check it out, or email us. Stay in touch. We're going to go do photos in the MoMA courtyard right now. I encourage you to talk to your peers during that time. Pull up your Instagram, your LinkedIn, exchange emails. This is a global community that you are now part of. And yeah, let's have fun. Congratulations.
Yeah, let's go. Great job. Now I have to write an $18,000 check for MoMA.
Yeah, we're good. And you have the container for, great. Yeah, perfect.